Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see the what if Naruto was the reborn with power of Rimuru Tempest with all ultimate skills and fell in love with Ciel. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's dive into the story. Chapter 1, Aftermath of the War, Twilight on the Battlefield. Dying wasn't at all how Naruto imagined. It wasn't slow or painful. Well, there had been pain, of course, when the final blow struck. After all, the Fourth Shinobi World War was no gentle scuffle. But when the dust settled, when Kagaya had been sealed away, Naruto had felt it, an abrupt tearing inside his chest. As if the last shred of his life force snapped. He collapsed and heard screaming voices, but he couldn't make out who cried his name. Everything simply faded. Darkness. Then a peculiar silence. He became aware of the battlefield again in flickers. Dead shinobi littering the ground, the stench of smoke and blood in the air, the hushed swirl of dust over a ravaged landscape. Sasuke, half-conscious, was reaching out. Sakura knelt by Naruto's side, tears streaming down her face. Kakashi hovered nearby with an expression of dread. And that was it. Naruto's heart gave out. In his final breath, he tried to smile. Something in him whispered, "Did we win?" Then there was only a void, endless, lightless void. For what felt like an eternity, Naruto drifted in absolute nothingness. No body, no sense of time. He was suspended in an expanse so large it mocked comprehension. A single thought crossed his fading consciousness: this better not be how it ends. But it wasn't an end. It was a rebirth, a strange limbo, the voice of Ciel. "Welcome to your new existence, Naruto Uzumaki." The voice was gentle, somehow feminine, and yet it resonated with a vast, calm intelligence. Naruto sensed it rather than heard it in the usual way. He felt that voice flood through his entire being. "What?" he murmured, or at least he thought he did. There was no mouth to speak with, no breath to shape words. He simply was. "You have died," the voice continued, "and been granted something akin to reincarnation. My name is Ciel. I am your partner, your guide, and if you wish, your friend." Naruto blinked or tried to. Again, he had no eyes. Awareness flickered in confusion. "Partner? The hell do you mean, lady?" He felt amusement in the strange mental presence. "You have acquired new powers far beyond the realm of shinobi. The essence you hold is tied to a being named Rimuru Tempest. Through a convergence of your destiny and Rimuru's ultimate skills, you have awakened. But we are not in your physical world yet. This is a transitory state." Naruto tried to recall everything he had learned from the war. The Sage of Six Paths, Kagaya, dimensions, but this was different from any conversation with the sage or the tailed beasts. This was downright alien. "Look, I don't get half of what you're saying. I'm like some slime guy now." Ciel's tone softened. "Yes and no. You have inherited abilities that belong to Rimuru Tempest, including powers known as ultimate skills. You retain your identity Naruto Uzumaki, but your physical form will be unique. You may assume a human shape at will, or take on other forms." That sounded insane, but then again, Naruto's entire life was a roller coaster of insane. "All right," he muttered, "so I'm dead, but I'm not. Then what am I supposed to do now?" Ciel paused, and Naruto swore he could feel the weight of her next words. "Live," she said simply. "There is more for you to accomplish in your world. Rest for a moment, Naruto. When you awaken, you will be changed and your world will never be the same." Naruto felt a swirl of energy, like being wrapped in a warm, comforting blanket. The void around him began to spin with color. "Hey," he whispered, or thought he did. "Ciel, thanks." "Of course," she replied, a smile in her gentle mental voice. Then the swirling lights took over, and Naruto's consciousness vanished once more. Morning sun. Rebirth on the outskirts. A harsh ray of light pried open Naruto's eyelids. Grass tickled his cheek. With a jolt, he shot upright, scanning his surroundings. He was on the outskirts of some forest. Dew glittered on leaves. Birds chattered overhead. It looked like the land of fire, but not exactly the part he remembered. Slowly, he stood. He felt good. More than good, he felt unstoppable. His limbs practically hummed with energy. Strange knowledge buzzed at the back of his mind. If he wanted, he could transform this entire clearing into a crater with a snap of his fingers. Ciel, Naruto called out mentally. You there? Yes, came the smooth reply. I am always here. How do you feel? Naruto looked down at himself. Oddly, he wore the same orange and black jumpsuit that he'd had during the war. Amazingly good, he muttered. He patted his torso, half expecting a giant hole where his chest had been mortally wounded, but there was nothing. Just healthy flesh. He couldn't sense the Kyuubi's presence, though. That was jarring. Where's Kurama? Separated from your new essence, but it remains possible to reconnect with him. The tailed beast's chakra is embedded in your soul. For now, your primary powers stem from the skills of Rimuru Tempest. Naruto's brow furrowed. He lifted his hands and stared at his palms. The sensation was surreal, as though he had more than just chakra swirling within. What can I do with these new powers? A flood of images, data, and vague instincts rushed into his mind. He saw illusions of devouring enemies with a skill called Predator, glimpsed transformations, knew reflexively that he could analyze any technique and replicate it. He had shapeshifting abilities, an advanced regeneration that made typical healing jutsu look like child's play. And something else, ultimate skills, each brimming with absurd might. He felt a grin tug at his lips. A normal person would be terrified, or at least overwhelmed, by such a huge power jump. But Naruto had faced madness from the day he was born. This is wild, he said softly. Then, a slight crackle of determination flitted through him. I guess I better figure out what's going on in the world. Am I still in my time, or did we get tossed somewhere else? Time has progressed slightly. By my estimate, it has been roughly 3 weeks since you passed away. Naruto clenched his fists. 3 weeks. The war ended, right? Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi-sensei. He needed answers. Let's see if we can get back to Konaha. He took a step, only to realize how fluid he felt, light on his feet yet solid. It was as if his body had infinite stamina. Despite that, his gut twisted with anxiety. Returning to Konaha after being dead for weeks, that'd be one hell of a reunion. As Naruto began walking, he tested the first simplest skill he recalled, shapeshifting. He imagined his body dissolving immediately, his flesh shimmered, and for a split second it was like he was made of bluish slime. He let out a startled yelp. Holy, relax, Ciel advised calmly. Maintain your human shape by focusing on the image of yourself. He forced an image of himself in normal human form. Instantly, his body snapped back. He wiggled his fingers, checking to make sure everything was still there. Damn, that's weird. Still, the corners of his mouth twitched. This was cool. For all the chaos in his life, Naruto wasn't the type to mope too long. He'd discovered brand new, insane powers. All right, this is going to be a blast. Without another word, he dashed forward, moving faster than ever before. The leaves parted around him, and he soared into the forest. Heading toward Konaha, Kohaku Riverbank, a clash with bandits. He had been running for only an hour when he heard shouting along the nearby riverbank. Curiosity piqued, Naruto slowed and crept close. A small group of ragged-looking men surrounded a wounded merchant and his young daughter, brandishing rusted blades. You got nothing to pay the toll. Then we'll just take whatever we please. One bandit snarled, eyeing the terrified girl. Naruto felt rage spark in his chest. Even as a kid, he despised bullies. Without hesitation, he leapt down onto the riverbank. The bandits whirled, eyes widening. Who the, oi, you punks, Naruto barked, letting a confident smirk stretch across his face. Pick on someone your own size. He expected them to scatter or at least show fear. But these men simply looked more annoyed than frightened. Shinobi, huh, one grunted. He glanced at Naruto's bizarre outfit. You're not wearing a headband. You from some rogue village? Naruto gave a one-shoulder shrug. He had no clue where his old headband ended up. Maybe it was lost when he died. Doesn't matter who I am. Let the merchants go. One bandit chuckled darkly, stepping forward. Mind your own business, brat. Unless you're ready to die. Naruto snorted. If this had been the old him, he might have jumped into a standard taijutsu scuffle. But his new self brimmed with so many Nari, it felt comical to fight simple bandits. Naruto, Ciel's voice chimed in. For such a small threat, your mere presence should suffice. Naruto raised a hand, palm out. An instinct told him he could freeze them in place, incinerate them. Or do something even more terrifying. But that would be overkill. Instead, he took a single step and vanished, reappearing behind the bandit who'd threatened him. The man stiffened in confusion. With a gentle flick, Naruto tapped the back of the bandit's head. The poor fool crumpled instantly. Another rushed in with a wild slash, but Naruto weaved around the blade like water. He gripped the attacker's wrist and gently twisted, forcing him to drop the weapon. A swift elbow to the gut folded the man in half. The remaining bandits hesitated, eyes wide. The merchant and his daughter stood trembling. Naruto gave the bandits a feral grin. "You guys should probably leave now." They dropped their knives and bolted, hauling away their unconscious companions. Naruto watched them disappear into the treeline with mild amusement. "That's that." He turned to the merchant, who knelt on shaky legs. The girl clutched her father's arm, eyes red from tears. Thank you, Shinobi-sama." The merchant gasped. "You saved our lives." Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, feeling a warm flush of pride. "No big deal," he said, his old spirit shining through. "You both all right?" The man nodded, though his clothes were torn and he had a nasty bruise on his cheek. The girl was unharmed, just frightened. Yes, we'll manage." Thank you so much, Shinobi-sama." Naruto gave them a reassuring nod. "Be careful traveling. Bandits are everywhere these days." He paused. "Hey, you guys heading near Konaha by any chance?" The merchant blinked. "Yes, actually, we were planning to trade goods at the village gates. Do you need directions?" Naruto stifled an awkward grin. He definitely remembered the path to Konaha, but he wasn't sure how far he'd drifted from the usual roads. "That'd be great, thanks." A few minutes later, the merchant pointed him to the easiest route. Naruto waved them goodbye and started on his way again, feeling odd relief at the normalcy of the encounter. So the world has moved on since the war, but bandits and criminals never stop. "You took it easy on them," Ciel observed softly. "Mercy, even for criminals, is a trait of your compassion." Naruto's footsteps slowed. "I'm not a murderer," he said simply. Then, with a small shrug, he continued onward. "Let's hope that's the worst trouble we run into for a while." Nightfall. Approaching the Hidden Leaf. By dusk, Naruto glimpsed the familiar outline of the Hidden Leaf village walls in the distance. Lights glimmered from within, and a wave of nostalgia crashed into him so powerfully that he stopped in his tracks. The last time he saw Konaha, he had been leaving for the final battles of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Now, here he was back from death, changed beyond recognition. He walked closer, heart pounding, until he reached the main gate. Two-leaf shinobi stood guard, vigilant despite the relative peace. As Naruto approached under the torchlight, they immediately stiffened. One guard, Katetsu, stepped forward. "Halt." Quote. Naruto just stared, a faint grin curling his lips. Katetsu's eyes flickered with confusion. "You, that face, no way." Azumo, the other guard, squinted. "Naruto, it can't be." Naruto raised a hand in greeting. "Yo, miss me." For a long, stunned moment, neither guard moved. Then Katetsu snapped to attention. "Naruto, you, the entire village thought you were." He trailed off. Eyes moistening slightly, Azumo blinked rapidly, struggling to form words. "They held a funeral for you, Naruto." "Everyone." Naruto's chest tightened. A funeral. That meant truly acknowledging him as gone. In a weird way, it stung and he felt guilt that he was returning as something else. Still, he forced a reassuring smile. "I'm sorry to drop in out of nowhere. Could you guys let me through? I need to see the Hokage." Katetsu hesitated only a second before stepping aside. "Of course. Go on in. And, Naruto, it's good to see you." Azumo could only nod, his expression a mix of awe and lingering shock. Naruto exhaled and stepped through the gates into Konaha, ignoring the guards' hushed murmuring. The village lights illuminated bustling streets. Shops were open, people roamed, couples strolled. Life went on. That brought a small, melancholic smile to Naruto's face. "I'm home." He made his way deeper into the village, ignoring the stares that trailed him. People recognized his face. Some gasped in disbelief. Others murmured uncertainly, almost frightened. Naruto caught snatches of whispered conversations. As that, Naruto. But that's impossible. Didn't they say he died in the war? Am I seeing a ghost? He swallowed hard, forging ahead. He had to talk to the Hokage Grandma Tsunade if she was still in office. Part of him worried. Perhaps the transition of power had passed to Kakashi or something after the war. He was about to find out. Hokage's office, reunion and shock. Night had fully set in by the time Naruto marched into the Hokage building. 2 Anbu guards at the door froze. One clutched a short blade, tension coiling in his posture. Identify yourself. Naruto stared him down with a calm confidence that was new, even to him. Naruto Uzumaki, here to see the Hokage. The second Anbu narrowed his eyes but said nothing. Finally, they parted. We will notify the Hokage, one said curtly, then vanished in a silent flicker. Left alone in the hallway, Naruto took a slow breath, trying to quell the swirl of emotions. He felt Ciel's presence reassuring him. Your heart rate is elevated. You are anxious. Of course I'm anxious, Naruto shot back mentally. I literally came back from the dead. Moments later, the large double doors at the end of the hall burst open. Tsunade strode out, her gaze fiercely locked on him. Her eyes flitted over Naruto's form, as if assessing whether this was real or an imposter. Behind her stood Shizune, similarly wide-eyed. Tsunade halted a few steps away. She said nothing at first, just looked at him. Then, her eyes watered. You idiot, she whispered. A lump formed in Naruto's throat. Seeing the Godime Hokage vulnerable like that tugged at his heartstrings. Without warning, Tsunade moved and slapped him across the cheek, tears rolling down her face. The blow was powerful, but Naruto barely flinched, more stunned by the emotional outburst. You absolute idiot, where have you been? She demanded, voice trembling. I watched you, she choked on the words. Naruto carefully touched his cheek and forced a gentle smile. I guess I've been, don't ask me how, it's complicated. Shizune let out a teary laugh, covering her mouth. Naruto, we all thought. Tsunade drew in a shaky breath. Come inside, she said, gesturing to the office. We need to figure out exactly what happened. Inside, Naruto found the decor mostly unchanged. The large windows overlooked the night skyline of Konaha, and the desk was cluttered with scrolls and papers. As Tsunade settled into her seat, her gaze never left Naruto's face. Shizune hovered by her side, wiping her cheeks. Tsunade's voice was firm but clearly emotional. Tell me everything. So Naruto did. He recounted the last moments he remembered in the war, the fierce battle, sealing Kagaya. Feeling something tear inside him, blacking out. He omitted the more bizarre details of Rimuru Tempest for the moment, unsure how to explain that he'd inherited a dimension's worth of new powers. Instead, he said he'd awakened in a forest, guided by an inner voice that told him he'd been revived. Tsunade's expression grew more wary by the second. An inner voice told you you'd been revived. Are you still yourself, Naruto? He smiled, though it was laced with sadness. Yeah, I am, mostly, but a lot has changed. She studied him. Your chakra, it's massive, more intense than even before. I can sense it from here. And it's strange, different. Naruto nodded. I know, it might be wise to keep this quiet for now. I don't want people panicking or anything. Tease. Tsunade took a moment to gather her thoughts. Finally, she spoke with an air of authority. We'll keep your return under wraps for the next 24 hours. Officially, I need to confirm your identity with various means. Though I believe it's you. Then we'll address the village. She exhaled. Sakura is out on a mission. Kakashi is recovering from injuries in the war. Sasuke left the village to atone. There's so much to catch you up on. Quote, Naruto felt relief at hearing those names. At least they were all alive. Thanks, Granny. By the way, who's the new Hokage? Tsunade stiffened. I still hold the title. Kakashi was meant to succeed me, but, she paused, pain flashing in her eyes. After your death, he refused it. He was devastated, as was everyone else. We were in mourning. The entire shinobi world recognized your sacrifice. A tight knot formed in Naruto's chest. He'd never asked to be a martyr. A wave of guilt mixed with gratefulness washed over him. So, the world knows me as a hero. Tsunade nodded solemnly. The war ended. Peace treaties were signed. But you've been gone, Naruto. Her voice softened. Just let us handle the formalities tomorrow. For now, get some rest. We'll figure things out. Naruto wanted to protest he had so many questions. But exhaustion suddenly weighed on him. Perhaps it was the emotional roller coaster. He gave a small bow. All right. Shizune stepped forward. We've kept your old apartment. It's not exactly in the best shape, but you can. That's fine. Naruto cut in, smiling gently. I'd like to see it. Tsunade's lips quirked in a weary half-smile. Go. We'll talk more in the morning. And Naruto, her voice trembled. It's good to have you back. He nodded, something heavy and warm swirling in his chest. Good to be back. Naruto's apartment. Late night reflection. Lights flickered as Naruto stepped into the tiny apartment he'd once called home. The place was dusty and clearly unused for weeks. A layer of gloom hung over the old furniture, and the air smelled stale. He let out a long sigh. Home sweet home. Except it didn't feel quite like home. He still felt this roiling power inside him, an alien presence that overshadowed the memories of simpler days. Setting down his pack, though it was practically empty, he flicked on the bedside lamp. The glow cast his shadow against the wall, revealing he was still wearing the tattered jumpsuit. He chuckled softly to himself. Man, guess I need new clothes, he muttered. Naruto, Ciel's voice echoed in his mind. You have done well to keep composure. Are you all right? He walked to the small mirror hanging on the wall. His reflection gazed back, looking much the same: blonde hair, bright blue eyes, whisker marks. But there was something different in his stare, a quiet intensity that hadn't been there before. I'm okay, he whispered, pressing a palm against the mirror. It's just a lot. You have time to process, Ciel replied gently. But be aware, your powers are formidable. If not carefully managed, they could alarm others. Naruto let out a rueful laugh. You're telling me, I've got so much raw chakra I feel like I could blow up the village by sneezing. He paused, considering. Ciel, do you have a physical form, or are you just in my head? A brief silence, then a soft chuckle. I am integrated with your soul and mind. However, you can project me in your mental space as a separate entity if you wish. That was an intriguing notion, but Naruto decided to put it aside for now. He was beat. Collapsing onto the old bed, he stared at the ceiling. Thanks for being here, he murmured. Feeling a strange warmth fill him at the thought of Ciel. I guess you already know everything about me, huh? Indeed, she said, almost affectionately. Rest, Naruto. Naruto closed his eyes. Memories of the war, of Sasuke's face contorted in determination, of Sakura's sobbing, of people chanting his name as he collapsed, swirled through his mind. He breathed in and out, focusing on the sense of overwhelming power thrumming inside him. For all that might have changed, one thing remained constant. He was Naruto Uzumaki, and he had people to protect. Sleep took him quickly. Dawn, interrogation and release. Sunlight crept into Naruto's apartment as he stirred, feeling strangely refreshed. No leftover fatigue, no stiff muscles. He hopped out of bed, brushed off the dust, and headed out the door. He half expected a greeting squad, but the early morning streets were quiet. A few villagers paused to stare, jaws dropping at the sight of the late Naruto strolling around as if nothing had happened. He nodded politely but didn't stop to talk. At the Hokage Tower, Tsunade was already waiting. She looked like she hadn't slept. Dark circles underscored her eyes. By her side was Ino Yamanaka, looking uncharacteristically solemn, and Yamato, who maintained a neutral expression. Tsunade offered a curt nod. Morning, Naruto. Let's do an identity check. Naruto blinked at Ino. Hey, Ino, I haven't seen you in forever. Ino's lips twitched in what could have been a smile. Yeah, well, I thought I'd never see you again. She quickly turned her gaze aside, hiding a hint of emotion. Let's make sure you're not some imposter. Yamato cleared his throat and gestured for Naruto to sit in a chair by the window. This will be quick. Naruto complied. He let Ino perform a mental infiltration jutsu. Allowed Yamato to measure his chakra signature. He answered personal questions that only the real Naruto could know, like the first ramen topping he ever tried, how he convinced Tsunade to become Hokage. How he'd once accidentally kissed Sasuke in the academy. Ino withdrew from his mind with a gasp, her face flushed. Why yeah, that's definitely Naruto. Possibly even more Naruto than I'm used to. He cocked an eyebrow. Huh, she blinked, then covered her expression. Your mind feels super powerful. Like there's a presence in there that's. She cut herself off and glanced at Tsunade. Tsunade nodded. We suspected as much. Yamato. Yamato folded his arms. It's Naruto, no doubt. But there's a layered chakra. Something new. It's massive, almost unquantifiable. Naruto tried not to look too smug. He'd warned them he was different. All right, so can I move around freely now? Tsunade let out a sigh. Technically, yes, but I need you to keep your return LD in official announcement. Some of the other villages like Suna, Kiri, Kumo will definitely want an explanation. Last we told them, Naruto Uzumaki was confirmed dead. Naruto scratched his head. Sure, whatever you decide, Granny. Then he gazed at Ino, who still looked dazed. Sorry if my mind freaked you out. She shrugged, trying to maintain composure. I'm fine. It was just intense in there. A little shiver ran through her. But I'm glad you're back, Naruto. Her expression softened. Really? He gave her one of his classic grins. Thanks, Ino. Good to see you too. There was a moment of warmth, and Naruto thought he glimpsed a faint pink tinge on Ino's cheeks before she turned away. Tsunade cleared her throat. Naruto, we'll handle the official statement in a few days. We also need to see how the rest of the alliance reacts. For now, just try not to do anything insane. She gave him a pointed look. Naruto shrugged. I'll do my best. Training grounds. First test of powers. As soon as Naruto left the Hokage Tower, he felt an itching in his bones, an eagerness to push these new abilities. He hopped across rooftops until he reached a secluded training ground. The grass was damp from morning dew. Birdsong drifted in the crisp air. He took a stance, inhaling deeply. All right, let's see what I've got. From deep within, he channeled a fraction of the monstrous energy swirling inside. Blue, wisps of chakra danced across his arms. Then, a ring of azure light burst around his body, flattening the grass in a perfect circle. Naruto's eyes widened in awe. Whoa, your energy reserves are vast, Ciel noted coolly. Be careful not to release too much at once. He carefully reined it in, recalling the skill library that seemed imprinted in his mind. Predator allowed him to devour targets and analyze them. Great Sage, though apparently it had fused with Ciel, gave him near-infinite strategic insight. Then there were the ultimate skills. Powers that transcended logic, each capable of rewriting reality in some form. Naruto suppressed a shiver. He wanted to test something small. He formed a Rasengan in his palm, except it was different now. The swirling chakra glowed brighter, crackling with arcs of swirling light. He hurled it at a nearby training dummy. Upon impact, the Rasengan erupted in a quiet yet devastating blast, obliterating the dummy and leaving a shallow crater in the ground. He whistled. That's some Rasengan. Quote. Next, he considered summoning a clone. His old jutsu might function differently now. With a simple hand sign, he created a shadow clone. Poof. The clone materialized, looking just as astonished as Naruto felt. We good? The clone asked, tapping its own chest. Seems so, the original replied. But your chakra level is also massive, right? The clone nodded, smirking. Bet we could do some crazy combos. Naruto grinned, the old excitement flaring. He had always loved pushing his limits. But a darker thought intruded. If he could do this kind of damage with a fraction of his power, what would happen if he let loose? He could flatten a mountain, maybe worse. He glanced at his clone. Enough for now. Let's not blow up the whole training ground. The clone saluted. Got it, and dispelled with a poof. Naruto ran a hand through his hair. Well, guess I really am a monster now, he muttered under his breath. You are not a monster, Ciel corrected gently. You are simply powerful. How you use that power defines who you are. He let out a quiet laugh. Yeah, you're right, I'd never harm innocent people. He paused, kicking at the grass. Still, it's almost too big, you know. I died to save the world. Now I come back with enough power to probably become a threat bigger than the war itself. That is why you must remain in control, Ciel said. I will assist in maintaining balance if you wish. He nodded, heart set. I do. Thanks, Ciel. A chance encounter. Temari's arrival. After finishing his quick self-training session, Naruto decided to head to war. The memorial stone to pay his respects. He hopped across rooftops, only to freeze when he spotted a familiar figure in the village courtyard. Blonde hair done up in 4 spiky pigtails, a large fan strapped to her back. Temari, from the Sand Village. She was talking with Shikamaru and Tsunade, looking rather tense. Naruto landed on a nearby ledge, half hidden from view. He heard bits of conversation. Come to coordinate a diplomatic mission, Temari was saying, crossing her arms. But if what I'm hearing is true, Tsunade responded quietly, we will announce it soon, but yes, Naruto Uzumaki has returned. Temari's eyes widened, then narrowed. How? I was at his funeral. Shikamaru, you, she turned to Shikamaru, who looked equally uneasy. Shikamaru sighed, tapping his temple. We only found out last night. It's complicated. Temari looked flustered, momentarily lost for words. Then she caught sight of Naruto perched overhead. Her mouth dropped open slightly. And Naruto. Shish. Ikamaru and Tsunade turned to see him standing on the ledge. Tsunade gave him a warning glance, but Naruto just hopped down, landing softly. Hey, Temari, he said casually, like he'd just returned Fr. A quick errand rather than from death. She studied him, emotions warring on her face. Shock, disbelief, relief and something else he couldn't quite place. Finally, she huffed, I should knock you upside the head. You had us all convinced you were dead. Naruto gave a light shrug, a playful smirk forming. I was dead. Good thing I'm hard to kill. Temari let out a short, humorless laugh. Clearly. Then her eyes flicked over him, as if scanning for injuries. You look pretty good for someone who crawled out of the grave. That made him grin more genuinely. Don't I always look good? She rolled her eyes, but there was a faint, amused curve to her lips. Shikamaru was observing them with a slight raise of his brow, as if trying to gauge the vibe. Tsunade cleared her throat. Temari, this situation is under strict confidentiality until the official announcement. I trust you can keep it under wraps, for the sake of the alliance. Temari crossed her arms again, adopting a more formal tone. Of course, though the case Gaara will want answers. Naruto's face lit up. Gaara. He must have been upset. Temari's expression softened at the mention of her younger brother. Yes, he took it hard. You too, you're close. You saved him more than once. Naruto nodded solemnly. I'll explain everything to him once I figure out how, I promise. Temari exhaled. All right. In any case, I'm heading back to Suna tomorrow morning. I was going to pass through the village for a few more days, but I can't sit on news like this. Gaara deserves to know. Tsunade inclined her head. We'll coordinate with you. Temari glanced sideways at Naruto, lips pursed in thought. Naruto, do you have a minute? He blinked. Sure. Without waiting for an answer, Temari turned and walked off toward a quieter corner of the courtyard. Naruto followed, leaving Tsunade and Shikamaru behind. When they were alone, Temari spun to face him. How are you really alive? She demanded, her voice lowered. Don't give me the official line. What happened? Naruto gazed into her eyes. He saw genuine concern there, maybe even fear. He softened. Temari. He raked a hand through his hair. I don't fully understand it myself. All I can say is that when I died, something or someone brought me back. I have different powers now. But I'm still me, I promise. Her gaze flicked over his face, searching for deception. Different powers. So you're more powerful than before. He let out a short laugh. Yeah, that's an understatement. Temari's eyebrows rose. Enough to threaten the entire shinobi system if you felt like it. Naruto shrugged. Probably. But that's not WAD, letting out a breath. I believe you. But we're shinobi, Naruto. If you come back this strong, some people might see you as a threat. You know how the higher-ups can get. He turned his gaze skyward, the early morning sun warming his face. Let them see me how they want. I'm not hiding. Temari studied him a moment longer, then stepped forward. Her tone softened. I'm glad you're back. Gaara will be, too. Something about her closeness made Naruto's heart give a small jump. He noticed how striking her eyes were. He flashed a playful grin to mask the flicker of nerves. You worried about me, huh? She rolled her eyes. Don't get cocky, doofus. Just don't die again. Naruto smirked, tempted by a roguish comment, but he saw genuine relief etched in her features. He settled for a gentle, "I'll do my best." Temari paused, glanced down at his chest, then back to his eyes. Her lips parted slightly, as though she wanted to say something more personal. But then she bit it back. "All right, I gotta report back. I guess I'll see you around." "Count on it," he said. She strode off, leaving Naruto to watch her retreating form. He felt a small swirl of emotion that was new. He'd always found Temari attractive, but he'd been too busy saving the world and pining after Sakura to think about such things. Now, with his life flipped on its head, he felt an odd freedom. "She seems fond of you," Ciel's voice teased in his mind. He mentally chuckled. Maybe. She's interesting. Memorial Stone. A promise to the fallen. Eventually, Naruto resumed his path to the Memorial Stone. It stood near the training grounds, bearing the names of countless shinobi who had died in the line of duty, including many from the Fourth War. The wind was gentle, carrying the scent of grass and blossoms. He approached slowly. There, engraved among others, was his own name, Naruto Uzumaki. He swallowed the lump in his throat, seeing it carved in stone, a testament to a death that had truly happened. Drove home the reality of his resurrection. He knelt, running his fingertips over the letters. Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, I wish you guys could see this. Image. S of fallen comrades flashed through his mind. Neji, who had died saving him. Others who'd sacrificed themselves. The line between life and death seemed so fragile now. Naruto clenched his fists. You guys gave your all, he murmured. And here I am, lucky enough to be brought back. His voice shook with guilt. I'm not gonna waste this chance. He bowed his head, letting silence linger. In that quiet, he felt Ciel's presence again. Gentle but firm. This is a weight on your heart, Naruto. Yes, but I'll carry it, he whispered. He stood, gazing at the stone. I'll protect this peace you died for. And I'll do it my way. A quiet resolve coursed through him, that same unbreakable will that had defined him his entire life. He turned on his heel and walked away, ignoring the swirl of emotions in his chest. Right now, he needed to figure out how to move forward, how to fit this new, godlike, power into the life he'd once led. Nighttime on the streets, a chance encounter with Ino. As dusk fell again, Naruto roamed the streets of Konaha, half expecting Tsunade to summon him for some emergency. But so far, nothing. He considered hitting Ichiraku Ramen, but the idea of stepping into a bustling shop full of people who thought he was dead felt a little overwhelming. He turned down a quieter side street. Just then, a door swung open at a small flower shop, and Ino stepped out, carrying a few packages. She spotted him and let out a startled gasp, nearly dropping everything. Naruto. He steadied her with a quick movement, grabbing her wrist lightly. Whoa, sorry, didn't mean to spook you. She looked frazzled, but quickly regained composure, flipping her long blonde hair over her shoulder. I'm still not used to seeing you up and around. A shy smile danced on her lips. Everyone in the village is buzzing with rumors. A lot of them saw you, but no one knows the official story. Naruto shrugged. Tsunade said she's making an announcement soon. Sorry if it's causing trouble for you guys. Ino shook her head, adjusting the packages in her arms. No, it's just wild. You were a hero, Naruto. They erected a memorial for you. And then, she sighed. Never mind. By the way, can you give me a hand with these? Quote. He took the packages from her, noticing they were small bags with the Yamanaka flower shop logo. Sure. Where to? My place, Ino said. I just finished closing the shop. And these are some extra supplies. She hesitated, then added, if you're not busy, want to come in for tea or something? I'd like to talk. Catch up, I mean. A faint grin tugged at Naruto's lips. In the past, he might have blushed or stammered, but something about nearly dying and coming back had changed his perspective. I'd like that, he said evenly. Her apartment wasn't far, a modest unit above the flower shop. Once inside, Naruto set the packages on her kitchen counter, noticing the neat, feminine touches in the decor, pastel curtains, a small row of potted plants. He smiled. at how it matched Ino's outward personality, bright, vibrant, maybe a touch showy. She offered him a seat at a small table and busied herself preparing tea. "So," she began, flicking on the kettle, "you never told me how you really are. You look confident, but is everything okay?" Naruto leaned back in the chair, crossing his arms. "Yeah, more or less. I mean, it's crazy. But I'm here, alive, powerful as hell. It's a lot to process. And I don't want to freak everyone out." He eyed her. "What about you, Ino? You doing okay after the war?" She shrugged, but her gaze dropped. "I lost my father in the war, remember?" Her voice trembled slightly. "Things have been tough, but I manage. We all do." Naruto's eyes softened. He rose from the chair and moved toward her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "I'm sorry." She closed her eyes briefly, inhaling. "It's all right. Don't apologize. Just, I've been trying to keep the shop running and keep up with missions. It's been lonely, sometimes." She looked up, forcing a small smile. "Not everyone has the guts to come back from the dead, you know." He couldn't help but let out a quiet chuckle at the dark humor. She laughed too, albeit shakily. When the kettle whistled, she pulled away to pour the tea. They sat down, cups steaming. A brief silence settled, more comfortable than awkward. Naruto sipped the tea, savoring the warmth. He glanced at her over the rim of the cup. Ino's hair tumbled in soft waves around her shoulders, and her eyes were sharper than he remembered, like she'd grown a lot since the old days. Finally, she broke the silence. "I'm glad you're back, Naruto. The village isn't the same without you." Her voice was quieter, more vulnerable than her usual bright tone. He reached out and took her hand gently, surprising her. "Thanks, Ino. I appreciate it. And, hey, if you ever need anything," he trailed off, letting the offer speak for itself. She blushed faintly, her gaze flicking down to where his hand covered hers. Okay, thanks." A sudden wave of confidence surged in Naruto. Maybe it was the new power, or maybe it was simply a realization that life was too short to second-guess every move. Why not be bold? He leaned closer. "You look really good, by the way." Her cheeks turned a deeper shade of pink. "You jerk," she said, but without any real heat. "You can't just say that out of nowhere." He laughed softly, releasing her hand. "Sorry, just telling the truth." A fleeting tension simmered between them, something new, charged with possibility. Ino cleared her throat and took a gulp of tea to hide her smile. Then she changed the subject. "So, what are your plans now that you're back? Gonna pick up missions, or do Somethi?" Naruto exhaled. "Truthfully, I'm not sure. Tsunade wants to handle the politics. But me, I just want to protect everyone. Keep the peace we fought so hard for." Ino nodded thoughtfully. "Sounds like you." Her gaze flicked to the clock on the wall. "It's getting late. Did you want to stay a bit longer? Or," he noted the question in her tone. A mischievous part of him contemplated staying, but he also didn't want to rush anything. He smiled, standing up. "I appreciate the tea, Ino. This was nice." She followed him to the door, looking a little disappointed. "Yeah, it was." She hesitated, then stepped closer. "Don't be a stranger, okay?" Her proximity sparked a playful urge in Naruto. Before he could second-guess himself, he leaned in and brushed a light kiss against her cheek. "Don't worry, I won't." Ino's eyes widened, cheeks flushing a deep red. "And Naruto." He grinned, gave a small wave, and slipped out the door, feeling an uncharacteristic confidence thrumming in his veins. "All right, maybe dying changed me more than I realized." Returned to the apartment. Inner turmoil. The moon was high as Naruto stepped into his apartment. The warmth of his exchange with Ino lingered, but a simmering unease gnawed at him. He locked the door, shucked off his jacket, and leaned against the wall. He stared at the quiet room, dust motes dancing in the moonlight. "This power, it's not normal." "Naruto," Ciel's voice broke through his swirling thoughts. "You seem troubled." He closed his eyes. "I feel like I'm drifting. Like I don't belong here anymore. Everyone moved on. I had a funeral. People are happy to see me, but I can't just slip back into my old life." Ciel's tone was soothing. "Change is inevitable. You still have friends, allies, people who care about you. They will help you find your place." Naruto sank onto the bed. "Yeah, maybe I'm scared." He rubbed his hands together, feeling the hidden power just beneath the surface of his skin. Scared that if I lose control, I could ruin everything. Silence hung in the room as Ciel considered. Then she replied, power doesn't corrupt on its own. You have a strong spirit and a good heart. Believe in that, and in those around you. He let out a weary laugh. Right, teamwork, bonds, that's what I've always believed in. His eyelids felt heavy again. As he drifted to sleep, he whispered, thanks, Ciel. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm really glad you're here. Her voice caressed his mind. Likewise, Naruto Uzumaki. Rest now. The following morning, Tsunade's summons. The next day dawned bright, and Naruto woke with a sense of anticipation. Sure enough, a summons arrived from Tsunade, instructing him to come to a private council meeting. He quickly got ready, snagging a couple of rice balls for breakfast on the way. Villagers continued to stop and stare, whispering behind him. But Naruto ignored it, focusing on the tasks ahead. Inside the Hokage's office, he found Tsunade conferring with Shizune, Ino, and, to his surprise, Sai. Tsunade shot him a brief, businesslike smile. Close the door, Naruto. He complied, glancing around. Ino gave him a small nod, a faint flush crossing her cheeks when she recalled their interaction last night. Sai just stood there with his usual blank expression, though Naruto noticed the slightest hint of curiosity in his eyes. Tsunade leaned forward, folding her hands on the desk. We're going to address the village elders and key shinobi leaders. You don't have to explain everything. But we want them to see that you're not an imposter. Just answer some questions, reassure them you're still loyal. Understood. Naruto nodded. Sure, let's get it over with. Council Hall. Official return. It was a small gathering in the council hall. Homura and Kaharu, the old war hawk elders, a few clan heads including Shikaku's seat, though he died, Shikamaru sat in as a silent representative. Also present were a couple of Anbu captains. Tsunade stood at the front, Naruto by her side. The elders' reactions ranged from shock to skepticism. Homura's voice trembled as he spoke. Naruto Uzumaki, you were declared deceased. This is highly unusual. Kaharu frowned deeply, tapping her cane on the floor. Such a resurrection, it has never been documented. Are you sure you are not under some external influence? Naruto maintained a steady composure. I'm pretty sure I'm me. I died during the war, but I was brought back. I don't know how to fully explain it, except that it's not Edo Tensei or any forbidden jutsu that I know of. One of the clan heads chimed in. Your chakra is unnatural. Are you a threat to Konaha? Naruto fixed him with a firm stare. No, I've spent my whole life wanting to protect this village. Another pause. Then Shikamaru, standing to the side with arms crossed, spoke in a measured tone. We can confirm that this is Naruto, down to his memories and chakra signature. I participated in verifying him this morning. Tsunade nodded. Yes, I've personally confirmed it with various tests. I stand by Naruto's loyalty. Homura and Kaharu exchanged glances. Finally, Homura sighed. Hokage-sama, it is not that we doubt you. But the magnitude of this event, the other villages will demand an explanation. The entire shinobi alliance, we must handle this carefully. Tsunade set her jaw. I've already arranged for discreet contact with the allied cage. We will address them soon. For now, the official stance is that Naruto Uzumaki has returned by a divine or unknown means, and remains loyal to Konaha. Slowly, the tension in the room began to ebb. Though a few still seemed uneasy, the majority accepted Tsunade's statement. Kaharu cleared her throat. Very well, let this be known. Naruto Uzumaki is recognized as a leaf shinobi once more. There was a murmured agreement. Naruto bowed politely, though he wasn't much for formalities. Just like that, the council meeting ended. Tsunade caught Naruto's gaze and gave him a small nod, as if to say, good job. Outside the hall, a glimpse of Akatsuki remnants. As Naruto stepped into the corridor, he felt a sudden prickle of unease. Someone was watching him. He turned sharply, scanning the hallway. He caught a flicker of movement, a swish of black fabric disappearing around a corner. His heart leapt. No way. Without hesitating, he darted after the figure. The corridor was deserted except for a few stationed guards who looked baffled by Naruto's sudden sprint. Naruto skidded around the corner empty. The figure was gone. Ciel, he called internally, did you sense that? Yes, she replied. Faint negative chakra signature, possibly an Akatsuki cloak, or something similar. I cannot confirm. Naruto's mind raced, but the Akatsuki were dismantled. Obito, Madara, all gone, could it be some remnant? His eyes narrowed. One thing was certain. Trouble was brewing. He'd only been back a couple of days, and already a sinister presence lurked in the shadows. They must be after me, or they're just spying. With renewed determination, Naruto clenched his fists. Let them come, he muttered under his breath. Late afternoon, private training with Yamato. Word spread quickly that Naruto was back, which meant old comrades came by to test his skill or at least gauge his condition. Yamato was the first to step up, inviting Naruto to a secluded training area to run a few drills. Naruto knew it was more like an evaluation, but he was curious to see how his powers measured against someone who knew him well. They faced each other in a clearing. Yamato's stoic expression betrayed a hint of anticipation. Ready, Naruto. Naruto rolled his shoulders, a smirk tugging at his lips. Sure. Don't hold back. Yamato wasted no time. He formed the tiger seal, exhaling sharply. Wood release. Wood locking wall. Massive wooden pillars sprang from the ground, surrounding Naruto in a tight arc. In the past, this jutsu Riley trap or at least slow him. But now, Naruto shrugged. A swirl of azure aura coalesced around his right arm, and with a single swing, he shattered the wooden pillars to splinters. Yamato's eyes widened, but he immediately followed with another technique. Wood release, silent strangle. Tendrils of wood shot forward, twisting around Naruto's limbs. Naruto didn't even need a jutsu to counter. He simply concentrated on his shapeshifting. His body flickered with a slime-like fluidity, allowing the wooden tendrils to pass through him harmlessly. What? Yamato gasped. Reforming in an instant, Naruto slipped out of the wooden bind as if it were an illusion. He then dashed forward, moving so fast Yamato barely had time to react. Naruto halted an inch from Yamato's face, raising a finger. Tag, he said with a playful wink. Yamato let out a shaky breath, stepping back. That's incredible. He glanced around at the destroyed training field. Your strength and speed have skyrocketed. The way your body changed. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, sorry about the property damage. Yamato smiled wryly. I'll file a repair request. Then he grew serious again. Naruto, I know you. You're not the type to misuse this power. But please, be careful. People are going to fear what they don't understand. Naruto nodded, a sober look in his eyes. I get that, I'll keep it in check. Yamato nodded in return, then offered a warm grin. It's good to have you back, Naruto. Even if you're now borderline unstoppable. A small laugh escaped Naruto. Thanks, Captain Yamato. Evening. Atop the Hokage monument. Later that evening, Naruto found himself standing atop the Hokage monument, gazing out at the village lights. This was one of his favorite spots, quiet, with a panoramic view of Konaha. He sensed a presence behind him and turned, half expecting Ino or Temari again. Instead, it was Shikamaru, hands stuffed in his pockets. Yo, Shikamaru greeted in his lazy drawl. Naruto nodded. Hey, surprised you're not at home napping. A faint smirk. I was, until I heard rumors that the unstoppable Naruto is prowling around the village. Figured I'd come see if you needed a brain to talk to. Quote, Naruto shrugged, turning back to the view. Guess I could use some advice. I feel like everything's changed, even though it looks the same. Shikamaru sighed, stepping beside him. War changes people. Losing you changed a lot of us. Now that you're back, it's like someone rewound time, but we can't erase what we felt. Does that make sense? Naruto's gaze dropped. Yeah, it does. He bit his lip. I want to move forward, but I'm not sure how. I've got all this power, but I also feel disconnected, like I'm looking at everything from the outside. Shikamaru was silent for a long moment. Finally, he said, remember how you used to push yourself to protect your friends? That hasn't changed, has it? No. Then use what you've got to do that. People will adjust, eventually. You're still Naruto. Naruto considered the words, a small smile forming. It was simple, but it rang true. Thanks, Shikamaru. Guess you're still the smartest guy the first no. Shikamaru snorted, turning to leave. Yeah, well, just don't blow up the village with your new mojo. This place is a drag to rebuild. Naruto laughed, the sound echoing across the monument. I'll try not to. Final night. An ominous dream. That night, back in his apartment, Naruto drifted into an uneasy sleep. His dreams twisted with images of swirling shadows, monstrous silhouettes rising from the darkness. He saw the stone with his name. Saw a figure in an Akatsuki robe. Saw Sasuke's eyes, cold and distant. Then the dream changed. He was in a vast empty space, swirling with golden light. In front of him stood Ciel, appearing as a tall, graceful woman with long silvery hair and calm blue eyes. She wore a gentle smile. I'm proud of you, Ciel said, her voice echoing. You are strong, Naruto, in more ways than one. Naruto tried to respond, but words wouldn't form. The dream threatened to dissolve around them. Ciel lifted a hand, brushing his cheek in a tender gesture. Her gaze was warm. We are partners, always. A strange ache of affection pulsed in Naruto's chest. He reached out, and their fingers nearly touched. Abruptly, a shrieking darkness sliced through the dream, severing the scene. Naruto shot upright in bed, heart hammering. Sweat dripped down his brow. He pressed a trembling hand to his chest. Ciel, I am here, her voice answered immediately in his mind. You dreamt of me. He exhaled shakily, leaning his head back against the pillow. The memory of that dream clung to him, stirring something deep inside. He closed his eyes, letting his racing heart calm. Far away in the night, thunder rumbled faintly. The world was not done testing him, not by a long shot. Yet Naruto Uzumaki, reborn with the godlike power of Rimuru Tempest and guided by a voice he was growing to cherish, felt no fear. Only a fierce resolve burned in his veins. He would protect his loved ones, handle any threat, and maybe just maybe he'd find the peace he yearned for. As he drifted back to sleep, the storm clouds rolling in over Konaha seemed to whisper promises of new challenges. And Naruto, unafraid, would face them head-on. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Late morning, Konaha Hospital. Naruto woke early and decided to check in on Kakashi, who was reportedly recovering in a private wing of the hospital. The corridors were quiet. A few med-nin drifted by, greeting Naruto with uncertain, odd smiles. Word of his return had traveled fast. He arrived at Kakashi's room and knocked softly. Come in, a weary voice called. Inside, Kakashi sat propped on pillows, his left arm bandaged. The copy ninja's one visible eye went wide when Naruto stepped in. For a moment, Kakashi just stared, as though trying to confirm it wasn't some elaborate genjutsu. Yo, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, lifting a hand. Long time no see. Kakashi's breath caught. Naruto, everyone told me you were back, but seeing you here, he shut his eye for a second. I'm glad. His usually casual demeanor cracked, revealing a raw undercurrent of relief. Naruto tried a smile. It's really me, I promise. No Edo Tensei, no illusions. Kakashi took in the sight of him. How? Naruto shrugged. I'm still sorting it out. But I'm alive. That's enough for now, right? A small laugh escaped Kakashi's lips. He gingerly swung his legs over the side of the bed. I don't know if I should scold you for scaring us or hug you for coming back. Naruto's grin turned sheepish. I can handle a hug. Kakashi let out a breath, stood, and to Naruto's surprise stepped forward to briefly wrap him in a one-armed embrace. It was awkward, but genuine. Naruto felt a flash of warmth bloom in his chest. Thanks, sensei. Kakashi pulled back, shaking his head. I saw you die, Naruto. There was no question about it. Your heart stopped, yet here you stand. I guess you've always been surprising. Naruto's expression sobered. Yeah, well, I'm realizing how many people I left behind when I died. Kakashi's eye crinkled with sorrow. We all mourned, even Sasuke, in his own way. But you're back now. That's the important thing. Naruto nodded, letting a comfortable silence settle. Then he cleared his throat, glancing at Kakashi's bandages. So, you okay? How'd you get hurt? Kakashi gestured at his arm with a tired shrug. Leftover injuries from the war. Some nerve damage the medics are still working on. I'll be fine eventually. He gave Naruto a measured look. And you still planning on staying in Konaha? Naruto blinked. Yeah, where else would I go? Kakashi hesitated. I just wondered if you'd feel out of place. You haven't exactly had a normal return. Naruto gazed out the village bustle beyond. It's my home. Might be weird for a bit, but I'm not leaving. A ghost of a smile curved Kakashi's lips. You're still the same knucklehead, at heart. He gestured for Naruto to come closer, dropping his voice. Listen, watch your back. There've been sightings of suspicious figures around the village. Anbu is on alert, but you being here might attract unwanted attention. Naruto recalled the fleeting glimpse of an Akatsuki-like cloak in the corridor the previous day. A chill prickled at the back of his neck. Yeah, he said quietly. I have a bad feeling about that, too. Kakashi gave a curt nod. Good, stay sharp. If something happens, the village will need you. Naruto squeezed his teacher's shoulder. Got it. Get better soon, 'cause I still owe you a proper spar. Kakashi chuckled, looking forward to it. Noon, Hokage Tower Conference Room. By midday, Naruto found himself seated at a long table, facing Tsunade, Shikamaru, and a communications officer who specialized in inter-village correspondence. They were drafting a message to the other Kage Gaara, Mei, and the new Mizukage replacement about Naruto's return. Tsunade eyed Naruto with a mix of exasperation and fondness. We're sending these letters in code, verifying your presence. The other Kage want to meet with you in person. But that'll have to wait. Naruto fiddled with a loose thread on his jacket. I'd love to see Gaara. I know he's probably freaking out. Gaara's the calm one, Shikamaru drawled. Temari is the one freaking out. Naruto suppressed a grin at the mention of Temari. She told me she was leaving for Suna this morning. She'll probably reach Gaara by tomorrow. Tsunade nodded. Yes, we'll have more official talks after that. Until then, keep a low profile though that seems impossible, given you're Naruto. He rolled his eyes. I can try. The communication officer wrapped the sealed scrolls with practiced efficiency. I'll dispatch these to the Hawk Masters immediately, Hokage-sama. When the officer left, Tsunade focused on Naruto again. We also have intel from the land of lightning. Pockets of rogue ninja might be reorganizing under some mysterious benefactor. Nothing confirmed, but your unexpected return could put a target on you. Naruto leaned forward, a spark in his eye. Let him come. I'm tired of creeping around. Tsunade sighed. Just be careful. Shikamaru crossed his arms. Naruto, if something big happens, we'll need your powers. But we also don't want the entire alliance to think Konaha is using you as a weapon. Naruto nodded slowly. He understood the delicate balance. I get it. I'll keep my ears open. If anything suspicious shows up, I'll handle it quietly. Late afternoon. Yamanaka Flower Shop, Ino's POV. Ino fussed with a new bouquet arrangement, trying and failing to concentrate on the delicate petals in front of her. Her mind kept drifting to Naruto, how he'd casually leaned in last night, pressed a feather-light kiss to her cheek, and flashed that roguish grin. It left her heart pounding. She scolded herself. Get a grip, Ino. You're not some starstruck schoolgirl. But the more she tried to suppress the memory, the more her cheeks warmed. Customers came and went, but she went through the motions, her body on autopilot. That new tension in her chest refused to fade. Naruto was back, different, powerful, more confident. And she found that dangerously compelling. A jingle at the entrance pulled her from her thoughts. Two middle-aged women walked in. Browsing the hydrangeas, Ino quickly mustered a polite smile and assisted them. As she rang up their purchase, she glimpsed a familiar shape through the window, Naruto's bright hair passing by. Impulsively, she excused herself from the register, rushing outside. Naruto, she called down the street. He paused and turned, a grin lighting up his face when he spotted her. Hey, Ino, she trotted over, noticing that her breath quickened just from looking at him. Calm down. Where are you headed? He shrugged. Just wandering. Tsunade told me to keep a low profile, but it's boring waiting around. Then he flashed a cheeky smile. Wanted to say hi. She folded her arms to hide her nervous fidgeting. Maybe I did. You busy? He shook his head. Not really. Wanna grab a bite? Ino glanced at the shop. The other clerks could handle things. She nodded, suddenly eager. Sure. There's a new dumpling place near the East Market. Together, they set off, Ino leading the way. As they walked, she felt her heart flutter at how casually he walked beside her, exuding an effortless confidence. Maybe it was the memory of that gentle kiss, or the knowledge that he now possessed enough power to flatten mountains. The contradiction fascinated her. They reached the dumpling stall and found a small table off to the side. Ino ordered sweet bean dumplings while Naruto eyed the menu curiously. A passing hush fell over the other patrons when they recognized Naruto, but he offered them a friendly wave, easing the tension. Settling down with their food, Ino tried to be casual. "You settling back into the village okay?" He chewed thoughtfully on a dumpling. "Kind of. Feels weird. Half the people act like they're seeing a ghost, the other half want to worship me like some war hero brought back from the dead." Ino's gaze flicked away. "You sort of are, you know. People loved you, Naruto. Losing you was devastating. Now that you're back, it's like a miracle." He shrugged, clearly uncomfortable. "I'm just me." Her lips curved into a gentle smile. "We know, but let us be happy you're here." Naruto returned the smile, but it flickered with a hint of sadness. "Yeah, anyway, how are you holding up? You told me it's been lonely." She felt a pang at his earnest concern. "I'm fine," she said, a bit too quickly. Realizing she sounded defensive, she softened. "Well, it was rough for a while. I was trying to stay strong like you taught me to be, in a way. But it hasn't been easy." He reached across the table, resting a hand over hers. "I'm sorry," he said simply. Heat rushed to her face. She was painfully aware of other customers possibly watching, but she found herself not caring. "It's okay. You're here now, right?" She tried to mask the tremor in her voice, withdrawing her hand to sip her drink. "Anyway, how about you? Are you still, single?" She hadn't meant to blurt that out, but curiosity gnawed at her. After all, Naruto used to be so fixated on Sakura, or chasing after Sasuke. In a roundabout sense, Naruto blinked, then let out a short laugh. "Yeah, I guess I am. I'm not exactly tied down right now." His grin widened mischievously. "I'm open to possibilities." Ino felt her chest flutter. "I see." She took another dumpling to hide her smirk. "Well, if you ever need a date or something, I might be free." He cocked an eyebrow in an exaggerated show of surprise. "Ino Yamanaka, are you asking me out?" She rolled her eyes, but a playful grin tugged at her lips. "Shut up. Eat your dumplings." Naruto laughed, and she joined him, feeling a moment of lighthearted normalcy she hadn't felt in ages. In that instant, the weight of the war and his death lifted, replaced by a sense of possibility. Early evening, training field. After parting ways with Ino, Naruto decided to blow off some steam at a training field on the village outskirts. He needed space away from prying eyes to experiment with the terrifyingly potent powers swirling in his core. As the sun sank, painting the sky in deep orange hues, he walked into the open clearing. Memories of old sparring sessions with Team 7 flickered through his mind. Sasuke's competitive sneer, Sakura's exasperated scolding, Kakashi's lazy encouragement. He missed them, even after all that had happened. He closed his eyes, summoning the energy within. HGE with something deeper, reminiscent of that slime-like essence. The air around him crackled. "Naruto," Ciel's voice resonated inside. "Your emotions are spiking. Are you certain you wish to push your limits here?" He inhaled slowly. "Yes, I have to figure out how far I can go without losing control." His eyes snapped open. He channeled a fraction of his new power, letting the energy surge into his palms. With a deliberate motion, he thrust both arms forward toward a row of practice dummies. A swirling mass of prismatic chakra spiraled out like a compressed storm, shredding everything in its path. The dummies disintegrated in an instant. The shockwave continued, carving a deep trench in the ground before dissipating in the distance. Naruto's eyes widened. He'd barely used any jutsu, just raw output. The devastation left him speechless. "Your output is well beyond standard shinobi techniques," Ciel observed. "We must refine your control to avoid unnecessary destruction." "No kidding," Naruto murmured, gazing at the ruined field. He felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. That was just a little bit of power. He hovered there, letting the tension bleed away. Then, deciding to try another approach, he closed his eyes again and reached inward for Predator. The skill stirred, an innate sense that he could devour, physical or even metaphysical substances to analyze and replicate them. It was the same ability that allowed Rimuru to absorb and learn from foes. Ciel, is it safe to practice Predator on inanimate stuff right now? Yes. Objects would pose no risk. However, living targets would be more complex. Naruto eyed the rubble, focusing on one large chunk of wood from the shattered dummy. He imagined that piece inside him, letting a subtle wave of slime-like energy envelop it. Instantly, the wood vanished, leaving only the bare ground. He felt a flood of data in his mind. The composition, the structure, everything. It was bizarre, but it also made him grin. So I can basically store anything. That's a little scary. We can refine it further, Ciel said. In time, you will easily replicate what you devour. He exhaled. Let's not get carried away. One step at a time. Yet as he turned to leave, a flicker of movement in the shadows caught his eye. He spun, chakra flaring. Who's there? Silence stretched. He scanned the tree line, senses on high alert. Nothing. But that faint prickle along his spine told him someone had been watching. He clenched his fists. Fine, he muttered. Run all you want. I'll be ready. Nightfall. Naruto's apartment. Back in his tiny apartment, Naruto sat cross-legged on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Today had been a whirlwind of half-explained politics, covert glances from villagers, and an unexpected but pleasant time with Ino. But the nagging feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. Something's coming. Ciel intoned softly. The negative energy presence is intermittent but persistent. Naruto nodded. Probably those remnants Tsunade talked about. Or some new threat. Doesn't matter who they are. If they threaten my home. His eyes narrowed, filled with a quiet resolve. I'll deal with them. I won't lose anyone else. He let himself fall back onto the mattress, exhaustion creeping in. As he closed his eyes, images of the war melded with recent memories of Ino's smile, Temari's intense gaze, Kakashi's relief. The swirl of conflicting emotions lulled him into restless sleep. Early morning, aboard Temari's caravan, Temari's POV. Temari leaned against the rattling wall of the small carriage, her fan propped beside her. She glanced at the rolling desert landscape outside. They were nearing the border of the Land of Wind. Soon, she'd be back in Sunagaku and she'd have to deliver the news to Gaara in person. Naruto was alive. She exhaled, recalling that brazen grin on Naruto's face. The raw power she'd sensed in him like a coiled storm. So that idiot just waltzes back from the afterlife, huh? A strange cocktail of relief, confusion, and something else brewed inside her. Naruto's near death had affected her more than she'd cared to admit. Sure, they'd fought together in the war, become allies and friends. But the pang she felt when she heard he was gone, it had cut deeper than she expected. Now he was back, with more swagger than ever. The memory of his teasing smirk made her scowl. She was no naive girl. Men had flirted with her before, but Naruto's direct confidence was oddly disarming. Don't get soft, Temari. Focus on the mission. She closed her eyes, trying to compose herself. She had to deliver a top-level report to Gaara. With Naruto's resurrection, the shinobi world might shift again. The thought of seeing Naruto in Tsunade bridging the gap between villages slid into her mind uninvited. She pushed it away, ignoring the flutter of anticipation it stirred. The caravan pressed on, the desert sands blazing under the rising sun. Midday, Hokage's office. Tsunade paced behind her desk, scanning a newly arrived report. Shizune hovered anxiously at her side. While Naruto waited, arms folded, a frown etched into his features. There's been a sighting in the Land of Lightning, Tsunade said, voice tense. A group wearing black cloaks with red markings similar to the old Akatsuki pattern. They were spotted near the border. Naruto tensed. Red clouds. Tsunade nodded grimly. Or something close to it. We're not sure if they're copycats or remnants. Intelligence is sketchy. But they apparently inquired about you. Naruto's eyes flashed. So that's it. Shizune piped up, worry lining her face. Hokage-sama, do you think they'll come for Naruto here in the village? Hard to say, Tsunade replied. But if they're in lightning territory, they might also be heading for Kumo. The Raikage needs to be warned. She shot Naruto a pointed look. I need you to remain on standby. If they turn up, we'll handle it carefully under Alliance protocols. Naruto's jaw tightened. You want me to just sit and wait while some creeps in Akatsuki cloaks roam around? Tsunade slammed a palm on her desk. Yes, Naruto. The war taught us we can't afford to act recklessly. We don't even know how big this group is. He opened his mouth to argue, but closed it at the steely look in her eyes. Memories of the war's toll flickered in his mind. He let out a begrudging sigh. Fine, but if they come knocking, don't expect me to hold back. Tsunade managed a half smile. That's the plan. Early evening, near the village walls. Frustration gnawed at Naruto as he prowled the perimeter, bored and restless. Anbu patrolled the walls, scanning for any sign of infiltration. So far, nothing. He glanced up at the dusky sky. I hate waiting around like this. The old Naruto would have charged off to track down the threat himself, but he was trying to respect Tsunade's leadership. He had to acknowledge the bigger picture. Yet it chafed at him. A flash of blonde caught his eye. In the gloom, he recognized Tenten stepping out from behind a storage shed. Her hair was done up in twin buns as usual, but she wore a simple mission vest. When she noticed him, she waved hesitantly. Hey, Naruto, Tenten said, her expression a bit uncertain. I heard you were doing rounds. He nodded, forcing a small smile. Just checking the perimeter. Kinda bored. You, she shrugged. I've been helping with supply inventory for the guards. It's good to see you up and about. He took a step closer, noting the flicker of concern in her eyes. Yeah, thanks. Feels like forever since I saw you. How've you been? Tenten hesitated, then mustered a lopsided grin. Better now that the war's over. But, your death hit everyone hard. Especially Lee. He tried to use training to cope, but it was rough. Naruto felt a pang. I'm sorry. I didn't want to. She cut him off gently. No one blames you. We're just glad you're alive. They fell silent, the cool breeze ruse. Naruto noticed Tenten fiddling nervously with a kunai pouch. She seemed to want to say something else. Finally, she gathered her courage. Naruto, I know you have a lot going on, but if you ever need an extra hand, or if you want to spar, I'm here. I've been working on new weapon seals, so I can handle myself. Her earnestness made him grin. I'd like that. Actually, I need all the help I can get to keep me grounded. Tenten blinked. Grounded. He chuckled, a touch wry. Let's just say my new powers are a handful. I'm trying not to lose myself in them. Tenten studied him, her eyes keen. If there's one thing I know about you, Naruto, it's that you won't lose yourself. You've always been stubborn about who you are. His heart lightened. Thanks, Tenten. That means a lot. She nodded, giving him a small wave. Well, I'll let you get back to your patrol. See you around. As she walked away, Naruto found himself oddly touched by her encouragement. He realized how many connections he'd formed over the years, people he once took for granted. Now, more than ever, he appreciated them. Nightfall. Naruto's apartment. Naruto's POV. Staring out the window into the dark, Naruto mulled over the day's developments. Akatsuki-like cloaks, suspicious sightings, quiet tension in the village, the calm before a storm. He sank onto his bed. Hey, Ciel. Yes, Naruto. Her voice was gentle in his mind. What do you think about me leaving for a bit? Checking out that lead in the land of lightning. I hate sitting here. Ciel's reply was measured. Your Hokage requested you remain. Still, I sense your restlessness. He rubbed a hand across his jaw. I know, but I can't shake the feeling we should do something. Ciel was silent a moment, then offered, perhaps a compromise. You could request a small reconnaissance mission from Tsunade, if you present it diplomatically. Naruto closed his eyes, recalling how Tsunade had commanded him to stay put. Maybe, I'll talk to her tomorrow. Worst she can do is say no. She may also suggest a team, Ciel added pointedly. He grimaced. Right, I'm used to doing everything on my own. But maybe that's not a bad thing. Before he could dwell further, a quick, almost timid knock on his window jolted him to attention. Naruto sprang up, hand already gathering chakra. Who's there? He opened the window to reveal Ino, perched on the narrow ledge with surprising balance. She peered in with wide eyes. Easy, Naruto. Don't blast me. He relaxed, pulling the window open wider. Ino, it's late. Everything okay? She gave a sheepish laugh. I was heading home from a mission debrief, saw your light. Thought I'd swing by, mind if I come in? He stepped aside, helping her navigate the ledge into his small living space. Once inside, she stood awkwardly, glancing around. Still dusty, huh? Naruto shrugged. Haven't had time to clean. He flicked on a lamp, illuminating the cluttered room. He was acutely aware of how close they stood. So, what's up? Ino's cheeks colored slightly, but she kept her chin up. I was thinking about earlier, at the dumpling shop. We never got to finish talking. And, well, I wanted to see you. A rush of warmth flooded Naruto's chest. He wasn't used to Ino being so direct about personal feelings. His pulse kicked up. Yeah, about what? She exhaled, steadying herself. Listen, I'm not the type to beat around the bush. You and we've known each other a long time, but we were never super close. After you died, I realized how short life can be. Her voice trembled at the last word. And now you're back. It's like we have a second chance to, I don't know, be more than acquaintances. Naruto's eyes locked on hers, heart thumping. I get it. Truth be told, I never really considered, well, you and me, in the past. She nodded, swallowing hard. Me neither. I was too busy chasing Sasuke like a fool, or focusing on my own stuff. But people grow up. She took a small step closer. And you're different now. Still yourself, but with this new confidence. It's annoying and attractive at the same time. He let out a soft chuckle. Annoying, huh? Then, serious again, he gently brushed a hand against her cheek, surprised at how natural it felt. Ino, I'm not sure what the future holds. But if you want to see where this goes, I'm open to it. Quote. Her breath caught. She leaned in, closer. Naruto. He closed the gap, pressing his lips to hers. It was a tentative kiss at first, both of them testing uncertain waters. Then it deepened, a shared warmth driving away the chill of night. It was sweet and a bit dizzying, the culmination of tension neither had fully acknowledged until now. When they finally broke apart, Ino's face was flushed. She looked at him with a mixture of triumph and vulnerability. Wow, Naruto gave a playful grin. We never do things halfway, huh? She laughed quietly, relaxing into his arms. Nope. They stood like that for a while, just breathing each other in, letting the lingering electric buzz settle. Eventually, she stepped back, biting her lip. I should probably go. It's late. And, you know, the village rumors would explode if anyone saw me leaving your place at this hour. Naruto smirked. Would that be so bad? She gave him a light punch on the shoulder. Behave, hero. But her smile softened. Let's do this again, soon. He nodded, seeing her to the window. Before she slipped out, she stole one last quick kiss, then leapt gracefully into the darkness. He stood there, heart pounding, as the night breeze cooled his heated face. A little harem, indeed. Ciel's mental voice teased, amusement coloring her tone. Naruto groaned inwardly. Cut me a break. Still, he couldn't deny the bubbling excitement. Life was more complicated than ever, but for the first time since he'd returned, he felt genuinely alive. Dawn, Hokage Tower Strategy Room. Naruto arrived at Tsunade's summons bright and early. Shikamaru was already there, arms crossed, brow furrowed. A large map of the land of lightning stretched across a table, dotted with markers. Tsunade pointed to a region near the coastline. We received a report from Kumo's messenger Hawk late last night. Unidentified shinobi activity here. We suspect they're the same group wearing black and red cloaks. Shikamaru prodded a marker with a lazy finger. They've already had one skirmish with Kumo border guards. Casualties were minimal, but the group retreated, confirming they're not a large army. Possibly just a handful of elites. Naruto's blood boiled. Let me go check it out. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. You're volunteering for a recon mission. He set his jaw. Yes. Let me confirm if they're actually Akatsuki remnants or copycats. Then I'll deal with them. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed. It's risky. What if they want to draw you out? Naruto shrugged. All the better. I can handle myself. Besides, if I show up in Kumo openly, I can coordinate with the Raikage's forces. Let's do this the right way. Tsunade drummed her fingers on the table. We've never known you to be so diplomatic. Are you sure about this? Naruto exhaled. I'm trying something new. A flicker of pride crossed Tsunade's face. She nodded. All right, I'll arrange official clearance with Kumo. You can go, but you're taking a team. Naruto started to protest, but she silenced him with a glare. No arguments. We do this by the book. I'm assigning Yamato as leader, along with Sai and... She paused, scanning the list of available shinobi. Naruto cocked his head. What about Ino? She's got sensing abilities and great intel skills. And Tenten can handle support from mid-range if we need it. Or, I don't know, Shikamaru. Shikamaru snorted. Trust me, you don't want me on a mission that requires traveling through Kumarabalsam. Tsunade's eyes sharpened. Ino is an option. Tenten is currently on standby as well. Fine, form your squad. But remember, Yamato's in command. You follow the chain of command if something goes sideways. Naruto forced himself to nod. Understood. Tsunade scribbled a note on a scroll. You leave in 3 days. Giving us time to confirm official approval from the Raikage. Dismissed. Naruto left the tower with a swirl of excitement and apprehension. A real mission, his first since returning. He felt something old and familiar stir within him, the thrill of a challenge. Midday, village streets. Naruto located Ino near the mission desk, finishing some paperwork. She looked surprised when H.E. asked her to step aside for a private talk. You want me on your recon team to Kumo? She repeated, eyebrows lifting. That's not a standard squad composition. He shrugged. Tsunade's letting me choose, as long as Yamato's in charge. I trust you, and your mind jutsu could be a huge asset. Besides, you're good at infiltration. A spark of pride lit Ino's eyes, followed by a playful glimmer. So, I guess that means we'll be traveling together, for days, alone. Naruto coughed. With Yamato and Sai around, I doubt we'll be that alone. She giggled. Still, it'll be interesting. Then her tone turned professional. Okay, count me in. I'll prepare. Just no flirting in front of the captain, got it? His face flushed slightly. Fine, fine. They parted ways, each stepping into the swirl of mission preparations. Naruto felt a twinge of guilt. He'd been growing close to Ino, but what about Temari? Would she feel slighted, or did she even care? He shook the thought off. He had a mission to focus on, and personal entanglements could wait. Sunset, a lonely path beyond Konaha. That evening, Naruto decided to go for a brisk run outside the village walls, hoping to clear his head. After an hour, he skidded to a stop along a narrow forest path, panting lightly. Leaves rustled in the gentle breeze. The sense of being watched prickled again. He whirled, scanning the treetops. Show yourself. A figure materialized on a branch, a man with pale skin, half his face hidden by a high collar. He wore no visible headband, but his dark cloak had a faint red design. Naruto's eyes narrowed, heart pounding. Who are you? The stranger's lips curved into a sneer. We've been looking for you, Naruto Uzumaki. His voice was low, almost monotone. Naruto's chakra flared. You found me. Now talk. The man cocked his head. Our organization has taken an interest in your rebirth and your new powers. Akatsuki might be gone, but our ambitions remain. He slowly lifted a hand, revealing black nails. You, Naruto, are an anomaly we can't ignore. Naruto's fists clenched. A swirl of swirling energy gathered around him, rustling the leaves violently. Think I'll just go quietly? You guys must be new at this. In the blink of an eye, he shot forward, aiming a punch at the man's chest. The intruder dodged with impressive speed, flipping back onto another branch. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed his face. So it's true, you're far stronger than before. Naruto ground his teeth. You better believe it. He formed a quick seal, summoning a shadow clone that lunged from the side. The cloaked man produced a short blade, clashing with the clone in a flurry of sparks. Naruto appeared behind him, knee lashing out. But the man anticipated the move, dissolving into a swirling mass of shadow. Naruto's strike passed through empty air. The man reappeared several feet away, chuckling softly. I see. We'll need more than one operative for you. This was merely reconnaissance. Naruto snarled, out to unleash a more devastating attack, but the man's form rippled, sinking into the ground as if melting into darkness. In seconds, he was gone. The forest fell silent, leaves drifting lazily. Seething, Naruto scanned the area. But no trace remained. He clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. They're definitely after me, and that felt like only a fraction of what they can do. At least we have a target. Ciel commented. You can inform the Hokage of this direct encounter. Naruto exhaled, forcing his fury down. Right. Yet inside, a surge of adrenaline battled with uncertainty. If one scout could slip away that easily, what else lay in store? Late night, Hokage's office. Naruto reported the incident immediately to Tsunade, who summoned an emergency meeting with Shikamaru and a few Anbu captains. They pored over every detail of the short skirmish. The new group seemed organized, cunning enough to dispatch scouts to test Naruto's capabilities. Tsunade frowned deeply, her hand curling into a fist on the desk. This changes things. If they can infiltrate our territory so easily, the threat is worse than we thought. One of the Anbu captains nodded. We'll double patrols and intensify our barrier security. Shikamaru rubbed his temples. We need a name, or any intel on their leadership. New Akatsuki is too vague. But they definitely have an interest in Naruto's revival. Naruto, leaning against the wall, spoke up. I still think going to Kumo is the right move. We can figure out their trail from there, especially if that's where they've been sighted. Tsunade sighed. Agreed. But be cautious. If they're bold enough to approach you here, they might be planning something bigger. He nodded firmly. Right. When the meeting ended, Tsunade placed a hand on his shoulder. I hate sending you out again, Naruto, but this might be our best shot at preventing another war. He gave her a small, reassuring grin. I won't die on you again, Granny. She scoffed, though there was a mist in her eyes. You better not, brat. Dawn, Konaha Gate's departure. 2 days later, the day of departure arrived. Naruto stood at the gates alongside Yamato, Sai, and Ino, all geared up for the journey to Kumo. Townspeople milled around, eyeing them curiously but respectfully. Ino double-checked her pouch of kunai, mind jutsu tags, and medical supplies. Sai adjusted his scrolls, expression unreadable as always. Yamato surveyed them with a measured nod. We move fast, only stopping when necessary. Kumo's border is at least 3 days away by foot. Everyone clear. They all nodded, determined. Naruto bounced on the balls of his feet, eager to be on the road. The looming threat of these mysterious rogues spurred him on. Time to take control. Before they stepped out, Tenten appeared, trotting up with a small pack. Hey, wait, Yamato blinked. Tenten, something wrong. She caught her breath, glancing at Naruto. I heard about the infiltration. I volunteered to join, but Tsunade said the team was decided. Just be careful, okay? Her eyes flicked to Naruto, genuine concern shining there. Naruto smiled, warmed by her worry. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Thanks, Tenten. She handed him a small scroll. Sealing scroll for emergency weapons. Might come in handy. He nodded gratefully, tucking it away. Thanks. With that, the team set out. As they passed through the massive village gates, Naruto felt a familiar thrill like the start of an adventure from the old days. But this time, everything felt heavier, the shadows of a new menace lurking just beyond sight. On the road to Kumo, they traveled swiftly, the land of fire's lush forests gradually giving way to rockier terrain. Conversation was sparse, each member alert for potential ambush. Occasionally, they exchanged small talk-sized deadpan observations made Ino roll her eyes, while Yamato tried to keep everyone focused. Naruto found himself lost in thought. Memories of the war mingled with the new weight of unstoppable power inside him. He replayed the brief fight with the cloaked scout, wondering what the man's abilities truly entailed. Shadow or intangible jutsu, feels similar to how Obito fought, but not the so sidled up beside him. Lightly bumping his shoulder. You okay? You look tense. He forced a tight smile. Just thinking about that guy the first fought. He vanished like a ghost. Ino's brows furrowed. Could be a specialized body flicker, or some advanced genjutsu. Maybe once we reach Kumo, we'll learn more. He nodded, swallowing the urge to vow he'd tear them apart if they hurt anyone else. Instead, he mustered a smirk. Hey, no matter what happens, I've got you guys. Ino's face softened. Right. She lingered a moment, then trotted ahead to confer with Sai about potential infiltration tactics. Naruto watched her go, a faint warmth blooming at the memory of their shared kiss. He tamped it down duty first. Camp at nightfall. They made camp by a rushing stream, setting up minimal shelter. Yamato erected a small wooden structure to keep the night wind off. Sai took first watch, perched on a high branch with a keen eye on the surroundings. Naruto rummaged through his pack and found the sealing scroll Tenten had given him. Curiosity piqued, he unrolled it. Inside were neat lines of formula, plus a brief note in Tenten's handwriting, in case you need a little variety. Stay safe, he smiled to himself. The scroll contained several compartments with specialized weapons. While he rarely needed them, it was thoughtful. Thanks, Tenten. Nearby, Ino spread out her sleeping bag. She caught Naruto's grin. What's that? He handed her the scroll. A gift from Tenten. She's worried about me. He chuckled softly. I guess a lot of people are. Ino studied the note, then returned the scroll. She's nice. You two seemed pretty friendly. Naruto glanced at her, catching the hint of curiosity in her tone. We are. We've known each other for years, same as you and me. Ino shrugged, trying to appear casual. But her eyes betrayed a spark of something jealousy, maybe. Sure. He started to speak, but Yamato interrupted, calling them over to plan the morning route. They let the conversation drop. But Naruto filed away the subtle tension. So she might be a little jealous. This harem thing is complicated. Midnight, perimeter of camp. Naruto couldn't sleep. He relieved Sai from watch duty, telling him to rest. The forest was quiet except for distant nocturnal calls. A breeze rustled the leaves overhead. He stared into the darkness, scanning for signs of movement. Restlessness again, Ciel asked quietly in his mind. He exhaled. Yeah, too much on my mind. New Akatsuki, or whatever they are, my new powers, Ino, Tenten, Tamari. You have the freedom to explore your feelings, Ciel said kindly. Do not burden yourself with guilt. You survived for a reason, let yourself live. Naruto snorted softly. You sound like a counselor. If you wish, I can adapt my tone. He chuckled under his breath. Nah, you're good. I appreciate you, Ciel. The mental voice softened. I am always with you, Naruto. A comforting wave washed over him. He gazed at the stars. Yeah, always. Somewhere in the darkness, a twig snapped. Naruto instantly straightened. He sent out a pulse of chakra, scanning the surroundings. Silence. Probably just an animal, but he kept his guard up. Eventually, fatigue caught up with him. He traded watch with Yamato, settling down to catch a few hours of sleep before dawn. 2 days later, Kumo's border outpost. The journey passed uneventfully, bringing them to a remote outpost at the edge of the land of lightning. Sheer cliffs loomed overhead, the wind howling through narrow passes. A squad of Kumo shinobi greeted them warily, though they'd been expecting the Leaf delegation. Yamato presented official scrolls from Tsunade, and the Kumo captain, a stern woman with bright orange hair, relaxed. Welcome. The Reikage is aware of your arrival. We'll guide you to the village. Naruto surveyed the steep, winding path ahead. He remembered the harsh terrain from past missions, but it was still impressive. Thick clouds clustered around the mountaintops, giving Kumo its characteristic weather. Their Kumo escorts led them up. Ino kept pace beside Naruto, her sharp eyes scanning every rock formation. A perfect place for an ambush, she muttered. He nodded. Stay alert. Sai brought up the rear. Silent as ever, while Yamato conversed with the captain about local sightings of the black-cloaked group. The captain confirmed multiple skirmishes. We believe they're operating in pockets, scattered. We nearly captured one, but he slipped away using some strange shadow technique. Naruto's jaw tightened. Same guy, maybe. We need to question your eyewitnesses. Anything you know about their jutsu, leader, or goals. The captain inclined her head. Of course. The Reikage is eager to discuss this with you. Kumogakure proper. They arrived at Kumo by late afternoon. Towering peaks framed the village's distinctive architecture, buildings carved into the mountainsides, bridges suspended over chasms. The air was thin, but the bustle of village life was as vibrant as Konaha's. A small crowd formed, curious about the Leaf shinobi. Naruto sensed their stares, felt the usual mixture of awe and unease. Here we go again. The Kumo guards led them to the Reikage's administrative building. A large structure perched on a high plateau. Inside, They were ushered into a spacious chamber where the Reikage, waited. He still looked as imposing as ever, massive arms crossed, a fierce glint in his eyes. Beside him stood the stoic Darui, and at his other side, the blonde Kunoichi Samui, arms folded over her chest. Naruto recalled Samui's cool demeanor from previous alliance meetings. The Reikage eyed Naruto with open curiosity. Uzumaki. So the rumors are true. You've come back from the dead. Naruto didn't flinch. That's right. Let out a low grunt. HMPH. Good. We need that power if these new punks think they can mimic Akatsuki. My men have been dealing with their hit-and-run tactics for weeks. Yamato stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Lord Reikage, we appreciate your cooperation. We hope to combine forces to stop this threat before it escalates. I nodded. I'll provide everything we know. In return, I expect Konaha's full assistance if they invade Kumo territory. Naruto exchanged a glance with Ino and Sai. We're ready. Darui approached with a stack of mission logs. We've pinned down one of their likely hideouts in a canyon beyond the eastern ridge. They vanish every time we get close, though. Maybe your skill set can help corner them. The Reikage's gaze swung back to Naruto. Is it true you have powers beyond normal shinobi now? Or is that just rumor? Naruto hesitated, feeling the weight of A's intense scrutiny. I'm stronger than before. That's no lie. Samui stepped forward, arms still crossed. Can you prove it? Show us something to justify the hype. Naruto bristled at her cool challenge. Ino shot him a sidelong glance, caution in her eyes. But Naruto felt a surge of confidence. If it builds trust. He raised a hand, focusing a small fraction of his energy. A swirling ball of condensed, shimmering chakra formed above his palm, radiating a heat that crackled through the air. It looked like a Rasengan, but it hummed with a far more potent aura. The Reikage's eyebrows rose a fraction. Darui let out a low whistle, feeling the tangible pressure wave emanating from it. Samui's stoic mask slipped for just a moment, her eyes widening. That's enough, I said, lifting a hand. We get the picture. Naruto released the jutsu, letting it dissipate harmlessly. I won't let these guys keep terrorizing your borders, he declared. We'll deal with them. The Reikage eyed him, then let out a curt nod. I'll dispatch a squad to assist you. Darui will coordinate. When do you plan to move? Yamato glanced at Naruto for confirmation, then stepped forward. Tomorrow at first light. Good, A said. Rest up. We'll be ready. Nightfall. Kumo guest quarters. The leaf tea table rooms in a guest wing. Naruto and Yamato shared one. While Ino bunked with Sai in another, though Sai would likely be patrolling half the night, uninterested in normal rest. Naruto collapsed onto the futon, weary from the mountain journey. After a brief dinner in the mess hall, he lay staring at the ceiling, mind racing. The mission was about to escalate if they found that hideout. A clash seemed inevitable. A soft knock at the door made him sit up. Come in, he called quietly. The door slid open, revealing Samui, her expression as calm as ever. She inclined her head politely. Naruto, may I speak with you? He blinked, glancing at Yamato's empty futon. The captain was likely discussing strategy with Darui. Sure. Samui stepped inside, closing the door behind her. I'm on the Reikage's personal guard detail, she began. I want to understand your perspective on this threat. And, on you. Naruto frowned. Me. She studied him, her gaze cool but inquisitive. Your resurrection is a hot topic in Kumo. Some think it's a trick. Others believe it's a sign of your rumored Nine Tails power. But we saw the war's end. We know you were a key figure in sealing away the ultimate threat. So how is it you stand before me now, stronger than ever? He considered how much to reveal. A lot of it is still a mystery to me. I have powers that came from another source. But I'm still me. Samui's eyes flickered with curiosity. You speak vaguely. He shrugged. It's not something I fully understand. Even if I did, I'm not sure you'd believe me. Let's just say I'm not the same shinobi who fought in the war. Samui nodded. I see. Well, you've convinced the Reikage enough to let you operate on our soil. She shifted slightly, crossing her arms. I also came to say, thank you. Naruto tilted his head. For what? Her expression softened a fraction. For stopping the war and saving countless lives. Even if you died in the process, your actions ensured Kumo didn't fall to the 10 tails. My squad might not be here otherwise. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. A little embarrassed. I was just doing what anyone would do. A hint of a smile ghosted across her lips. Not everyone can do what you did. That's all I wanted to say. She turned to go, but Naruto spoke up. Samui, tomorrow we might run into serious danger. If we do, stick close to me. I won't let anything happen to your team. She glanced over her shoulder. Confident. He shrugged, giving a half smile. I've got the power to back it up now. She gave him a once-over. I'll hold you to that. Then she left, sliding the door shut behind her. Alone in the dimly lit room, Naruto let out a slow breath. Another day, another potential ally, or complication. He set his resolve. Tomorrow, they'd face this new enemy head-on, and he'd learn just how dangerous they truly were. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Early morning. Kumogakure, outside the guest quarters. Naruto emerged into the crisp mountain air, shrugging his shoulders to shake off the lingering vestiges of sleep. The dawn sky over Kumo glowed with a pale gold light, painting the peaks in sharp relief. Despite the early hour, the village bustled with activity, shinobi hurrying to morning drills. Merchants setting up shop in the steep streets. He'd half expected to find a line of curious onlookers waiting to gawk at the resurrected hero of the Fourth War, but it seemed Kumo's people were more pragmatic. A few shinobi gave him respectful nods, others regarded him with mild intrigue, but no one stopped him for conversation. He felt a surge of gratitude for that. He'd had enough stares in Konaha. Yamato soon joined him, looking freshly rested, though there was a hint of tension around his eyes. Sai appeared next, quiet as always. Ino arrived last, adjusting the strap of her kunai holster. Her gaze flicked to Naruto, and she gave him a small, private smile that made his heart flip just for a moment before she turned all business. Ready? Yamato asked, scanning each of them. Naruto nodded, rolling his shoulders. Let's do it. Today, they were set to meet with Darui and a small Kumo squad for a scouting mission into a rugged canyon beyond the eastern ridge where the so-called new Akatsuki might be hiding. It was the first major step in confronting this threat head-on. Inside Reikage's administrative building, mission briefing. Darui stood by a table strewn with maps and markers, explaining the topography of the target area. Samui and 2 other Kumo Jonin flanked him, all wearing stern expressions. The Reikage himself observed from a higher dais, arms folded like a statue. Based on sightings, this canyon is their main hideout, Darui said, tapping a circled location on the map. But it's like a warren of twisting paths. My men have tried cornering them twice. Each time, the enemy vanished into the shadows. He paused, glancing at Naruto and Yamato. We suspect some jutsu that warps space or merges them with darkness. One of my scouts described it as, their bodies turning fluid. Like living shadows. Naruto's jaw tightened. Sounds like that guy who disappeared on me near Konaha. Yamato spoke calmly. Our plan is to start by blocking potential exits. If they slip away, we track them from multiple angles. We should also be prepared for illusions or decoys. Darui nodded. We'll bring a Kumo sensor. That might help detect their presence before they can vanish. From the side, Samui added. We have a vantage point on a plateau above the canyon. Once we confirm their location, we can strike swiftly. She turned to Naruto, her gaze cool. You'll be coordinating directly with my squad if that's acceptable. Naruto regarded her briefly. Her composure was as unwavering as it had been last night. He recalled how she'd approached him in private, curious and guarded. He gave a brisk nod. Sounds good. The faster we find these jerks, the better. Ino stepped forward, scanning the map. How big is this group, exactly? Darui shrugged, frustration evident. Hard to say. My men spotted at least 4 individuals, maybe more. They never stick around long enough for us to get a headcount. Ino exchanged looks with Sai and Yamato. We'll adapt. If they're as slippery as you say, we might need a containment strategy. Samui's brow arched. Containment. Ino explained. I can set up a mental trap if we have enough time. Something to root them in place. Long enough for Naruto or Captain Yamato to deliver a disabling strike. But we'll need a moment of stillness. Naruto's lips quirked into a half smile. We'll figure it out. Worst case, I'll try to overpower them before they can escape. The Raikage finally spoke, his deep voice rumbling through the hall. Remember, we want live captives if possible. If this group is truly an Akatsuki revival or something similar. Intelligence is priority. Everyone nodded. Darui rolled up the map. Alright, let's move out in an hour. We'll meet at the eastern exit. An hour later, Kumo's eastern gate. The SQ.U ads convened at the massive gate leading out of Kumoviker's cliffside pass. A swirling wind funneled through the peaks. Naruto clutched his cloak around him, scanning the mountainous horizon. Alongside Yamato's leaf team stood Darui, Samui, and 2 Kumo Jonin, a wiry tracker named Rei and a broad-shouldered man named Akaku. Rei was the dedicated sensor, Akaku specialized in lightning release. They looked ready for serious combat, wearing standard Kumo flak vests and guarded expressions. Darui sighed, fiddling with the hilt of his sword. This is our third attempt in the last 2 weeks. Let's hope we actually catch them this time. We will, Naruto said, a quiet confidence lacing his tone. Trust me. Darui eyed him. Alright, then. They set off along a narrow trail, moving at a brisk pace. Fen strewn with loose gravel. Ino and Sai kept watch on the flanks, while Yamato alternated scanning the terrain with wooden tendrils. Naruto walked near the front, stepping carefully but without hesitation. Samui trailed just behind him, her posture upright, eyes razor-focused. You appear tense, Ciel's voice whispered in Naruto's mind. He exhaled silently. A bit. This canyon might become a war zone. Remember your vow. You do not fight alone anymore. He nearly smiled. Thanks. I got it. A half hour into the trek, the trail opened onto a plateau with a breathtaking view of a deep gorge below. Sheer cliff walls rose on both sides, and a thin river glinted at the canyon floor. A steep set of switchbacks spiraled down. Darui halted, gesturing for quiet. Rei, see anything? The sensor closed her eyes, her hands forming a concentration seal. For a few moments, the wind howled around them. Then she shook her head. No signs in close proximity. But the canyon walls can block my range. We'll have to get closer. Yamato, arms crossed, pointed to the far edge. Let's split into 2 squads. One goes down the main path, the other flanks along the ridge to cut off escape routes. Darui nodded in agreement. Samui, you take Naruto and Ino. I'll go with Yamato and Sai. Akaku, Rei, we'll divide you. But Samui cut in politely, I prefer taking Rei. If we run into them, her sensing is invaluable. Sure, Darui said. Akaku, you're with me. They set the plan. Samui's squad would travel along a narrow ridge that overlooked the canyon, while Darui's team descended into the gorge. If the enemy tried to retreat up the cliffs, Samui and Naruto's group would intercept. Samui's squad. Ridge path. Naruto found himself walking a precarious ledge alongside Samui, Ino, and Rei. It was barely wide enough for 2 abreast. Loose rocks tumbled away beneath their feet, clattering into the abyss. The sun had climbed higher, casting shadows that stretched across the gorge. Ino kept glancing over the edge. This is not my favorite type of terrain. Naruto suppressed a chuckle. Don't look down. Just pretend it's a wide road. Samui, at the front, said quietly, focus. We don't know. If the enemy might be hiding in alcoves along the rock face. Rei stopped abruptly, nearly causing Ino to bump into her. Wait, I sense something. Everyone froze. Naruto reflexively summoned a small coil of chakra in his palms. Ready for anything. Samui's hand hovered near the large sword strapped to her back. Rei's brow furrowed in concentration. It's faint. Maybe a few hundred meters ahead, further down, on the canyon wall. Feels like multiple chakra signatures, one stronger than the others. Could be them, Samui said. She peered at Naruto and Ino. Let's get closer, quietly. They crept along the ridge. But stealth proved tricky with the narrow footing. At one point, a particularly loose rock gave way under Naruto's step, tumbling with a loud crack. He winced. So much for a silent approach. Samui shot him a disapproving glance, but no one attacked. Perhaps the enemy was too far to notice. Soon, the ridge widened into a small shelf, sloping downward. In the distance, Naruto spoke. TTED, a shadowy indentation in the cliff, a cavern entrance, partially obscured by overhanging rock. Ray whispered, the signatures are inside that cave, I think. Samui nodded. Let's move in. Naruto, can you sense anything? He drew on Ciel's assistance, scanning the area with heightened perception. He felt flickers of negative energy, reminiscent of the encounter near Konaha. It made his skin prickle. Yeah, they're there. Feels like at least 4 or 5. Ino hissed softly, you think they know we're here? Hard to say, Naruto murmured. But let's not wait for them to find us. Samui tilted her head, analyzing the approach. If we try to seal them inside the cave, they might have an alternate exit. Or they might vanish into that shadow jutsu. Ino, you said you can trap them mentally. Ino nodded. But I need line of sight. Or at least to see part of them. And I have to focus for a few seconds. Samui's gaze shifted to Naruto, her eyes cool and evaluating. All right, Naruto, you and I handle the frontal assault. Keep them busy. Ino, find an angle to use your jutsu. Ray, maintain sensor range if any tries to slip away, alert us. Naruto felt adrenaline surge. Works for me. They advanced. The ledge allowed them to approach from above the cave entrance. Naruto activated a single shadow clone, signaling it to hang back with Ino and Ray. The plan? Create chaos below while Ino lined up her technique. Samui drew her sword in a smooth motion, the metal reflecting the harsh sunlight. She paused at the edge, glancing at Naruto. Ready? He grinned, a thrill coursing through him. Always. They jumped down in unison, landing on a rocky outcrop just outside the cave. Immediately, Naruto channeled a fraction of his new chakra, letting a subtle aura crackle around him. Samui brandished her sword, scanning the cave mouth. A tense silence reigned for a heartbeat. Then, from the darkness, figures emerged, 3 robed shinobi wearing black cloaks emblazoned with red swirls reminiscent of the old Akatsuki clouds. Their hoods were up, faces obscured by partial masks. One stepped forward, voice distorted. So you found us. How unfortunate for you. Naruto smirked. Unfortunate for you, maybe. Samui's eyes narrowed. Identify yourselves. Are you part of the new Akatsuki? The figure let out a low chuckle. Akatsuki is a name of the past. We carry a new dawn, one not reliant on illusions of peace. Naruto felt his anger stir at the arrogance. Cut the speech. We're here to bring you in. Cooperate or else. A second robed individual raised a hand, black nails glinting in the light. You must be Naruto Uzumaki. Our leader predicted we'd meet. Let's see if you're worth the trouble. Samui tightened her grip on her sword. You're outnumbered, outclassed. Give up. But the trio laughed in eerie unison. Then shadows seemed to peel off the walls of the cave, coalescing around them like living ink. One by one, they sank partially into that darkness, as though the ground itself had turned liquid. Naruto's eyes widened. So it's definitely that same technique. Before he could react, 2 of them flung out tendrils of shadow. Samui slashed, dispersing one wave with a crackling lightning-infused blade. Naruto sidestepped the other, letting the energy swirl around him. Then he formed a quick Rasengan, hurling it forward in a spinning arc. The robed shinobi dodged with unnatural speed, half submerging into the cave floor as the Rasengan tore past, obliterating a chunk of rock. Damn it, Naruto growled, searching for an opening. Above, on the ledge, Ino's voice rang out. Naruto, keep them in sight. I'm moving into position. He glimpsed her scurrying along the upper shelf, presumably looking for a vantage point into the cave. Samui advanced on the second robed figure, sword blazing with a thin line of electricity. She struck in a flurry of slashes, each blow sending sparks dancing. The figure countered with flickering black rods that extended from the cloak's sleeves. The clang of steel on shadow rod echoed harshly. Naruto engaged the first figure, who sank into the ground again. Not this time. He whipped around, channeling some of Ciel's power to sense the negative chakra. He lunged to the left, arms raised, just as the shadowy assailant erupted from behind. Naruto's foot smashed into the figure's side with punishing force. The robed shinobi flew back, crashing against the cave wall. The mask cracked, revealing a portion of a pale face twisted in pain. Naruto followed up, forming a second Rasengan, aiming to pin them before they could vanish. But as he struck, the cloak melted into black fluid. He cursed, striking empty rock as the figure reappeared further inside the cave, panting. So you really the shinobi hissed. Naruto's gaze hardened. Stronger than you think. He rushed in again. This time, the robed shinobi tried to swirl into shadow mid-dodge, but Naruto tapped into Predator's shapeshifting, letting his own body momentarily distort. He extended an arm as a tendril, grabbing the shinobi's cloak. The robed figure gasped, thrown off by the bizarre technique. What the? Naruto yanked them back, slamming them to the ground. He flicked a hand, forming a small, swirling sphere of compressed chakra mini Rasengan and pressed it to their chest. Surrender, he warned. The shinobi writhed, a hiss escaping. We do not fear you. Our leader's vision will. Before they could finish, the ground under them darkened, and they sank into the shadow again, escaping Naruto's grasp. He cursed, turning to check on Samui. She was exchanging blows with the second figure, locked in a brutal dance of steel and shadow. Sparks lit the cave walls. Samui's face was fierce with concentration. She ducked a sweeping rod, retaliating with a lightning-infused slash that grazed the shinobi's shoulder, eliciting a sharp cry. A third robed figure was rummaging deeper in the cave, perhaps gathering something or preparing a jutsu. Naruto dashed toward them, only to see them vanish into the gloom. Ino, now would be great. Naruto shouted, frustration building. High above, Ino braced against a rocky ledge, peering down. She locked onto the second robed figure who was tangling with Samui, forming the seal for her mind disturbance jutsu. Samui, hold it there for a second. Samui responded with a lightning-charged push, forcing the robed shinobi back against a stalagmite. Ino launched her jutsu, an invisible wave of mental energy that struck the enemy, freezing them mid-movement. Their eyes glazed over. Samui didn't hesitate. She slammed her sword's hilt into the shinobi's temple, knocking them out cold. The figure collapsed in a heap, shadow rods clattering away. That's one, Samui said, breathing hard. She glanced up at Ino and gave a quick nod of thanks. Naruto rushed to regroup with Samui, scanning for the other two. The one he'd battered had disappeared. Ino, I don't see them. She scrambled down from the ledge, Ray following. Their chakra signals are scattering, like they're phasing in and out. Ray's face twisted in concentration. They're deeper in the cave, but they keep flickering in my senses. I think the Y might have a hidden corridor or something. Then let's go, Naruto said. He glanced at Samui. You good? She sheathed her sword partway, keeping it ready. Fine, let's finish this. Together, they ventured deeper into the cave, leaving the unconscious shinobi behind for the moment. The cave walls narrowed, forming a crude tunnel lit only by faint mineral luminescence. Drips of water echoed in the darkness. Ino walked carefully, weapon at the ready. Something feels off, almost like a barrier is in place. Ray nodded. There's a faint distortion. My sensor jutsu is sluggish here. Naruto's adrenaline spiked. If these guys had set up a barrier, it might be a trap. Better end this fast. Meanwhile, in the canyon floor, Darui's squad. Darui's POV. Darui paused at a bend in the canyon, scanning the rock walls overhead. The air felt unnaturally still, giving him an uneasy feeling. Beside him, Yamato moved with careful precision, forming a small wooden pillar to test a suspicious crevice. Sai trailed behind, silent and watchful, with Akaku covering the rear. So far, no sign of those robed shinobi, Darui thought grimly. But if Samui's group found something? He raised a hand, signaling the others to halt. A faint crash echoed from far above like a distant explosion. Darui's heart lurched. They're engaged, he muttered. Yamato frowned. We should move to support them, but the layout here is tricky. Let's see if we can circle around. Darui nodded. Follow me. There's a path that loops upward. They took off at a brisk pace, climbing a rocky slope that angled toward the ridge. The walls constricted, funneling them through a narrow pass. At one point, the path opened onto a rocky shelf with a direct line of sight to the same cave. Darui caught a glimpse of the entrance, no sign of Samui or Naruto. A spike of worry flared. Hold on, Samui. Don't do anything reckless. They were about to proceed when a swirling black mass erupted from behind a boulder, coalescing into a figure in a tattered cloak. Another shadow-like shinobi. Darui's gut twisted. Found them, Yamato said under his breath, stepping forward. The robed figure hissed, raising a hand. Dark energy rippled. Stay out of our domain, leaf scum. Your domain. Darui snapped, leveling his sword. Last time I checked, this is lightning territory. The figure let out a sinister laugh, then launched forward in a blur of motion. Darui and Yamato met them head-on, swords flashing and a wooden tendril lashing out. The air crackled with electricity as Darui channeled his signature black lightning technique. The robed shinobi's eyes widened as arcs of black lightning swirled around Darui's blade, forcing them to retreat. Sai, stepping to the side, unfurled a scroll. Ink birds sprang forth, swooping at the shinobi. The intruder twisted, sinking partially into the ground. Ink splattered uselessly on the rocky surface. "TCH," Sai muttered, expression calm but focused. Darui lunged again, slashing. This time, the robed figure flickered. And a second figure joined them, a backup who seemed to materialize from a pillar of shadow. Now there were two, so there's definitely more than 3 or 4 in this group, Darui realized. We need to regroup with Samui. Yamato extended a barrage of wooden branches, forcing the newcomers to dodge. Sai, can you corner them? Sai nodded, launching more ink constructs that swooped in from multiple angles. For a moment, it looked as if they'd trapped one shinobi. But a swirl of black fluid allowed the robed figure to slip away yet again. Annoying, Darui muttered, gripping his sword. They're stalling us. Quote, deep in the cave, Naruto's group. The passage twisted and dipped, growing narrower. Samui led the way, her expression taut. Ino followed, occasionally glancing back to ensure they weren't being flanked. Naruto brought up the rear, with Rei in front of him to use her sensor jutsu. After a few minutes of tense silence, they reached a small chamber lit by eerie crystals embedded in the walls. The crystalline glow revealed a crude altar in the center, smeared with blackish residue. 4 tall sconces ringed it, unlit torches mounted on them. Naruto felt a chill. Something about this place reeked of foul intent, like a twisted variant of the hideouts used by Orochimaru or old Akatsuki cells. A single robed shinobi stood by the altar, their back to the group. Long, dark hair spilled from beneath the hood. They seemed to be chanting softly, voice echoing off the chamber walls. Samui stiffened. Stop whatever you're doing. Turn around, slowly. The figure paused the chant, turning their head enough to reveal half a pale face. A smirk curled on their lips. You arrived earlier than expected, Samui of Kumo. The voice was low, almost mocking. Samui's eyes narrowed. You know me. The shinobi pivoted fully, revealing a face with a strange tattoo across the left cheek, a twisted black spiral reminiscent of the old Akatsuki cloud symbol. We know L, the major players in this broken world. Your alliance is short-lived. True power is the only path to stability. Naruto gritted his teeth, stepping forward. We've heard that spiel before. You're the first psycho to think they have the solution for the world. The robed shinobi's gaze slid to Naruto. Ah, the famed reborn hero. Must be quite the burden, carrying your new godhood in a fragile mortal shell. Naruto felt a flicker of anger. They know too much. Call it what you want. Where shinobi chuckled. I admire your boldness. Their eyes flicked to the side. Naruto sensed another presence too late. A second robed figure emerged from behind a pillar, launching an orb of black energy at Samui. She managed a swift roll, narrowly evading the searing projectile. It sizzled against the cave floor, leaving a smoking crater. Ambush. Ino hissed, diving behind a stalagmite. Rei ducked as well, trying to keep track of the chakra signatures. They're blocking me again, she whispered. It's like the barrier's intensifying. Quote, Naruto formed a shadow clone to help guard Ino and Rei while he confronted the 2 robed shinobi. Samui dashed to the side, flanking the new attacker. Be careful, Naruto warned Samui. They can do that shadow phase trick. She nodded, meeting his gaze. Right. They advanced in tandem. Naruto aimed a swift punch at the second attacker while Samui slashed at the chanting one near the altar. The cave echoed with the clash of jutsu and steel. The robed shinobi near the altar pulled out a small black dagger etched with runic symbols. Samui's sword crashed against it, creating a burst of crackling energy. She grunted, forced back. This dagger is not normal, she realized. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed a concentrated wave of chakra, trying to blow the second shinobi off their feet. But they melted into the ground, emerging behind him with a clawed swipe of shadowy energy. He spun just in time, hooking an arm to block, and tried to use Predator to snare them. They hissed, twisting free. They're slippery, all right. From across the chamber, Ino peeked out, forming the sign for mind-body switch. She sent a mental bolt at the altar-wielding shinobi, hoping to trap them for a moment. The shinobi's eyes glazed, but the black dagger glowed ominously, seeming to repel part of Ino's technique. She gave a choked gasp, forced out of the link. It's warded, Ino shouted, rubbing her temple. Rei darted around the perimeter, searching for a vantage. She tossed a trio of kunai at the second attacker, but they deflected them with a swirl of darkness, laughing. Naruto, frustration mounting, decided to escalate. He channeled more of Rimuru's power, letting azure radiance coil around his fists. The cave's air pressure shifted, dust swirling as he summoned an advanced Rasengan variant. Shadow phase this, he roared, lunging at the second shinobi. They tried to sink into the ground again, but Naruto was faster. His Rasengan slammed into them mid-transition, sending them crashing through a stalagmite. The explosive force shook the chamber. Got one, Naruto snarled, seeing the robed shinobi slump, cloak tattered. He whirled to see Samui engaged in a violent exchange with the dagger-wielding figure. The dagger crackled with malevolent energy each time it clashed with her sword, forcing Samui on the defensive. Her lightning cloak flickered around her, but the robed shinobi held a wicked advantage with that cursed blade. Naruto dashed to assist. In a coordinated move, Samui parried an overhead slash, leaving the robed shinobi's flank open. Naruto landed a fierce palm strike to the shinobi's ribs. The impact rattled the entire chamber, snapping bone. The shinobi coughed up blood, staggering. "You, insolent," they wheezed, brandishing the dagger. Before Naruto could follow up, the shinobi slammed the dagger into the altar's surface, chanting a guttural phrase. The black residue on the altar flared to life, erupting in tendrils of oily darkness. Samui's eyes widened. What? Ino and Rei, watching from across the chamber, felt the ground tremble. The cave ceiling groaned, loose rock cascading. Naruto braced himself. They're bringing the place down. A wave of black energy burst from the altar, expanding outward. Naruto instinctively raised a hand, weaving a condensed chakra barrier with his slime-based abilities, forming a shimmering half-dome. He enveloped Samui as well, shielding them from the brunt of the dark wave. Ino and Rei scrambled behind a stalagmite, taking cover. The explosion rocked the chamber. Stone pillars cracked. Dust choked the air. Naruto felt the barrier strain under the malevolent force, but it held. When the tremors subsided, he lowered it, coughing in the swirling debris. Where the altar once stood, a gaping hole now opened in the cave floor, black smoke pouring from it. The robed shinobi with the dagger teetered at the edge, clearly wounded. They glared at Naruto with hate-filled eyes. "Enjoy your fleeting victory. Our path is set. You cannot stop the new dawn." Then they let themselves fall into the darkness below. Samui sprang forward, reaching for them. Wait, she was too late. The shinobi vanished into the smoky void. Naruto rushed to the lip of the hole, peering down. It looked bottomless, the swirling smoke obscuring anything below. He clenched his fists. Damn it, they escaped again. Samui panted, wiping sweat from her brow. What is this pit? Ino and Rei joined them, both wide-eyed. Some kind of hidden passage, Ino said. Should we go after them? Naruto frowned. The whirling negative energy in that pit made his stomach churn. Feels like a trap. Samui's gaze darted to the unconscious robed shinobi Naruto had taken down. He was still collapsed near the rubble, faintly breathing. We have at least one captive. We should regroup. The rest of them might slip away if we chase blindly. Reluctantly, Naruto agreed. We'll question this one, see what they know. They moved to the fallen shinobi. Their cloak was shredded, revealing a young man with a twisted black tattoo across his arm. Blood trickled from a split lip. He was unconscious but alive. Ino knelt, checking vitals. He's stable enough for interrogation. She glanced at Samui. We can bring him back to Kumo. Samui's nod was curt. Yes, we can't handle a full interrogation here, and the rest might return with reinforcements. Rei's voice trembled slightly. I sense more activity in the canyon. Possibly our allies fighting. Naruto grimaced, remembering Darui's team. We need to go help them. Amui scooped the captive onto her shoulder with surprising ease. Let's hurry. They navigated back through the tunnel, stepping over rubble and broken stone. The unconscious robed shinobi bobbed limply on Samui's shoulder, while Naruto took point, scanning for any stragglers. The dust hung thick in the air, making each breath taste of grit. Halfway out, they spotted the robed shinobi Samui had knocked out earlier. Still unconscious by the front, Samui paused. We can't carry both easily. Ino pursed her lips. This one might wake up soon. We should restrain them. Naruto formed a clone. The clone can handle the second one. The clone lifted the unconscious figure onto its back, carefully binding them with ninja wire. Let's go, the clone said, marching along. Finally, they emerged onto the rocky ledge outside the cave entrance. The bright daylight made them squint. Far below, the canyon spread out. Naruto's keen eyes picked out a swirl of chakra flares near a craggy outcropping lick. Ely where Darui and Yamato were engaged in a fight. Samui cursed under her breath. We have to hurry. Naruto, gathering energy, said, we can jump. I'll soften the landing. She glanced at the sheer drop. That's a big jump. Ino grimaced. Again with heights. Naruto focused, letting slime-based chakra swirl around his legs. He hopped to the edge, turned back, and extended a hand. Trust me. Samui, stoic as ever, simply nodded. With the captive still over her shoulder, she jumped with him. Ino and Rei followed a moment later. The wind whipped past as they plummeted. Naruto extended his aura, forming a cushion that slowed their descent just enough. They landed in a crouch, skidding on loose gravel. Ino stumbled a bit, catching her balance on Naruto's arm. Show off, she muttered, breathless. He just flashed a grin. Let's go. Quote, Kaui's paw. Darui was getting annoyed. They'd managed to corner two robed shinobi at once, only for them to keep slipping away via that cursed shadow technique. Next to him, Yamato formed wooden barriers to corral them. Sai peppered them with ink attacks. Akaku provided lightning blasts from the rear. Still, these rogues were maddeningly elusive. They glided across the canyon floor, merging with every patch of shadow, taunting the Kumo and Leaf Shinobi. Darui's patience snapped. He channeled black lightning through his blade, thrusting it into the ground. Dark arcs spread across the terrain, turning loose stones to glassy shards. One robed shinobi shrieked as the lightning caught them mid-phase. Finally, Darui muttered. He yanked his sword free, dashed forward, and aimed a disabling strike. But a second robed figure intervened, hurling a black orb. Darui had to dodge, letting the partially stunned enemy wriggle free. Damn, he growled. Yamato, can you? But Yamato was busy holding the other side, his wooden walls shuddering under the shadow waves. The robed shinobi hammered them with blasts of inky darkness, each hit leaving splinters in the wood. Sai swooped in on a giant ink bird, dropping explosive tags. The canyon rang with blasts, dust swirling. One robed shinobi vanished in the chaos. Darui coughed, scanning the drifting smoke. Where'd they go? He felt a presence behind him. Reacting on instinct, he swung his sword backward, meeting a shadowy rod that clashed with a harsh screech. A robed face appeared inches away, masked features contorted in fury. Before the shinobi could strike again, a massive wave of swirling blue chakra crashed into them from the side. They tumbled across the rocky ground, howling in pain. Darui turned, startled, to see Naruto rushing in, accompanied by Samui, Ino, and Rei. You're late, Darui said, half in relief, half in irritation. Naruto shrugged. We had a cave meltdown. Sorry, Sam. Ui set down the captive she'd been carrying. We captured two. They're out cold. Darui gave a sharp whistle. Good job. Let's finish these. From behind a rocky spur, the second robed shinobi re-emerged, glaring hatefully at the new arrivals. Reinforcements, I see. Our mission is compromised. Naruto recognized that voice. It was the same scout who had taunted him near Konaha. You again. The robed shinobi hissed, casting a glance at the unconscious companion. TCH. Very well. We'll withdraw for now. Not happening. Naruto growled, summoning more chakra around him. You're not escaping again. He dashed forward, aiming to intercept, but the robed shinobi performed a series of rapid hand seals. The canyon shadows seemed to swirl, converging in a vortex around them. Samui and Darui tried to break it with lightning. Yamato extended wooden spikes. Naruto hurled a compressed Rasengan. Yet the swirling darkness swallowed their attacks, forming a temporary barrier. Inside that vortex, the shinobi's silhouette began to blur. "We'll meet again, Naruto Uzumaki," they said, voice echoing. "You can't stop the coming dawn." Then, in a flash, the shadow portal collapsed, leaving only empty air where the shinobi had stood. A tense hush settled. After a moment, Naruto exhaled a frustrated sigh. "They got away. We got too alive," Samui reminded him. "That's something." Darui nodded. "And no casualties on our side. Still, they're slippery as eels. This is gonna be a pain." Midday, return to Kumogakure. The combined forces made their way back up the winding paths to Kumo. Darui's group had minor injuries, but nothing serious. Naruto's shadow clone carried one captive, Samui the other. Both robed shinobi remained unconscious under heavy restraints, though the barrier jutsu in the cave had left them with sporadic convulsions. As they approached the village gate, villagers parted to let them pass, eyes wide at the sight of battered rogues in black cloaks. Whispers traveled quickly, but the Kumo guards kept onlookers at a distance. They delivered the captives to a fortified interrogation block near the Raikage's tower. Med-nin and skilled interrogators were on standby, ready to delve into these rogues' secrets. While the prisoners were taken into custody, the rest of the squad convened in a briefing room to give a preliminary debrief. The Raikage listened in stony silence. Darui recounted the events in the canyon, while Samui explained the hidden cave and the bizarre altar. Naruto added details about the Shadow Phase abilities and the dark dagger that unleashed a destructive wave. Ino reported that the altar had wards that partially negated her mind jutsu. When they finished, the Raikage glared at the map pinned to the wall. "So we have an unknown group with abilities reminiscent of the old Akatsuki. Plus new techniques involving shadow manipulation and cursed objects." Yamato folded his arms, nodding. "Yes, their beliefs seem extremist. They talk about a new dawn, perhaps referencing or twisting the name, Akatsuki, which means dawn." A's expression darkened. "This threat is bigger than just Kumo. We need to alert the rest of the alliance." Immediately, Naruto agreed. "We should also question the prisoners about their leadership and motives." Darui rubbed his temples. "We'll begin interrogation as soon as they regain consciousness. Samui, you should lead the Kumo side. Naruto, your people can assist." Naruto glanced at Ino, who was trained in infiltration and interrogation via the Yamanaka clan's mind techniques. "Ino can help," she nodded, looking steeled. "I'll do what I can." The Raikage rose from his seat, his broad frame casting a looming shadow. "In that case, we have our next steps. Keep me informed every hour." He turned, fixing Naruto with an intense stare. "And you, Uzumaki. Good work out there." Naruto was a bit taken aback by the rare praise. Thanks." I gave a curt nod, then swept from the room, presumably to handle the diplomatic side. Afternoon. Raikage's interrogation wing. Ino sat on a small stool in front of a thick glass panel, beyond which lay the first captive, a young man with that twisted tattoo on his arm. He'd been stripped of the black cloak, wearing simple undershirt and pants, ankles and wrists bound with chakra-suppressing seals. Med-nin had stabilized him but kept him sedated enough not to lash out. Yamato stood with her, arms at his sides, calmly observing. Two Kumo interrogators hovered behind the glass, controlling the sedation dosage. Outside the chamber, Naruto paced, anxious for results. Ino took a breath. "All right, I'm going in." She stepped into the sealed room, letting the door lock behind her. The captive's eyes flicked open, a slight sneer twisting his lips. Ino settled into a chair across from him, adopting a neutral expression. "I'm Ino Yamanaka," she said quietly. "Mind specialist." He said nothing, but she caught the flicker of fear in his eyes. He'd likely heard of the Yamanaka clan's mental infiltration. Ino continued calmly, "We just want information. Why you attacked Kumo, what your group intends, who your leader is." He snorted weakly. "Like I'd spill secrets to a leaf kunoichi. Our cause is beyond your petty alliances." She sighed. "We can do this the hard way. And trust me, it'll hurt." He winced but maintained a defiant glare. Pain is transient. Our cause is eternal. Ino stood, forming the seals for her mind transfer jutsu. Yes, well, we'll see. She felt a moment of hesitation. Breaking into someone's mind could be brutal, but these were dangerous criminals. She recalled the war. How many lives were destroyed by Akatsuki? They couldn't risk ignorance now. Steeling herself, she released the jutsu. The world blurred as her consciousness plunged into the captive's mindscape. Ino's mental pause. She floated in a swirl of chaotic images, nightmarish shapes, swirling black fractals. The man's mind was drenched in negativity, malevolent chakra. A black presence slithered at the edges, nearly tangling her astral form. This is not normal, she thought. It's like something infected his psyche. She probed deeper, searching for memories. Glimpses of rituals, shadowy gatherings. The chanting of a robed circle. A towering figure, face obscured by darkness, arms raised in a gesture of command. The word, dusk, echoed, or was it, Duskborn? Then S of Naruto flickered, a directive to observe and eventually subdue him. Another flicker showed an image of the bizarre black dagger and the swirling shadow portals. Ino pressed further, trying to glean the identity of the group's leader. She saw a name. Sojobo, or was it Sojo? The memory was jumbled, as though intentionally scrambled. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of darkness surged through the mindscape, pushing Ino's astral form out. She gasped at the assault, a malevolent presence distinctly separate from the captive's core consciousness. Something or someone else was intruding, even here. Get out. A faint voice, the captive's true self, whispered inside the swirl. It's controlling me. Ino tried to cling to the memory threads, but the dark waves slammed into her. She felt a searing pain and lost her grip. The mental connection shattered. She opened her eyes in the interrogation chamber, her heart hammering. Sweat beaded on her forehead. The captive had slumped forward, unconscious again. Or perhaps seized by that external force. Alarms beeped as the Kumo med nin rushed in, checking vitals. Yamato pulled her aside gently. Ino, are you all right? She swallowed hard, still trembling. Something else was in his mind. Some external presence. I couldn't break through. He frowned. A seal or a curse? She nodded shakily. Likely. I caught flashes. A name like Sojobo, or something similar. And a twisted ritual. But then I got kicked out. It felt like it was defending him from mental invasion. One of the Kumo interrogators cursed under his breath, scanning the man's vitals. He's seizing. Whatever that presence is, it's messing with his body, too. Moments later, the captive's eyes opened, black ooze dripping from his mouth. He convulsed, choking, while the med nin scrambled to administer a counter seal. But within seconds, the man's entire body stiffened. He let out a raspy exhalation, then went limp, heart monitor flatlining. What the? Ino gasped, eyes wide. The Kumo med nin shook his head. Fury and shock etched on his face. He's gone. Yamato gritted his teeth. The group must have a failsafe to kill compromised members. Ino stared at the corpse, horror creeping up her spine. They'd rather kill their own than risk information leaking. She forced a deep breath, turned on her heel, and left the chamber. Outside, Naruto was waiting, looking anxious. The moment he saw her face, he tensed. Ino, she swallowed hard. He's dead. Some curse took him out when I tried to read his mind. A mixture of anger and disappointment twisted Naruto's features. Damn it. These guys are serious. Quote. Elsewhere in the interrogation wing, Samui, Darui, and another Kumo interrogator worked on the second captive. By the time Naruto and Yamato joined them, they found a grim scene. The second captive had undergone a similar meltdown, seizing violently before succumbing to the same dark curse. Darui slammed a fist into the wall. 2 prisoners, 0 intel. Wonderful. Samui's expression was stony, though her voice had a tight edge. We have to assume all members of this group are rigged to self-terminate if captured. Naruto's fists clenched, frustration roiling. Then how are we supposed to learn anything? Ino took a shaky breath, recalling the fragments she'd glimpsed. I did see something about a leader called Sojobo. And references to dusk, or new dawn. They want to capture you, Naruto. They see you as critical for something. He grimaced, rubbing his temples. First the Akatsuki wanted me for the 9 tails, Then Kagaya, now these guys. Great. Darui sighed. We'll collate what little intel we have. But it's not much. Samui folded her arms, gaze distant. We should alert the rest of the alliance. They need to know about this group's methods and the fact that they're targeting Naruto. Yamato nodded. I'll get in touch with Lady Tsunade. Later that day, Kumo guest quarters. Naruto stood on a small balcony overlooking the mountain village, the wind tousling his hair. Frustration gnawed at him. They'd fought hard, captured 2 enemies, and ended up with no solid leads, just the name Sojobo and an ominous sense of growing danger. We need a better plan, he thought. Arms crossed. You feel powerless, Ciel noted softly in his mind. He gave a humorless chuckle. Powerless with godlike strength. Yeah, that's how it feels. If they can just slip away and self-destruct. How do we fight that? Ciel's voice held gentle warmth. We adapt. Work with your allies and find a strategy to counter their curses. He sighed, letting the tension drain slightly. Right, I can't do this alone. A faint knock drew his attention. He turned to see Samui in the doorway, wearing her usual guarded expression. Can I come in? He nodded. Sure. She stepped onto the balcony, glancing at the panoramic view. Beautiful, isn't it? Sometimes I forget how breathtaking Kumo is until I see it through someone else's eyes. He followed her gaze. It's impressive, yeah, peaceful right now. Samui exhaled. If these rogues have their way, it won't stay peaceful for long. She studied him. How are you holding up, Naruto? He rubbed a hand over his face. I'm okay. Just frustrated. We can beat them in a fight, but that curse kills them before we learn anything. Samui's expression softened slightly. We'll figure something out. We always do. They stood quietly for a moment. Naruto felt a shift in the air. Samui's posture relaxed, some of her usual cool distance replaced by thoughtful concern. She spoke more softly. I wanted to thank you again for helping protect my squad. If you hadn't intervened, well, that fight could have ended worse. He turned, meeting her eyes. We're allies, and I promised I wouldn't let anything happen to your people. She gave a subtle nod. You kept your promise. A small pause. After we left that cave, you shielded me from that explosion with your strange chakra. How exactly did you do that? He contemplated how much to reveal. Let's just say I have a special ability that can shift my form. It's complicated, but it's part of my new power. She eyed him curiously. So the rumors are true, you're something beyond a normal Jinchuriki now. He shrugged. I guess so. Samui hesitated, then stepped a fraction closer. I don't want to pry into your secrets. But I am grateful. Your strength protected me. That's not something I'm used to. Naruto sensed an underlying vulnerability in her tone, rare for the usually stoic kunoichi. He offered a gentle smile. I'm glad I could help. Her gaze dipped briefly, as if battling some internal hesitation. Then she looked up, stepping closer still, so close he caught the faint scent of her hair. Her voice dropped. You're different from the stories I heard, Naruto Uzumaki. More genuine. He felt his pulse quicken at her proximity. Another stirring situation. He recalled Ino's presence in his life, the moments they'd shared. But Samui's quiet intensity pulled him in too. Before he could fully sort out his thoughts, she surprised him by leaning in, pressing a soft, tentative kiss to his cheek. It was brief, barely a brush, but it sent a jolt of warmth through him. He turned his head slightly, meeting her gaze. Her cheeks held the faintest pink hue, though her expression remained composed. Sorry, she murmured. I just felt like I should thank you properly. His ache of confusion and intrigue. He recalled Ino's lips, the closeness they'd shared. Damn, this is complicated. But he forced a small grin. No need to apologize. I appreciate it. Samui nodded once, stepping back. We'll talk more later. For now, rest. The Raikage will want you for more planning soon. He watched her leave, mind buzzing with conflicting emotions. Part of him felt a thrill at her quiet boldness. Another part braced for potential fallout with Ino. You're collecting quite the admirers, Ciel teased in his mind. He groaned inwardly. You noticed? Huh, hard not to. Shaking his head, Naruto returned to staring at the mountains, trying to steady himself. The world felt more complicated than ever, both the external threat and his personal life. Late evening, Kumo's war room. A hush fell over the war room as the communication line to Konaha opened. A specialized ceiling array glowed on a circular table, projecting a faint holographic image of Tsunade's face. The Tekken IQ was reminiscent of the old Zoom-type transmissions used during the war, but more refined. Tsunade's voice crackled across the distance. "Reikage, Naruto, can you hear me?" A stood at the forefront. "Yes, we have you." Naruto stood beside Yamato and Ino, arms folded. Darui and Samui lingered in the background, listening intently. Tsunade's gaze flicked over them. "Update me." Naruto recapped He mission's partial success and ultimate failure to gather intel due to the captives' deadly curses. He mentioned the name Sojobo, the potential rituals, and the shadow phase jutsu. Tsunade's expression grew grim. "This is alarming. I'll alert the other cage. Gaara has already expressed concern after Temari's report. We must convene the cage summit soon." Naruto's heart lifted at the mention of Gaara. "We should let him know personally what's going on." Tsunade nodded. "Agreed. In the meantime, remain in Kumo to collaborate on a containment strategy. I'll dispatch additional support if needed. This group sounds dangerous enough to justify immediate action." The Reikage grunted. "We'll keep searching for leads in our territory. But they could be operating in multiple lands by now." Tsunade's image flickered. "We'll do the same on our end. Kakashi and Shikamaru will coordinate. Naruto, stay safe. And for heaven's sake, if you find yourself facing overwhelming odds, retreat. This is bigger than you alone." He managed a lopsided smile. "I get it, Granny. I'll be careful." The transmission ended, leaving the war room in a tense silence. The Reikage exhaled, stepping back from the array. "It's decided, then. We gather resources, search for signs of these shadow rogues, and prepare for the summit." Yamato inclined his head. "We'll await your direction." A look to Naruto, voice calm but firm. "Uzumaki, I trust you'll assist my forces with morale and strategy. Word has spread of your presence here. People see you as a symbol. Use that carefully." Naruto scratched the back of his neck. Never comfortable with such fanfare. "Understood, Reikage." Nighttime, Kumo streets. Ino's POV. Tired from the day's events, Ino wandered the lamplit streets of Kumo alone, hoping a walk might clear her head. She'd been shaken by the mental incursion that led to the captive's death. Guilt gnawed at her. If she hadn't pushed so hard, would he have survived? She paused by railing overlooking the lower tiers of the village. The warm glow of scattered lanterns creating a patchwork of light. A cool breeze ruffled her hair. She closed her eyes, inhaling. This place is so different from Konaha. Footsteps approached. She opened her eyes to see Naruto, hands in his pockets, giving her a gentle smile. "Couldn't sleep either." She shook her head. "No, too much on my mind." He leaned against the railing. "It's not your fault. You know, that guy was rigged to die from the start." She let out a heavy breath. "It doesn't make it any easier. I wanted to help, maybe break him free of that curse. But..." She trailed off, remembering the swirl of darkness in that mindscape. Naruto draped an arm around her shoulders, offering a comforting squeeze. "You did what you could. We'll find another way." She let herself lean into him for a moment, appreciating his warmth. "I know, thanks." A long silence followed, filled only by the distant hum of the village. Ino turned her head slightly, eyes searching Naruto's profile. "You're different, you know. Not just stronger, but calmer." He looked surprised. "Calmer? Huh, I feel like I've been anything but calm." She offered a small smile. "No, I mean, you're more in control of yourself, your emotions." The old Naruto would be shouting and charging off on his own right now. "You're still frustrated, but you're thinking about the bigger picture." He let out a slow exhale. "Maybe dying changed me, or maybe it's everything that led up to it. I can't afford to be reckless anymore, not when so many people depend on me." She reached up, brushing her fingers along his cheek. "I appreciate that, but don't forget, we're here for you too." He caught her hand in his. Their eyes locked, tension lingering in the cool night air. Ino's heart thudded. She remembered the kiss they'd shared in Konaha and how it had made her feel alive, hopeful. "Naruto," she whispered, leaning closer. He bent his head, pressing his lips to hers. This time, the kiss was more certain. A tender exchange that drove away the shadows of the day. She gripped his jacket, pulling him closer, letting the raw swirl of emotion slip into momentary warmth. When they broke apart, her cheeks flushed. She noticed his expression flicker with a hint of guilt. She recalled Samui's presence in his life now, her subtle interest. A pang hit Ino's chest, but she pushed it away. Not the time for jealousy. She cupped his cheek, voice soft. I know we haven't really talked about us. But I'm not sorry. He swallowed, nodding. Me neither. We'll figure it out. She forced a shaky smile. Yeah, let's just survive this mess first. They lingered a moment longer, then parted, heading back toward the guest quarters with a hint of renewed determination. The next morning, Kumo training grounds. Naruto decided to blow off steam by training in one of Kumo's largest outdoor arenas, a circular plateau ringed by tall pillars. Word must have spread, because a handful of Kumo ninja gathered to watch. Some were just curious to see the rumored, reborn hero, in action, others recognized him from the war. He ignored the gawking and focused on practicing his shapeshifting powers more subtly. Summoning a shadow clone, he faced off against it to test fluid transitions, forming partial slime limbs to feint and counter. Each strike crackled with raw chakra. The clone mirrored his moves, swiftly adapting. On the sidelines, Yamato observed with arms folded. Good, but be mindful not to show all your abilities. We don't want rumors spreading. Naruto nodded, driving a final punch through the clone, dispelling it in a swirl of chakra. Panting lightly, he turned to see that Samui and Darui had arrived. Darui gave a lazy salute. Morning. We found a small lead on that cave's deeper passages. Some old records mention a subterranean tunnel system that spans half the mountain. Samui stepped forward, expression measured. We're sending a scouting team down from above, using drilling jutsu. We want you along. There might be leftover traces of that black altar. Naruto brushed sweat from his brow. Sure, let's do it. Let me catch my breath. He gulped some water, trying to calm the excitement that brewed whenever there was a chance to push forward. We can't let these creeps run wild. Subterranean search. A few hours later, they gathered a specialized Kumo team with Earth-release drilling jutsu. The plan? Create an artificial shaft from a stable plateau above the cave's collapsed sectionally to see if any hidden chambers or clues remained. Naruto stood alongside Samui, Ino, and Yamato while the Kumo Earth specialists, two Jonin named Kota and Hinoko, systematically bored a neat cylindrical tunnel. The sound of rock grinding was deafening. Dust billowed up, requiring masks and goggles. After an hour, Kota signaled that they'd reached a cavern. The group carefully climbed down via ropes. The new tunnel opened into a wide, pitch-black space, separate from the cave Naruto had previously explored. Watch your step, Hinoko warned, lighting a flare. The floor might be unstable. The flickering light revealed a massive, vaulted chamber. Stalactites dripped overhead, the walls bore strange marking spirals, jagged lines, reminiscent of the black tattoos the captives had. Naruto's gut twisted. Definitely related. Yamato produced a small wooden torch from his pack, igniting it. Ino hovered close, scanning the walls with a frown. Feels like a ritual site. I see faint traces of old seals. Samui's voice echoed in the gloom. They might have used this place for more ceremonies or to store cursed items. Slowly, they advanced deeper into the cavern. Naruto's senses prickled with each step, half expecting an ambush. But the place seemed deserted, cold and still. Ino paused at a particular symbol carved into the rock, a stylized crow or tengu-like figure with a wide wingspan. She studied it. Tengu. Sojobo is said to be the name of a legendary Tengu king in some myths. Could that be relevant? Naruto recalled the memory fragment she'd mentioned. Maybe their leader fancies himself a Tengu king. Samui pressed her hand to the carving. It's old. Possibly older than even the last war. Kota and Hinoko examined the ground, pointing out sections with residue that glimmered under the torchlight. Looks like leftover soot or some black substance. Could be the same stuff from that altar. Naruto knelt, touching a bit of the residue. It clung to his glove like tar, giving off a faint wave of negative chakra. He grimaced. This stuff reeks of that twisted energy. Yamato took a sample in a small vial. We'll analyze it back at Kumo's labs. They continued exploring, weaving through natural pillars. At the far end of the chamber, the floor opened into a pit. Similar to the one in the first cave but narrower. Samui peered over the edge, shining a light. Another drop. Hard to see the bottom. Naruto stepped closer. Think this connects to the hole we saw under that altar? Yamato nodded. Probably. The altar might have sat above it, and when the dagger was used, it blew open the floor. Samui set her jaw. We need to see if there's anything down there. Without hesitation, Naruto formed a Rasengan, adjusting it to glow slightly like a flashlight made of chakra. He carefully released it down the pit. The swirling sphere illuminated slimy wall. LS for about 15 meters before disappearing into darkness. He frowned. It goes pretty deep. Ino knelt by the edge, forming a mental link with Rei, who waited topside as a sensor, but the interference was too strong. She shook her head. I can't get a read. Darui's voice crackled over a radio line from the surface. You guys seeing anything? Keep us posted. If it's too risky, back out. Samui clicked her own radio. We're investigating a vertical shaft. Might descend. A pause. Then Darui replied, Roger. Be careful. We can't risk losing more nin. Naruto exchanged a look with Yamato and Ino, then glanced at Samui. I'll go first. I can handle a fall if the rope snaps. Samui nodded. All right, I'll back you up. They secured climbing gear, hammered anchors into the rocky floor, and lowered a rope. Naruto volunteered to test it, gently sliding down into the gloom. The air grew damp and cold, reeking of decay. After descending about 10 meters, he felt the rope shudder loose. Debris rained down. This place is unstable. He touched a ledge, shining a small glow of chakra. The ledge ended quickly, leading to another near vertical drop. He gulped, calling up, it's a multi-tier drop. Watch your step. Samui followed, descending with measured precision. Ino and Yamato came after, while Kota and Hinoko kept watch at the top. About 2/3 of the way down, the cavern walls narrowed, forcing them to go single file. The eerie silence pressed in. In the faint glow of Naruto's chakra, they spotted more carvings, Tengu faces, swirling patterns. Samui clenched her jaw. This is no natural cave. Someone carved these. A sudden cracking noise froze them. The rope anchor up top strained, rock fracturing. Naruto felt a jolt as the rope slackened. Samui yelped, losing her footing. Ino, Yamato, hold on. Naruto shouted, quickly wrapping an arm around Samui's waist to steady her. But the rope jerked again, threatening to tear free. Ino clung to a jutting stalactite while Yamato jammed a wooden spike into the rock. Forming a brace, Naruto grit his teeth. We might all fall. Ciel's voice chimed calmly in his mind. Use your slime extension to secure the rope. On it, Naruto's right arm shimmered, shifting into a pliable slime-like tendril that latched onto a sturdy section of rock. He poured chakra into it, effectively anchoring the entire group. Samui's eyes widened, feeling the bizarre texture around her. That's. He flashed her a tense grin. Weird, I know, but it's working. Slowly, they stabilized. Yamato reinforced the anchor from below with wooden spikes, while No managed to climb up and reattach part of the rope to a more secure outcrop. Once they were safe, Samui exhaled a shaky breath. Thanks. Naruto nodded, retracting his slime tendril. Let's hurry before something else breaks. At last, they reached the bottom of the shaft, roughly a small chamber littered with jagged rocks. Trickles of water dripped from above, forming dark puddles. The stench was stronger here, like rotten eggs. A single passage led away, tight and sloping downward. Naruto steeled himself. We check it out, then leave. If it's a dead end, we go. They crept in, shining a single torch. The walls were damp, covered in an odd moss that glowed faintly green. After maybe 20 meters, the passage opened into a modest cavity. The floor was covered in old bones, human or animal. It was hard to tell, cracked and blackened. Ino grimaced, pressing a hand to her mouth. This is horrifying. Samui crouched, gently tapping a bone with her sword's hilt. Feels ritualistic again. Naruto's gut churned. Whoever these people are, they've been at it for a while. Something glinted near a corner, half buried in mud. Yamato bent to pick it up. It was a small metallic crest, shaped like a stylized crow's head. The same spiral pattern repeated across its surface. He handed it to Naruto. Could be a clue. Naruto nodded grimly. We'll take it back. No other passages branched off. The place was just a hidden crypt or dumping ground for their remains. With no sign of living enemies, the group backtracked to the rope, carefully climbing out. Back at the surface, Darui greeted them, relief washing over his face. Took you long enough. You guys okay? Ino breathed in the fresh mountain air gratefully. We're fine. Found some bones and that's it. Yamato held up the metallic crest. Could be important. Darui nodded. We'll examine it in the lab. Maybe we can identify who forged it. Samui blew out a breath, fatigue lining her features. These people have been operating right under our noses. We need a broader search of Kumo's caves. Darui grimaced. That'll take time, but better safe than sorry. Naruto frowned, scanning the horizon as if expecting an attack any moment. We can't just stay on the defensive. We have to figure out who or what Sojobo is. Ino rubbed her arms, recalling the sinister presence in the captive's mind. Yeah, that name might be key to unraveling their chain of commerce shoulder. We'll do a thorough records check. Perhaps an old legend or something might match. Samui sighed. Let's head back. We can't do more here. Late afternoon, Kumo Research Lab. A small lab near the administrative district buzzed with activity as Kumo's science team pored over the black residue samples and the metal crest. Naruto, Samui, and Yamato observed from behind a glass partition. Ino had gone to help cross-reference historical texts with Darui. Meanwhile, Naruto grew impatient. His foot tapped restlessly against the floor. Samui noticed. Pacing like that won't make them finish faster. Quote. He forced a rueful smile. I know. Just. She nodded, understanding. Waiting is the worst part. Yamato, ever calm, suggested, we should check on Ino and Darui. Maybe they've uncovered something in the archives. Naruto agreed, relieved to have something to do. Right. They headed out, leaving the lab technicians to their work. Kumo archives Naruto's POV. Naruto stepped into a dimly lit room lined with tall shelves of scrolls and ancient books. Darui and Ino sat at a wooden table, leafing through worn tomes. A single overhead lamp cast warm light. How's it going? Naruto asked softly, scanning the archaic script. Ino rubbed her eyes. Slowly. Most of these texts are either from ancient Kumo clans or folk stories. We haven't found Sojobo, by name yet. Darui tapped a scroll. We did find references to a king of the mountain Tengu, rumored to appear in storms, punishing travelers. Some claim he had a legion of crow-like servants. Possibly an old myth. Naruto sat down, flipping through a battered volume. The pages depicted stylized Tengu creatures with long noses or beaks, carrying fans or swords. Strange references to illusions, curses, wind manipulation. He frowned. Could be more than myth if these guys are using it as a template. Ino pointed to a section of text. There's a mention of a hidden temple in the Land of Frost, devoted to a Tengu king. It was sealed off centuries ago. Darui raised an eyebrow. Land of Frost. That's near the border with lightning. Could these rogues have a base there? Naruto's mind raced. The Land of Frost rarely got mentioned, a small, mountainous region overshadowed by lightning. It's possible. They might be using old temples or caves for their rituals. Ino closed her book, letting out a weary sigh. This is all speculation, though. We don't have direct proof that the group is using that temple. Yamato appeared in the doorway, having caught the tail end of the conversation. Even speculation might be worth investigating if no other leads present themselves. Naruto nodded. Agreed. We should talk to the Reikage about checking that temple. Darui rubbed the back of his neck. He might want to coordinate with the Land of Frost's daimyo. We can't just march in uninvited. Ino gave a wry smile. We are dealing with a group that phases through shadows and kills themselves rather than be captured. Something tells me they won't respect border protocols. Point taken, Darui said, shutting the ancient text. Let's propose it to the boss. Evening. Reikage's office. The Reikage listened to their findings, occasionally grunting in acknowledgement. He studied the old text referencing the Tengu king, brows furrowed. So, you suspect this temple in the Land of Frost might be key? He asked. Naruto nodded. We don't have proof, but it's the best lead we've got on Sojobo. And it's not far from here. A leaned back in his seat, arms crossed. I can't deploy a large force on a hunch. But a small reconnaissance team might be acceptable. We'd have to inform the Frost daimyo eventually, but if it's covert. He looked at Samui. You're from the front lines of this operation. What do you think? She inclined her head. If these rogues have an old stronghold, we should at least confirm or deny it. We can't let them build power unchecked. I gave a short nod. Very well. Darui, you lead a stealth team to investigate the Land of Frost Temple. Naruto, I assume you'll want to be part of it. Naruto's eyes sparked with determination. Absolutely. Ino glanced at Yamato. They both nodded as well. Silent confirmation they were in. All right, the Reikage said, drumming his fingers on the desk. You'll move out in 2 days. Use that time to prepare. Keep it small, no more than 6 or 7. I'll get in touch with the Frost officials if needed. A flicker of lightning danced across his gaze. We end this quietly if we can. If it escalates, call for backup. I won't have another war unleashed in my domain. Understood, they chorused. Late night, Kumo guest quarters, tension and reflection. Naruto lay awake on his futon, staring at the ceiling. In 2 days, they'd set off for the Land of Frost. Chasing a tenuous lead about a possible Tengu temple, everything felt like a chain of half-clues. He closed his eyes, letting exhaustion wash over him. Faint footsteps in the corridor drew his attention. The door slid open a crack, revealing Ino's silhouette. She peered in cautiously. Hey, she whispered. You awake? He sat up. Yeah, come in. She slipped inside, quietly shutting the door behind her. For a moment, they just looked at each other in the dim moonlight. Then she sighed, sinking onto the edge of his futon. I can't sleep, she admitted softly. All this, it's overwhelming. He nodded, gently placing a hand on her back. Same. Ino hesitated, then leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder. The warmth of her presence soothed his jumbled nerves. They sat in companionable silence, the hush of the night broken only by the soft whistle of the wind outside. Eventually, Ino spoke, voice hushed. I saw Samui earlier, leaving your room. Is there something going on with you too? Naruto tensed. He wanted to be honest but wasn't sure how to phrase it. She kissed my cheek. Thanked me for saving her. I didn't expect it. Ino's pulse quickened against him. She drew back slightly, searching his eyes. And how do you feel about that? He swallowed, recalling Samui's quiet intensity. I'm not sure. Everything's complicated, but it's not like I'm pursuing her. Ino's eyes flickered with relief, and a hint of jealousy. All right, I don't want this to turn into some messy drama. He rubbed the back of his neck, sighing. I get it. Believe me, I'm confused too. I nearly died for this world. Coming back, I want to live, to experience everything. But I don't want to hurt anyone. Ino offered a wry smile, her tone gentler. I get that. Let's just keep communicating, okay? I really do like you, Naruto. And I don't want petty drama to tear us apart in the middle of a crisis. He cupped her cheek, pressing a light kiss to her lips. Deal. She let out a soft breath, relaxing. Thank you. They shared a quiet moment of closeness before she stood, brushing down her rumpled clothing. I should go. Yamato or Sai might see me. He let out a low chuckle. Right. Don't need rumors flying. She paused at the door, offering one last smile. Then she slipped into the corridor, leaving Naruto alone with a swirl of mingled comfort and anxiety. Emotional entanglements while the world stands on the brink, Ciel's mental voice reflected calmly. He sighed, lying back. Yeah, welcome to my life. Dawn, Reikage's terrace, a glimpse of the future. Unable to sleep further, Naruto woke before sunrise and stepped out onto a high terrace near the Reikage's building. From there, he watched the dawn break over Kumo's jagged peaks, painting the clouds in vibrant oranges and pinks. He felt a subtle presence behind him. Turning, he found Samui approaching quietly, arms folded in the morning chill. She inclined her head in greeting. Up early? She asked. He nodded. Couldn't sim at the railing. They stood in comfortable silence for a while, taking in the majestic view as the sun cleared the mountains. Eventually, Samui spoke softly. This might be the calm before a bigger storm, Naruto. If your lead in the Land of Frost is correct, we'll be heading into deeper territory. He nodded, the morning light glinting off his blonde hair. I know, but I can't ignore it. She watched him from the corner of her eye. You said once you'd protect my village if it came to it. And all the other villages, right? He turned, smiling gently. That's what I do. A faint smile tugged at her lips. Then she exhaled. Naruto. About the other day, when I. He raised a hand to stop her. You don't have to apologize. It's okay. Her cheeks heated slightly. I just didn't want to confuse you. Or complicate things. He felt a soft pang of guilt, recalling Ino's worry. Life's already complicated. Let's just focus on this mission. She nodded. Right. They watched the sun fully crest the horizon, bathing Kumo in brilliant light. A sense of resolve settled in Naruto's chest. I can't let any new threat tear this piece apart. Noon, Kumo training yard, final preparations. By midday, everyone was in motion. Darui assembled the infiltration team. Naruto, Ino, Sai, Samui, and 2 Kumo Jonin skilled in stealth. Yamato would remain in Kumo to coordinate with the rakeage. Given that the mission needed a small footprint, Naruto took a moment to confirm gear. He carried basic ninja tools, plus some sealing tags provided by Tenten via the earlier scroll. And a few special containment tags from Kumo's arsenal. Ino double-checked her mind jutsu tags, while Sai quietly prepared blank scrolls for ink beast summoning. Samui conversed with the 2 Kumo Jonin, finalizing route details. Darui approached Naruto, eyes serious. You good? This will be a stealth op, not a frontal assault. Naruto gave a confident shrug. I can be stealthy when I need to be. Darui smirked. Yeah, sure. Just try not to blow everything up on the first sign of trouble. Naruto grinned sheepishly. I'll do my best. All right, Darui said. You leave tomorrow at dawn. Get some rest. Naruto nodded. Scanning the yard, he spotted Ino, who waved him over. He walked to her, curious. What's up? She bit her lip, glancing around to ensure no one else was listening. I just wanted to say, be careful out there. We're walking right into unknown territory. He squeezed her hand lightly. You too. We'll watch each other's backs. She smiled, warmth in her eyes. Deal. Nearby, Samui finished her discussion with the Kumo Jonin. She glanced at Naruto and Ino but said nothing, maintaining her usual calm. However, Naruto noted the flicker of tension in her gaze. The triangle thickens. Ciel teased silently. Naruto resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Focus on the mission, buddy. Afternoon, Kumo's Memorial Park, Temari's POV. A short viewpoint shift to Suna, connecting to Kumo via Messenger Hawk. For dramatic layering, Temari paced near Sunagaku's small memorial area, scanning the skies for a hawk from Kumo. Gaara had asked her to handle communications with the rakeage while he made arrangements with other nations. She felt a swirl of anxiety. Naruto's predicament weighed on her mind. That idiot better not get himself killed again, she thought bitterly. Recalling how it felt to watch him fall in the war. A flutter of wings drew her gaze. A hawk swooped down, a small scroll clutched in its talons. Temari quickly retrieved it, unrolling the parchment. Her eyes skimmed the message. Heart pounding. Naruto and others remain in Kumo. New threat akin to Akatsuki. Possibly led by Sojobo. Preliminary infiltration mission to Land of Frost tomorrow. She clenched her jaw. Damn. Another group messing with the Shinobi Alliance. I'll have to push Gaara to get involved sooner. Folding the scroll, she hurried off to deliver it to the cage. A sense of foreboding lodged in her chest. Stay safe, Naruto. For all our sakes. Late evening, Kumo guest quarters. Naruto stood by the window, gazing at the moonlit village. Tomorrow, they'd depart on a covert mission to the Land of Frost. Chasing leads on a shadowy cult with ties to ancient Tengu legends. If they were lucky, they'd uncover Sojobo's plan before it spiraled into a crisis. He felt a IRL of complicated emotions, determination to protect the peace, concern for the looming threat, and the tangled threads of his personal relationships. They're all counting on you, Ciel said gently in his thoughts. Stay resolute, Naruto. He closed his eyes, drawing in a steadying breath. I won't let them down. As the moon drifted across the sky, Naruto finally lay down, letting exhaustion claim him. The next chapter of his journey loomed in the distance, a silent promise that the path of a reborn hero was never simple, but he would face it head-on, with unwavering resolve and a heart that refused to yield. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Morning. Kumogakur, day of departure. Naruto stood at the village gate with the infiltration team, the early sun casting long shadows across the mountain pass. A chill breeze whistled through the rocky canyons of Kumo. Despite the cold, he felt the hot churn of adrenaline in his stomach. The mission to the land of frost was about to begin. Darui led the small squad, joined by Samui, Naruto, Ino, Sai, and 2 Kumo Jonin named Shun and Mei, both adept at stealth. Yamato stayed behind to coordinate with the Reikage. Someone needed to handle logistics and keep watch on Kumo's border. Naruto's gaze swept over the group. Ino was adjusting her gear, face set with determination. Sai wore his usual unreadable expression. Samui stood near Darui, quietly conferring about the route. Shun and Mei waited a few steps away, checking their supplies. Infiltration, not a full-scale assault, Darui reminded them, voice low. We confirm if that temple in the land of frost is connected to these new Akatsuki wannabes. We gather intel. If we find them, we proceed carefully. Clear. Everyone nodded. Naruto took a breath, fighting the urge to zip off at top speed. Patience, he told himself. This is bigger than me. You're doing well, Ciel spoke in his mind, a gentle reassurance. He gave a mental nod. Thanks. All right, Darui said. Move out. They PPED through Kumo's massive gates into the open road. The sun climbed higher, bathing them in cold light as they set a swift pace through rocky highlands. Guards at the ramparts watched them vanish into the winding trails. Late morning, mountain trails. The route to the land of frost required skirting the outskirts of Lightning Country's mountainous borders, treacherous terrain, but also less monitored by local officials. That suited a covert mission just fine. Darui led the way, occasionally checking a compass-like device that oriented them away from main roads. Their path wove among boulders and steep ravines. Sai scouted ahead using an ink bird, silent and efficient. Every so often, Ino or Samui would ask for a short break, mindful that traveling in mountainous terrain took its toll. Naruto felt hardly any fatigue. His reborn body coursed with boundless vitality, and the rimuru-based abilities gave him near-limitless stamina. Still, he forced himself to slow down for the team's sake. He recalled a time he would have complained about the pace. Now he recognized the necessity of keeping formation. Samui fell into step beside Naruto during one of these brief pauses. You've been quiet, she noted, a hint of concern in her tone. He shrugged. Just thinking. Last time we tried confronting these guys, we ended up with nothing but curses. Her expression darkened. We'll be cautious. But we can't let them fester in the shadows. She hesitated. How are you feeling about this? We don't know how far this cult extends. They keep talking about you being a key. Naruto exhaled. But I've been a target my whole life. He tried a small grin. Can't say I'm surprised. Samui nodded. Right. Well, just remember we've got your back. Their eyes met, and for a moment, unspoken tension flickered. Then Darui called them to move. Samui cleared her throat, turning away with a curt nod. Noon, narrow pass overlooking a gorge. They'd covered good distance by midday, nearing the edge of Lightning Country. The path narrowed into a precarious ledge, hugging a cliff face that overlooked a deep gorge. Far below, a twisting river sparkled in the sun. Shun, one of the Kumo Jonin, scanned the horizon with a small telescope. Looks clear. No sign of patrols. Mei pointed to a faint trail across the ravine. That route leads us down into the valley, then back up into frost territory. She frowned. It's a long way down. Darui squinted at the steep drop. At least we're not scaling it straight up. Let's move. They navigated the ledge in single file, steps echoing on the rock. Ino walked behind Naruto, occasionally peeking around him to check the terrain below. The team's tension was palpable. These wild mountain areas were prime spots for an ambush. Halfway along, Sai's ink bird returned, perching on his shoulder. He placed a hand on it, reading the subtle signals. No enemy presence up ahead, he reported, voice subdued. It's quiet. Naruto set his jaw. Sometimes quiet is worse. Darui gave him a look of agreement. We keep our eyes open. Mid-afternoon, border of the land of frost. By mid-afternoon, a noticeable shift in the environment signaled their entrance into the land of frost. The temperature dropped sharply, thin blankets of snow clung to the rocky ground. Clouds overhead gathered in dense formations, threatening flurries. They paused in a sheltered alcove to catch their breath and grab a quick meal. Naruto, sipping water, noticed Ino shivering slightly. He pulled off his own spare cloak from his pack and draped it over her shoulders with a small smile. "Thanks," she murmured, blushing faintly. From a few steps away, Samui glanced over. Naruto pretended not to notice the hint of something that crossed her face, a flicker of quiet envy, maybe. He focused on the bigger picture instead. Darui consulted a hand-drawn map. The old archives referenced a temple near a glacier lake. "We'll head there. According to this, we can bypass any main roads by circling the ridge." Ino crouched beside him. "How far?" "Couple more hours if we're fast." He stood, addressing the team. "Let's keep going." They set off again, forging through patches of ice and thin snow. Occasionally, they saw the tracks of mountain animals, but no sign of human activity. Late afternoon, frozen lake region. The closer they got, the thicker the frost grew. Soon they emerged onto the banks of a large, partially frozen lake. Jagged ice sheets clung to the shoreline, while the center was still liquid, reflecting the gray sky. May pointed across the ice. "The temple might be up that slope. See those half-buried ruins?" Quote. Squinting, Naruto made out stone pillars jutting from a hillside on the far side of the lake. A faint outline of carved rock hinted at an entrance. His heart sped up. "We might be on the right track." Darui crouched behind a boulder, motioning the others to join him. "We need a plan. If that temple is in use, there might be lookouts. Sai, can you scout with your birds?" Sai nodded, summoning an ink bird that soared over the ice. They watched tensely. After a few minutes, it returned, scribbling lines of ink onto Sai's scroll. He examined them. A partially collapsed structure. No movement at the entrance, but it's open inside. Possibly underground passages. Samui's gaze flicked to Darui. So it could be a perfect hideout. Darui rubbed his chin. "We go in quietly. If it's empty, we gather clues. If we find hostiles, we gauge their numbers before attacking." The team murmured assent. Ino's eyes narrowed. "We can't let them slip away if they're in there. Otherwise, we'll have another empty lead." Naruto clenched his fists, remembering how the rogues vanished back in Kumo. "Let's do this carefully." Approach to the temple. They split into two sub-teams. Naruto, Ino, and Samui would circle around to the north side, while Darui, Sai, Shun, and Mei took the south. They'd converge near the entrance, flanking any potential guards. Naruto, Ino, and Samui skulked through the sparse pines lining the hillside, each step muffled by light snow. The temple loomed ahead, a weathered stone facade half buried in frost. Carvings of Tengu masks adorned what remained of an archway. Samui pointed to a narrow side entrance partially collapsed by fallen rock. "We can slip in there." "Less obvious." Naruto nodded, lowering his voice to a hush. "Let's see if Darui's side is in position." He activated a small pulse of chakra. Moments later, a quick code blink came from the opposite side, Darui's prearranged signal. They were ready. Samui led them to the side entrance. Broken slabs of stone and tangled vines made the passage claustrophobic. Ino wrinkled her nose at a stale, musty smell, reminiscent of forgotten tombs. An eerie hush hung over the place. Naruto summoned a faint glow in his palm, just enough to illuminate the immediate area. The corridor sloped downward into darkness. Distant dripping echoed. Samui stiffened. "Voices," she whispered. They paused, listening. Indeed, faint murmurs drifted from somewhere deeper inside, indistinct but definitely human. "Careful," Ino mouthed. She formed a hand sign, preparing to cast her mind-based detection jutsu. Carefully, she reached out with her chakra senses. After a few tense seconds, she withdrew, brow furrowing. "I sense at least 3 or 4 people, but there's a barrier messing with my perception again." Could be more. Naruto clenched his jaw. Always with these cursed barriers. "Let's keep going." They moved in silent formation. Samui in front, Naruto in the middle, Ino at the rear scanning their flank. Torch brackets lined the stone walls, though they were long extinguished. Occasional cracks in the ceiling let in thin shafts of winter light. A bend in the corridor brought T.H.M. to a cramped antechamber scattered with debris. The voices were louder now, some kind of chanting or recitation. Naruto's pulse hammered. Are we about to catch them red-handed? Samui crept to the edge of the chamber and peered around. She tensed, then gestured for Naruto and Ino to see. They ducked behind a broken pillar, eyes widening at the sight ahead. Secret Shrine. First encounter. 2RO. Bed figures stood near an altar carved from dark stone, reminiscent of the one in Kumo's cave. Flickering torchlight revealed swirling symbols etched into the walls, more Tengu motifs, crow-like silhouettes, and that dreaded spiral pattern. Strange, thick incense smoke drifted through the air, casting eerie shadows. A third figure knelt in front of the altar, hands raised in supplication. Their hood was down, revealing spiky black hair and a set of jagged tattoos across their face. A half-finished ritual circle glowed on the floor. Naruto felt a wave of revulsion. Same group, definitely. Memoir. IEs of the shadow phase jutsu and the black dagger came flooding back. From the corridor behind them, a soft shuffle of footsteps. Darui and the others had arrived from the opposite side. Naruto glimpsed Darui's silhouette, hidden in the gloom. Perfect. They had the robes surrounded. Ino's breath hitched. She looked at Naruto, silently asking for the go-ahead. He nodded. Time to strike before the Y finished whatever dark ceremony they were performing. Samui launched forward with a swift, silent dash, sword flashing. She targeted one robed figure who barely had time to flinch. Her blade crackled with lightning, cutting through the figure's shoulder. Blood sprayed, and a cry of alarm echoed in the shrine. Naruto sprang toward the second robed shinobi, channeling a precise spun around, raising hands crackling with black energy. The collision sent up a burst of sparks. Naruto's blue aura clashed with their inky black swirl, blowing dust across the chamber. Ino stayed back, forming the seal for mind disturbance jutsu. She aimed at the kneeling figure who'd been chanting. Try chanting your curses while trapped in your own mind. She hissed under her breath. A swirl of intangible energy launched at the chanting shinobi. They stiffened, eyes glazing. The glowing ritual circle flickered dangerously. Ino clenched her jaw, pushing mental force into the link. I have to hold them still. Across the chamber, Darui and Sai stormed in, subduing the robed figure Samui had wounded. Shun and Mei secured the exits, ensuring no one escaped. Naruto faced off with his opponent in a fierce exchange of blows. The robed shinobi's arms elongated with shadowy tendrils, lashing out like whips. Naruto dodged, focusing on the new skills that let him shift his body. A ripple of slime-like fluidity let him pass through a near miss. Then he slammed a palm strike into the shinobi's torso, sending them skidding back. Give up, Naruto shouted, eyes blazing. We already have you cornered. The robed shinobi snarled, dark energy crackling around them. Your illusions of peace will die with you. With a sharp motion, they hurled a cluster of black orbs. Naruto recognized the technique from the canyon. Each orb could blast through solid rock. Samui pivoted from her first target, stepping in front of the orbs, sword alight with lightning. Lightning release. Thunderclap shield. She growled. A burrs. T of electricity shaped into a protective barrier, neutralizing the orbs in a shower of sparks. Thanks, Naruto muttered. Samui only nodded, her expression grim. Behind them, the kneeling shinobi suddenly let out a strangled gasp. Ino's jutsu was taking effect, but the circle on the floor flared again, releasing a surge of black energy. The shrine walls rattled. Ino's eyes went wide. There easting me. Something else is pushing back. Darui, pressed against the second wounded enemy, shouted, Ino. Careful. Too late. A massive shockwave blasted from the circle, sending Ino flying backward. She crashed against a broken pillar with a pained cry. Naruto's heart lurched. Ino. The robed shinobi he was fighting seized the opportunity to swirl into shadow, disappearing behind the altar. Samui cursed, slashing at empty air. Darui pinned his captive with a foot on their chest, turning to look at Ino. Sai, check on her. Sai rushed over, quickly assessing Ino's vitals. She's conscious but dazed. Naruto clenched his fists, scanning for the chanting shinobi. They still knelt in the center, twitching under the mental assault. The swirling circle of black energy threatened to expand. I have to stop that ritual. He vaulted forward, aiming to physically disrupt the design. But a shadow lance erupted from the floor, forcing him to dodge. The chanting shinobi's eyes snapped open, swirling with an inky darkness. Ino's jutsu must have partially failed. Stay back, demon, the shinobi spat, voice layered with an ominous echo. I am a vessel for Lord Sojobo's will. Naruto narrowed his eyes. So you're connected to this Sojobo directly. A twisted grin split the shinobi's face. All who serve shall become one with the new dawn. The black lines across his skin writhed, as though alive. You shall be our catalyst. Naruto Uzumaki. That set Naruto's blood boiling. Not happening. He exhaled, forming a Rasengan shimmering with turquoise light. Wake up from your delusions. He lunged. The shinobi half rose, shifting as if to vanish into a shadow, but Naruto anticipated it. Channeling a bit of Predator's ability, he stretched his Rasengan-bearing arm in a fluid motion, striking faster than expected. The orb of spiraling chakra drilled into the shinobi's shoulder, sending them spinning across the floor. The black circle fizzled, its energy dispersing, collapsing against a ruined pillar. The shinobi coughed blood. Their eyes flickered, the inky darkness receding slightly. This isn't over, they rasped. Then, in a guttural whisper, they began muttering what sounded like a self-termination chant. Similar to the Kumo captives. No, you don't. Naruto dove, pressing a hand to the shinobi's chest. Ciel, he barked internally. Understood. Attempting to neutralize the curse. A faint glow pulsed from Naruto's hand, an adaptation of Rimuru's predator and analysis abilities, trying to devour or disrupt the lethal seal. The shinobi's eyes bulged, black foam trickling from their mouth. For a few agonizing seconds, Naruto poured his energy in, wrestling with the foreign curse. Finally, the chanting fizzled. The shinobi slumped, unconscious but alive, chest still rising and falling. Naruto panted, heart hammering. I did it. Yes, Ciel's voice answered. I consumed enough of the malignant chakra to stop the failsafe. He remains alive for now. Relief flooded Naruto. Guys, we've got one unconscious but alive, no meltdown this time. Darui's eyes flashed. Good work. He turned to the robed figure pinned beneath his foot. You hear that? Your buddy's not dead yet. Cooperate, or we'll force that curse out of you too. The pinned captive hissed, thrashing, but they were too injured to resist. Samui crouched beside them, sword angled menacingly. Try anything, and you'll meet my blade, she warned. Mei and Shun secured the area, checking for hidden passages. Sai helped Ino to her feet. She winced, rubbing her shoulder. I'm okay, she muttered. Just a bruise. Naruto gently placed the unconscious chanting shinobi on the floor, binding them with ninja wire. The swirling black tattoos still pulsed faintly, but the immediate threat seemed contained. Moment of calm, assessing the shrine. With two captives secured, the team took stock of the shrine. The robed figure Samui had slashed was either dead or near death, lying in a pool of blood. Darui scowled, calling for basic first aid. We want them alive if possible. In a corner of the shrine, Ino sat gingerly, letting Sai wrap her bruised ribs. She caught Naruto's eye and forced a reassuring smile. I'm fine. Just knocked around. He exhaled, relieved. You had me worried. That shockwave looked nasty. She nodded, pain flickering on her face. It was like something outside the shinobi's own power. Almost like a possessed surge. Naruto's mind drifted to the moment he sensed that dark presence. Could that have been Sojobo's influence, reaching through the ritual? Darui knelt by the larger altar, scanning the strange script carved into its surface. Samui joined him, the torchlight reflecting on her serious features. We've seen these symbols before, she muttered. In Kumo's caves. Darui grunted in agreement. Same cult, different location. Let's see if we can glean more from these captives than the last bunch. Naruto's gaze drifted across the chamber. The swirling black circle on the floor was faint now, its power disrupted by the fight. But the residual negative energy still set his nerves on edge. This place is vile. Interrogation attempt. They decided to interrogate the pinned captive first. Since the chanting shinobi was unconscious, the pinned rogue was gravely wounded, but alive enough to speak. Samui and Darui hovered over them, while Naruto and Ino stood by, ready to intervene. Who do you serve? Darui demanded, pressing his sword tip to the rogue's throat. What is Sojobo planning? The rogue spat blood, sneering. Ignorant fools. You cannot comprehend Lord Sojobo's design. This world as rotting Akatsuki failed because they lacked true faith. Our new dawn shall cleanse it for real. Ino's eyes hardened. Cleansing by summoning darkness. That's insane. The rogue let out a harsh laugh. Insanity to those who cling to the old ways. Soon, they coughed, body trembling from blood loss. Even if you kill me, the cause lives on. Sojobo will claim the Jinchuriki's reborn essence. Naruto's stomach turned. My essence. Why? A manic gleam lit the rogue's eyes. Because you are the final puzzle piece to open the Tengudo. The door to divine retribution. Another hacking cough. You and your godlike power. Naruto exchanged an uneasy glance with Ino. They really do know about my new abilities. Darui pressed the blade closer. Where is Sojobo? The rogue's breath rattled. He is everywhere. He sees through the eyes of all who serve. A trickle of black fluid leaked from the corner of their mouth. He is the wind, the storm, the king. They convulsed, limbs twitching. Ino stepped forward. They're going to kill themselves with the curse again, Naruto. Naruto crouched, placing a hand on the rogue's chest, attempting the same predator-based disruption. But the rogue twisted violently, eyes rolling back. No time. With a final gasp, black foam spilled over their lips. Their body went rigid. A hush fell as the rogue's breathing stopped. Naruto cursed under his breath, pulling his hand away. I was too late. Darui clenched his jaw. Damn it. Another dead lead. But at least we got some info. He eyed Naruto. They want your godlike power to open something called the Tengudo. Quote. Naruto's thoughts churned. Seems that way. Some door or realm they plan to unleash makes me think of Kagaya's dimension fiasco. They must be aiming for something massive. Samui took a deep breath. We still have the other one. The chanter. Maybe that one can be saved from the curse. Her gaze flicked to Naruto. If you do that, predator disruption, again. Naruto nodded. I'll try. Securing the chanter. The chanting rogue remained unconscious, bound with ninja wire and layered with sealing tags. Naruto knelt beside them, focusing on scanning their chakra system. Ino looked on, ready to assist if needed. He pressed a hand to the rogue's chest, letting seal guide the predator's skill inward. Immediately, he felt a roiling mass of negative chakra similar to the Kumo captives. But more potent. It flared like a living entity, resisting intrusion. Their curse is advanced, Seal warned. I can suppress it, but you'll need to maintain contact longer. Naruto gritted his teeth. Do it. A wave of azure light shimmered around his hand as he siphoned off the malicious energy, bit by bit. The rogue twitched, mouth contorting in silent pain. Ino carefully placed a palm on the rogue's forehead, adding a subtle Yamanaka technique to calm the mind. Come on, stay alive, she murmured. After a tense minute, the rogue's breathing stabilized, the black tattoos fading to a dull gray. They lay still, eyes closed, but alive. Naruto withdrew his hand, beads of sweat on his brow. Samui and Darui watched with relief. Well done, Samui said quietly. Naruto exhaled. No meltdown this time, but the curse is still dormant. I can't fully remove it. Then we'll have to watch them closely, Darui concluded. Once we're out of here, we'll haul them back to Kumo for a proper interrogation. But we can try to glean some basics first, assuming they wake up soon. Sai approached from the side. Area secured. No other hostiles found, but we discovered a side passage leading deeper underground. Might connect to more chambers. Naruto's stomach nodded. Do we risk going deeper? Darui weighed the options. We have 2 wounded captives and an injured teammate. We also found a dead rogue. Going deeper might be too risky. But if more of them lurk below. Samui's eyes narrowed. They could flee or strengthen their defenses. We can't just leave it unexplored. Naruto chimed in. We could split up. Some of us guard the captives while a smaller team checks the passage. Darui hesitated, but it seemed the best choice. Fine. Samui, you, Ino, and Sai stay here with the captives. Naruto, come with me and the 2 Kumo Jonin to scout the passage. Keep it quick. Exploring the subterranean corridor, Naruto and Darui. Naruto, Darui, Shun, and Mei ventured through. A crumbling doorway at the far end of the shrine. A narrow staircase descended, steps half collapsed from centuries of neglect. The air grew colder, the walls dripping with condensation. Darui wand a small orb-like light in his palm, a technique borrowed from Kumo's standard gear. Shun and Mei flanked him, while Naruto took point, senses extended for any sign of movement. They reached a lower passage that forked in two directions. Faint wind whistled from the left tunnel, the right was eerily silent. Naruto felt a subtle tremor of negative chakra emanating from the right. We can't leave that unchecked. He motioned to Darui, pointing right. Darui nodded, leading them into the darkness. The corridor twisted a few times, then opened into a small chamber. Ancient stone coffins lined the walls, each carved with Tengu-faced imagery. Mei shivered. Creepy place for coffins. Naruto glanced around warily. Could be a crypt. Let's not disturb them. Shun stepped forward, shining the light. Across a large stone slab in the center. Strange runes glowed faintly, reminiscent of the black spiral motifs. This is more of their ritual stuff. Darui approached, scanning the runes. No sign of actual living presence. He gave Naruto a sidelong look. You picking up anything? Naruto closed his eyes briefly, letting ciel amplify his sensory. A swirl of faint negative residue lingered like a FTER shocks of old rituals but no living souls. Just leftover energy. No enemies here. Shun exhaled, tension easing. So it's probably abandoned. Mei frowned at a cracked wall, pressing a hand to it. Feels like a cave-in sealed off another route. Maybe they had a larger complex once. Darui nodded. Let's not spend too long. We got what we came for, a confirmation that they're definitely using these old ruins for their cult nonsense. He turned to Naruto. We should head back. The group upstairs might need us. Naruto agreed. Right. At least we know they're operating in more than one location. We can pass this to the Reikage and Tsunade. They retraced their steps back to the shrine, carefully climbing the old staircase. Darui's expression was grim. It's only a matter of time before more of them pop up. Naruto's jaw tightened. We'll be ready. Rejoining the others in the shrine. When Naruto, Darui, Shun, and Mei returned, they found Samui and Sai standing guard near the entrance. Ino was hunched over the unconscious chanter, brow furrowed. Samui turned as they approached. He's stirring, but not fully conscious. We tried questioning him, but he just mumbles about shadows and a holy crow. Ino added quietly, I sense a fragile mind in there. If I push too hard, I risk triggering the curse again. But maybe I can glean something if I'm careful. Naruto exchanged a glance with Darui, who nodded. Do it, but be cautious. Ino placed a gentle hand on the chanter's forehead, weaving a subtle Yamanaka connection. The man's breath caught, eyes fluttering, but he didn't fully resist. Possibly because Naruto's predator disruption had weakened the curse. For a moment, Ino's gaze turned inward. Then she flinched, blinking rapidly. He's too delirious. I caught glimpses of some fortress. High on a mountain with raging storms. Possibly in an even colder region than here. Could be Sojobo's stronghold. Darui frowned. Another location. Ino retracted her hand, sighing. That's all I could see. He started babbling about the king of the mountain Tengu, waiting in a palace of clouds, preparing to open the Tengudo. Then the mental link got fuzzy. Samui's jaw clenched. We'll add that to the list of mysteries. Quote. The chanter let out a weak groan, eyes rolling back. Despite their battered SBLE enough to transport, Naruto gently hoisted them, mindful of not jostling the injuries. Darui, Samui said, turning to her comrade, let's get out of here. We've done what we can. He nodded. Agreed. We'll head back to Kumo, secure this prisoner for real interrogation, and share our findings with the Alliance. Shun, may help me with the remains. We'll need to confirm the identities of these rogues. Nightfall, camp near the frozen lake. They emerged from the temple at dusk. The sky above the land of frost darkening fast. A bitter wind sliced across the half-frozen lake. No sign of other enemies either. The cult's reinforcements hadn't arrived, or the group was too small to mount a counterattack. Finding a defensible spot near a rock outcrop, they set up a makeshift camp. Darui insisted they keep the prisoner under watch at all times. Sai and Shun took first guard shift. Naruto and Ino huddled near a small fire, grateful for its warmth. Samui joined them, her silent presence a comfort. Darui supervised the perimeter with Mei, ensuring no surprise ambush came at night. How are your ribs? Naruto asked Ino quietly, concern in his voice. She half smiled. Bruised, but all live. Thanks for worrying. Samui glanced at Ino, noticing how Naruto's hand rested lightly on her back. Samui's expression remained composed, though a subtle flicker of emotion passed in her eyes. You were lucky. That shockwave was strong. Ino nodded. Yeah, next time, I'll be more cautious with my mind jutsu. A short silence followed, tension just below the surface. Finally, Samui spoke again, voice low. Naruto, about that technique you used to disrupt the curse, could it work on multiple people at once? He considered. In theory, if I had direct contact. But it's risky, the curse fights back. And I have to be careful not to let it flood my own chakra. Samui nodded thoughtfully. Still, it's an advantage we have over them now. Maybe we can save future captives. Ino's gaze shifted between them. We'll need it, if they keep self-terminating. Naruto poked at the fire, warmth tingling his fingers. At least we got one prisoner who might give answers. That's more progress than before. Samui murmured agreement. Then she stood. I'll go check on the perimeter. She slipped away into the darkness. Naruto watched her figure recede, feeling a pang of conflict in his chest. Ino's eyes flicked to him, aware of the unspoken tension, but she said nothing. She simply leaned her head against his shoulder, drawing comfort from the moment. Midnight, camp perimeter, Samui's paw. Samui walked along the edge of camp, scanning the starlit lake and the looming hills beyond. Icy gusts whipped her short blonde hair around her face. She was used to Kumo's cold, but this land felt even harsher, as though the very air bristled with foreboding. Her mind churned with the events of the day. Naruto's powers. The bizarre curses, the name Sojobo repeated like a mantra by these zealots. And Naruto, she added internally, recalling the swirl of mixed feelings whenever she saw him with Ino. She pressed a palm to her chest, inhaling the sharp air. Focus, Samui, you're a kunoichi of Kumo. Yet she couldn't fully shake the flutter of warmth that sprang up around Naruto. He saved me from that explosion in the cave. And again today when those black orbs flew in my direction. He's different. Sighing, she returned to the flickering light of the camp. Darui was perched on a rock, arms folded, eyes half closed. All quiet, he asked softly. She nodded, adopting her usual calm demeanor. Yes, no movement. Darui exhaled. Good. We'll leave at first light for Kumo. He paused. How's Naruto holding up? She averted her gaze. He's fine. Busy keeping Ino from overexerting herself. Darui regarded her closely, but didn't comment on the subtle tension in her tone. All right. Try to get some rest, Samui. She nodded. You too. Dawn, departing the temple region. They set out before sunrise, eager to leave the cursed temple behind. The prisoner was strapped to a makeshift stretcher that Shun and Mei took turns carrying. Ino walked beside Naruto, though she insisted she was well enough to travel. Samui, adopting a businesslike manner, took point with Darui, scanning for potential ambushes. Sai soared overhead on an ink bird, providing aerial reconnaissance. The group made good time across the frozen lake, breath misting in the frigid air. As they hiked back toward Lightning Country, fresh snow began to fall. The flakes swirling in a gentle but relentless flurry. Footing grew treacherous on the icy slopes. Naruto, with his near-limitless stamina, helped steady the others in slippery spots. At midday, they paused to eat in a sheltered alcove. The prisoner stirred, groaning softly. Ino knelt beside him, checking for a fever. He still wasn't coherent, but at least he was alive. Naruto felt a flicker of hope. Maybe we can actually save him from the curse entirely. Darui scanned the horizon, frowning. We need to hurry. These winds are picking up. Could be a blizzard. Samui nodded in agreement. Moving out. Afternoon, blizzard strikes. They pressed on, but the weather turned vicious. Icy gales whipped the snow into near whiteout conditions. Sai's ink bird circled, unable to see far. The group formed a tight line, forging a path through waist-deep drifts. Mei stumbled, nearly dropping the stretcher. Naruto rushed to help her, supporting the prisoner's weight. You okay? She spat out a curse. Damn snow. Darui shielded his face from the biting wind. We need to find cover soon. Samui pointed to a cluster of rock formations rising from the blank whiteness. Over there. They slogged toward the outcrop. Sai found a shallow cave entrance, just large enough to shield them from the worst of the storm. Gratefully, they squeezed inside, setting the stretcher down near the back. Snow piled at the entrance, the howling wind rattling outside. Naruto stamped his feet, numb from the cold. Samui and Darui worked to start a small fire with some dry tinder they carried. Ino huddled in her borrowed cloak, shivering. How long do these storms last in the land of frost? Shun wiped snow from his face. Hours, sometimes days. Hopefully not days. Darui shook his head, glancing at the prisoner. We don't have days, but we can't risk traveling in whiteout. Naruto grimaced, removing his gloves to rub his stiff fingers. Stuck in a cave while a cult of shadow maniacs roams free, not ideal. We should remain patient, Ciel advised gently in his mind. Survival first. He sighed inwardly. Right. Forced camp in the cave. Tensions flare. Hours passed as the blizzard raged. The team took turns napping or keeping watch. Firelight danced across the cold walls. In the cramped space, personal tensions simmered below the surface. At one point, Ino murmured to Naruto, "My ribs are killing me." She winced, pressing a hand to her side. He carefully offered to place a gentle healing chakra over the bruise. She leaned back against his chest, letting him tend to her. The closeness was comforting, her warmth blending with his. Samui, seated across the fire, noticed but kept her eyes on the flames, expression unreadable. Darui eventually said, "If this storm doesn't let up by tomorrow, we'll have to consider an alternate route." Samui nodded. "I might try to scout a path in the morning if it's calmer." Sai, perched near the cave mouth, simply listened, occasionally sketching in his scroll. Shun and Mei dozed off, exhausted from carrying the prisoner. Naruto finished applying a bit of healing chakra to Ino's side. She let out a relieved sigh. "Thanks," she whispered, turning her head slightly to brush a light kiss on his cheek. He smiled, flushing a bit. Public display, is that okay here? He wondered, but no one said anything. Samui's eyes flickered for just a second. Darui politely pretended not to notice. Eventually for a restless night. The prisoner's ragged breathing filled the background, occasionally broken by the howling wind. The swirling of the storm outside mirrored the unresolved undercurrents within. Morning, after the storm. When dawn arrived, they found the storm had finally passed. The sky was clear but the world was buried under fresh snow, knee-deep in places. Bitter cold nipped at every exposed patch of skin. They emerged from the cave, half blinded by the sun reflecting off pristine white drifts. Sai sent an ink bird aloft, scanning for a navigable path. The temperature was harsh, but at least they could see. Darui nodded when Sai returned, indicating a route. "All right, let's push on. We can reach the border by Ht fall if we don't get slowed down again." The trek was grueling. Every step sank into powdery snow. Shun and Mei alternated carrying the prisoner, who remained unconscious but alive, occasionally muttering nonsense. Naruto and Samui took turns using small lightning or wind-based jutsu to clear some drifts. Ino paced herself carefully to avoid aggravating her bruised ribs. By midday, they spotted a break in the mountain's lightning country's border pass, or close enough. Relief fluttered through the group. Another few hours of trudging, and they finally crested a familiar ridge that overlooked the rocky trails leading back to Kumo. Reunion with Kumo scouts. They expected to continue alone, but halfway down the pass, they encountered a squad of Kumo scouts. The Kumo shinobi recognized Darui and Samui immediately, saluting. "Lord Rakage sent us to find you," one scout said, breath steaming in the cold air. "We heard rumors of a storm. We were worried." Darui relaxed, offering a grateful nod. "We made it through. We have a prisoner who needs urgent medical attention." The scouts hurried to assist. One of them carried advanced supplies and a basic portable stretcher. They quickly transferred the captive. "We'll get them to Kumo's medic ward ASAP." Naruto felt a surge of relief. "We might actually get some answers this time." Samui inclined her head to the scouts. "Thank you. We'll follow you back." Evening. Return to Kumogakure. As the sun dipped behind the mountains, the infiltration team finally passed through Kumo's gates. Familiar guard posts and bustling streets greeted them. Villagers craned their necks to see who'd returned. Some recognized Darui's group, murmuring curiosity about the battered prisoner. They made a direct line for the medical facility, where a squad of Anbu and Med Nin whisked the captive away to a secure holding area. Tsunade had apparently sent a message to Kumo with specialized sealing protocols for curses. Everything was set to handle immediate threats. Naruto, exhausted but determined, turned to Darui. We should see the Raikage. He'll want a report. Darui agreed, though he looked worn. We'll debrief him at once. Ino, get your injuries checked. Yeah. Ino nodded, letting Sai guide her toward the med wing. Samui also lingered, as if unsure whether to attend the briefing or stay. Naruto caught her eye. You coming? She exhaled, tired. Of course. Let's go. Briefing with the Raikage. Inside the Raikage's office, the tension was palpable. A sat behind his massive desk, arms folded, gaze sharp. Yamato stood off to one side, relief crossing his face when he saw Naruto and Darui enter. Tsunade's voice crackled through a comms mirror on the desk, a new variant of the holographic transmission jutsu. She greeted them curtly. You're back. Good. Report. Darui gave a concise account of the mission. Discovering the temple, fighting multiple rogue shinobi, capturing a chanting cultist. Samui added details about the curses, the infiltration, and the new clues about Sojobo's fortress. Naruto chimed in with what they heard from the pinned rogue about the Tengudo and Naruto's role as a key. The Raikage's scowl deepened. They won. Naruto's reborn power for some twisted door. Tsunade's image flickered. We suspected something like that. Each time they reference his new abilities. This is serious. We have to assume they'll escalate attacks on Naruto. Yamato folded his arms. We can keep him guarded, but that might hamper his freedom to respond to threats. Naruto let out a low breath. I don't want to hide. If they're coming for me, we should turn the tables. He glanced at Tsunade's projected face. We have a lead on some mountain fortress. Once we break the captive's curse, we can find out more. The Raikage grunted. Agreed. My medics are working with your data on the curse removal. We'll see if your presence is needed, Naruto. Tsunade cut in. In the meantime, the Cage Summit has been scheduled for next week. Gaara, the Mizukage, and the Tsuchikage will attend. We need all the intel you can gather about this, Sojobo. Darui nodded. Understood. We'll push interrogation immediately. Dismissed them with a curt nod, rising to his feet. Good work, all of you. Now get some rest. Night. Kumo guest quarters, tending wounds and feelings. The infiltration team was given temporary lodging again in the guest quarters. Naruto, exhausted, peeled off his snow-caked gear, took a quick, blessedly warm shower, then dropped onto a futon. His muscles ached from trudging through ice for days. A knock on the sliding door interrupted him. He sighed, getting up. Yeah. Samui stood outside, arms folded, but her posture less rigid than usual. Mind if I come in? He gestured for her to enter, scanning her face for clues. She'd cleaned up, but her hair was still damp. She looked uncertain. The swirl of tension between them hung in the air. I just wanted to say, good job out there, she began awkwardly. Without you, that prisoner would be dead from the curse. We wouldn't have any real leads. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. I couldn't have done it alone. You and Darui, the whole team, we all played a part. She nodded, stepping a bit closer. Still, you saved my life again in that shrine. Those black orbs were heading straight for me until you stepped in. He shrugged. That's what teammates do. Samui inhaled softly. Yes, but I'm not used to this, having someone so willing to shield me. Her eyes flicked to his. I just appreciate it. His heart pounded at her nearness. It's nothing, really. She gave him a faint, thoughtful smile. You say that, but it means a lot. For a heartbeat, she hesitated, then leaned forward, pressing her lips to his cheek lightly, but lingering. Naruto's mind reeled. He recalled Ino's affectionate gestures, the stolen kisses. Now Samui. Guilt flickered, but so did a surge of warmth. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Samui. She pulled back, composure returning. Don't worry, I'm not asking for anything complicated. I just wanted to let you know how I feel. Her cheeks darkened. Good night, Naruto. Without waiting for a reply, she turned and slipped out the door, leaving him standing there, heart hammering. Quite the predicament, Ciel observed in his mind, a wry note. He let out a shaky breath, sinking onto the futon. Yeah. Next morning, Kumo Hospital, prisoner's condition. Naruto woke early, heading straight to the hospital to check on the prisoner's status. Tsunade's instructions were to see if he could help with the curse removal. When he arrived, Ino was already there, discussing something with Kumo Nin behind a glass viewing window. She turned at his approach, offering a small smile. "You're up early. They just finished preliminary treatments." Naruto peered through the glass. The prisoner lay strapped to a bed, surrounded by ceiling arrays. Nin hovered, monitoring his vitals. Black lines still marred his arms and neck, but less pronounced than before. "Did they figure anything out?" Naruto asked quietly. Ino shrugged. "It's slow going. The curse is extremely persistent by some external link. But your partial disruption gave them a window to stabilize him." She took a breath. "Now they want to try a deeper purge, but they need your ability again." He nodded. "I'll do whatever it takes." Attempting a full curse purge. In the sealed ward, Naruto placed his hands on the prisoner's chest, focusing. The Nin carefully inserted specialized sealing rods around the bed. Ino stood by with her mind jutsu, ready to assist from a mental angle if needed. "Begin," one medic instructed. They started chanting a series of incantations, Kumo's adaptation of Tsunade's instructions for advanced curse seals. A shimmer of light enveloped the prisoner, intensifying the black lines on his skin. He thrashed, half awake, eyes rolling in terror. Naruto inhaled, letting seal guide him. He reached into the swirling dark chakra, devouring it bit by bit. The prisoner groaned, black foam beating at his lips, but the sealing rods glowed, preventing a meltdown. Ino gently touched the prisoner's temple. "It's okay," she whispered, sending calming mental waves. "We're trying to help." Sweat beaded on Naruto's brow as he fought the curse's malignant presence. Each time he devoured a fragment, it clawed at him like a writhing serpent. He channeled more chakra, forcibly containing it inside his own system. Seal worked to neutralize it, analyzing and breaking it down. "Remarkable," Seal commented. "We are decoding the structural formula of this curse. It's akin to a specialized ninjutsu network anchored by remote influence. So if we break the link, the user should recover, assuming we don't trigger a failsafe." Naruto pressed on. Minutes ticked by. The prisoner's screams turned to gasps as the black lines receded. Finally, with a last surge of effort, Naruto pulled free the final cluster of dark chakra. A wave of nausea hit him like swallowing poison. But Seal swiftly purged it from Naruto's system, leaving him dizzy but unharmed. The prisoner collapsed, body limp. The sealing array dimmed. Nin rushed in, checking vitals. One turned to Naruto, wide-eyed. His pulse is stable, the curse signature's gone. A murmur of relief swept the room. Ino let out the breath she'd been holding. "You did it." Naruto slumped, adrenaline spent. "Hope he's okay." The Nin carefully unstrapped the prisoner. Another nodded, reading chakra monitors. "He's unconscious, but stable. When he wakes, we can question him properly. If he's still coherent." Ino eased a supportive arm around Naruto's shoulder. "You look wiped out," she said softly. "Come on, let's get you some air." Outside the hospital, a glimmer of success. They stepped into the crisp morning sunshine, Naruto leaning on Ino for a moment until his head stopped spinning. He took a few deep breaths. "Man, that was something." She gently guided him to a bench. "I'm proud of you. You saved his life and hopefully, he'll talk." He closed his eyes, letting the sunlight warm his face. "I hope so. I'm sick of these mysteries." Ino sat beside him, quiet for a beat. Then she turned, lightly brushing a hand through his hair. "You're carrying a lot on your shoulders. Don't forget, we're in this together." He opened his eyes, meeting her gaze. Gratitude swelled in his chest. "Thanks, Ino." She leaned in and kissed him soft, reassuring. He returned it, a brief respite in the chaos. When they pulled apart, his tension eased a bit. "But what about Samui?" a nagging voice whispered. He pushed it aside. "Afternoon, interrogation unit, the prisoner awakens." Word spread quickly that the cursed prisoner stabilized. By midday, the medics transferred him to a secured interrogation cell. Darui, Samui, Naruto, and Ino gathered behind a one-way observation screen. An experienced Kumo interrogator named Toru prepared to question the cultist. Through the glass, they saw the prisoner no longer adorned with black lines, though faint scars remained. He looked gaunt, exhausted, but calmer. Toru stepped inside, hands folded behind his back. Your curse is gone, Toru stated evenly. We saved you from self-destruction. We want answers. The prisoner stared with unfocused eyes. Why would you save me? He mumbled. Naruto answered through a comm device linked to the interrogation room. Because we're not like you. We value life. Now tell us about Sojobo. The prisoner twitched at Naruto's voice. Sojobo. Our king. He swallowed hard, confusion evident. I can't feel him anymore. The link is severed. I'm alone in my head. Darui whispered to Samui and Naruto. He's disoriented, might be easier to get the truth. Toru continued gently. Can you tell us about this link? The shadow powers. Your goal. The prisoner shook, tears welling in his eyes. We were lost souls, offered redemption by the king of the mountain Tengu. He said he would usher a new dawn. Free us from the hypocrisy of the 5 nations. We trained in shadow manipulation, channeling negative chakra. We believed in him. Ino's expression softened. He was a victim in some way, she murmured. Toru pressed on. And Naruto Uzumaki's role? The prisoner inhaled shakily. We were told Naruto possessed the final key to open the Tengudo, a dimension or plane that Sojobo claims is sealed away. By combining Naruto's godlike essence with Sojobo's ritual, they'd unleash a wave of purified chaos. Naruto frowned at the phrase, purified chaos. Samui's lips thinned. Another world-threatening scheme. Just great. Toru asked calmly, where is Sojobo now? A haunted look crossed the prisoner's face. In the fortress high above the clouds, beyond the northern storm peaks. He rarely leaves, sending envoys and illusions. They said once Naruto was captured, Sojobo would descend himself to complete the ceremony. Darui exchanged a grim glance with Samui. The storm peaks extreme territory even beyond frost or lightning borders. It was rarely traveled due to constant storms and steep, icy mountains. The prisoner's voice trembled. I see now. We were used. Sojobo never cared about us. He just needs more power. I was so foolish. Toru laid a hand on the man's shoulder, surprisingly gentle. You can atone by giving us everything we need to stop him. A swirl of relief and guilt warred on the prisoner's face. He nodded. Ask anything. I'll tell you all I know. Aftermath of the interrogation. Planning next steps. Once the prisoner finished, they let him rest. Toru stepped out, delivering a thorough report to the group behind the glass. He's given the approximate location of Sojobo's fortress in the storm peaks. It's apparently guarded by storms, illusions, and loyal cultists. A direct assault would be suicidal. Naruto leaned forward, fists clenched. That's probably where the real door to Tengudo is. Darui rubbed the back of his neck. This is bigger than Kumo or Konaha. We'll need the entire alliance. The Cage Summit is soon. Perfect timing. Samui agreed. We'll present these findings. If Sojobo is half as dangerous as the prisoner says, we can't wait. Ino nodded, arms crossed. We also need a strategy to counter the illusions and shadow phase. Naruto's predator skill can only handle so many curses. Naruto let out a long breath. We'll figure it out. Once the Cage are on board, we'll gather an elite strike force. Darui gestured for them to follow him. Let's go brief the Reikage. Evening. Reikage's office. Broad strategy discussion. In the Reikage's office, they laid out everything. The Storm Peaks Fortress, the Tengudo Dimension, Sojobo's aim to use Naruto's power as a catalyst. The Reikage paced behind his desk, lightning crackling faintly around his clenched fists. This Sojobo threatens to surpass even the old Akatsuki if he opens some dimension of chaos, growled. We can't let that happen. Why? Said, Tsunade's on standby. The Cage Summit is a few days away. We can present a united front. The Reikage nodded curtly. Yes. Meanwhile, we keep Naruto in a secure environment. These cultists might try abducting him again. Naruto opened his mouth to protest but stopped, recalling the bigger stakes. Fine. I'll stay in Kumo until the summit. But don't expect me to stand by if they launch an attack. Scowled, arms folding. I wouldn't dream of it. If they come, we'll crush them together. Late night, Naruto's temporary apartment. After the long day of interrogations and planning, Naruto found himself one again in the cramped guest apartment. Weariness weighed on him, but his mind refused to settle. Sojobo. Storm peaks, another war. He sank onto the futon, recalling how many times he'd promised to safeguard the world from new threats. At least I'm not alone this time. A flicker of gratitude rose as he thought of Ino, Samui, Darui, the entire team who risked their lives. A soft knock startled him from his reverie. He rose, expecting perhaps Samui or Darui. Opening the door, he found Ino, still wearing her mission gear, hair slightly disheveled. She offered a gentle smile. "Mind if I come in?" He stepped aside. "Sure." They settled on the futon, the tense hush of the night surrounding them. She fiddled with her gloves. "Wanted to check on you, see if you're okay. I know all this is hitting you hard." He nodded, exhaling. "Yeah, it's a lot. But I'm determined." She reached out, lacing her fingers with his. "I know you're strong, Naruto, but you don't have to shoulder it all alone." He squeezed her hand, heart warm at her concern. "Thanks, Ino." Her gaze flicked away, uncertain. I noticed Samui. She's close to you." Naruto inhaled, tension coiling in his chest. "She's been supportive, yeah. We've had moments." Ino's voice wavered, but she kept it steady. "Look, I'm not going to pretend I'm okay with a love triangle or anything. But I also won't force you to choose right now. Where shinobi life is short and complicated." She bit her lip, eyes misting. I really like you, Naruto." He drew her into a gentle embrace. "I like you too, Ino. A lot." Guilt gnawed at him, remembering Samui's quiet admission. "I don't want to hurt either of you." She buried her face in his chest for a moment, breathing in his scent. "We'll figure it out," she whispered. "But please, don't push me away." He felt a lump in his throat. "Never." Slowly, she tilted her head up, pressing her lips to his. A tender kiss tinged with longing and a hint of uncertainty. He returned it, letting the warmth seep through the cold tension in his heart. For a while, they just held each other, grateful for the fleeting comfort. Eventually, Ino drew back, eyes shining. "All right, I should go before rumors explode." Naruto chuckled softly, though sadness tugged at him. "Yeah, see you tomorrow." She slipped out, leaving him alone once more. He lay back, heart still pounding. "Ciel," he called silently. "Yes, Naruto." The voice responded, ever present. "I'm worried about messing this up. Everyone depends on me, and I don't even know how to handle my feelings. Your empathy is your strength. Trust in that." He closed his eyes, letting exhaustion claim him. Tomorrow would bring more decisions, more challenges. But for now, he clung to the faint solace of Ino's warmth and the knowledge he wasn't alone in this fight. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Early morning. Kumogakure, a week later. A restless hush permeated Kumogakure as the day of the Cage Summit dawned. Official delegations from across the Shinobi Alliance converged on the mountain village, escorted by elite guards and welcomed by carefully organized Kumo squads. Banners bearing the symbols of each major hidden village fluttered in the brisk wind. Naruto stood on a balcony overlooking the main courtyard, observing the arrival of dignitaries. Tsunagakure's retinue had arrived first, led by the stoic Kazekage, Gaara. Konahagakure's delegation, led by Tsunade and flanked by Shikamaru, arrived next. Kurigakure and Iwagakure soon followed, each group wearing tense, focused expressions. From his vantage point, Naruto spotted Temari stepping off a transport carriage near Gaara. She had her trademark fan slung across her back, scanning the bustling courtyard with practiced vigilance. A flicker of relief crossed her face when she noticed Naruto alive. Standing tall, and apparently in good health. He lifted a hand in greeting. She nodded once, eyes reflecting a mixture of satisfaction and worry. Ino joined Naruto at the railing, the crisp morning wind ruffling her ponytail. "Everyone's here," she murmured, leaning forward. "Your big moment," he sighed. "Yeah, big meeting about that maniac Sojobo. Let's hope it goes smoothly." She studied him with gentle concern. "Worried they'll vote to keep you on a tight leash. The Alliance might want to lock you away so the cult can't grab you." His jaw clenched. "I can't blame them for worrying. But I refuse to be caged. We can't let fear decide." Ino squeezed his arm. "Then show them you're still Naruto. They'll remember why they trust you." Down below, Samui emerged near the gates with Darui, greeting the newest arrivals. A swirl of complicated feelings tightened Naruto's chest. He recalled the stolen moment in his guest quarters, her quiet confession, then Ino's presence. And Temari's renewed concern. I'll deal with the romance stuff later, he told himself. First, we save the world. Again. Midday. Cage Summit Hall. The Raikage's tower boasted a grand assembly chamber specifically prepared for this meeting. Stone pillars ringed a circular table, with each cage and their chief advisors occupying distinct sections. Naruto, Tsunade, and Yamato sat on Konaha's side, while Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro represented Suna. The Mizukage, Chojuro, and a few aides took seats for Kiri, and the Tsuchikage, Kuretsuchi, and their escorts represented Iwa, Samui, Darui, and a handful of Kumo shinobi stood behind the Raikage, their expressions tense and resolute. Ino and Sai waited off to the side, prepared to present intelligence if needed. A hush fell as the Raikage, presiding as host, spoke up. We appreciate everyone traveling to Kumo on short notice. The threat we face is dire. You've all received preliminary intel on the cult known as the New Dawn, or the Tengu cult. Led by someone called Sojobo. We suspect they have the power and ambition to destabilize our entire world. Tsunade nodded sharply. Konaha's intelligence supports that. Naruto and his team confirmed the group is active in multiple lands, using advanced shadow phase jutsu and lethal curses. Their ultimate plan involves opening a dimension called the Tengudo with Naruto's unique power. Gaara's calm voice interjected, eyes resting briefly on Naruto. Do we have confirmation on why specifically Naruto is needed? Tsunade gestured to Naruto. He stood, glancing around at the gathered cage. From what we pieced together, Sojobo believes my resurrected chakra can function as a key to tear open the boundary to this Tengudo. He wants to harness that energy to unleash something called purified chaos. Honestly, it sounds like a twisted version of Kagaya's plan, another dimension forcibly imposed on ours. He paused, scanning the room. The Tsuchikage, leaning on her cane, let out a sharp sigh. We can't allow such a disaster. But the question is, how do we stop it without letting them snatch Naruto? Gaara exchanged a glance with Temari. We either fortify him in a single location or we go on the offensive. Darui stepped forward. Our captive from the cult revealed the location of Sojobo's fortress in the Storm Peaks, an uncharted area beyond even the Land of Frost. It's rumored to be guarded by perpetual storms, and illusion soul'd be extremely risky. The Raikage's deep voice reverberated through the chamber. Yet we might not have a choice. If we wait, Sojobo could gather enough zealots to strike first. The best defense might be to hit them before they finish their preparations. Tsunade drummed her fingers on the table. Agreed. But we must do it carefully. If we attempt a full-scale invasion through those storms, we'll lose thousands of shinobi to the elements or illusions. Samui cleared her throat from behind the Raikage. A small elite strike team stands a better chance. They can infiltrate, disrupt the ritual from within, and neutralize Sojobo just like we did with the cult shrines in Frost and Lightning. Gaara's gaze settled on Naruto. And presumably, Naruto must be part of that strike. He's the key. If they want him, we can use that to our advantage. Carefully. The tension in the room heightened. Tsunade frowned. It's a gamble. If Sojobo captures Naruto mid-battle. Naruto's eyes hardened. That won't happen. I'm stronger than that now. He looked around the table, voice steady but fervent. I know the risk, but if I hide away, the Wild just keep striking at the shinobi world, forcing me out eventually. Better to face them on our terms. Let me lead the infiltration team. A wave of murmurs spread among the advisors. Some clearly doubted the wisdom of letting Naruto step into the lion's den. But the cage recognized that time was short. Gaara finally inclined his head. I support Naruto's plan. We fought side by side to seal Kagaya. If anyone can handle a threat like this, it's him. The Mizukage nodded. Same. Kurigakure stands with the alliance. The Tsuchikage let out a gravelly sigh. HMPH. Fine. Just don't get captured. We can't handle another dimension warping fiasco. The Raikage looked to Tsunade. She gave a curt nod. Let's do it. We'll mobilize an elite task force, draw the best from each village. Naruto leads the infiltration, with support. The rest of us coordinate from a fallback position, prepared to intervene if necessary. With that, the plan was set. The Shinobi Alliance would assemble a specialized D-strike team for a final confrontation in the Storm Peaks. Late afternoon, Kumo Courtyard, formation of the strike force. Following the summit, the Cage and advisors hashed out details, routes, supply lines, med-nin distribution. Word spread that volunteers for the infiltration squad were needed, those adept at illusions, infiltration, and large-scale jutsu counters. By late afternoon, the court-yard bustled with shinobi exchanging info, collecting gear. Naruto stood near a large table covered in maps, reviewing the infiltration route with Tsunade, Gaara, and the Raikage. Sai, Ino, Samui, and Darui arrived, each confirming they'd be part of the strike force. Tenten, who had traveled to Kumo with Tsunade for the summit, also stepped forward, volunteering. She gave Naruto a determined nod. I may not have illusions, but my weapons can adapt to any environment. He grinned. Glad to have you on board, Tenten. Temari approached with her giant fan in tow, surprising everyone. Gaara assigned me to the infiltration team, too. She shot Naruto a pointed look. I'm no good at illusions either, but my wind jutsu can repel storms or disrupt shadow forms. He felt a surge of gratitude and a pang of personal tension. Temari, Samui, Ino, all in the same place. Focus on the mission, he reminded himself. Gaara clasped Naruto's hand. Protect them, and they'll protect you. The rest of us will remain at a forward base, prepared to reinforce if needed. Naruto nodded firmly. Understood. Evening, Kumo training yard, final preparations. Before nightfall, the infiltration team gathered at Kumo's largest training yard for a final practice session. They needed to test synergy and finalize strategies against illusions and curses. Naruto stood with Ino, Temari, Tenten, Samui, Sai, and Darui in a wide circle. A few other shinobi from Kiri and Iwa also joined, specialists in sensory or barrier techniques. Tsunade and Gaara observed from the sidelines, offering counsel when needed. Samui demonstrated a technique combining her lightning cloak with a special sealing tag that Kumo's research team had refined to disrupt curses. Tenten tested a scroll that unleashed gusts of wind-based chakra to scatter illusions. Ino briefed everyone on how her mind jutsu might stabilize someone caught in a mental trap. Naruto closed his eyes, summoning that swirling energy from within the rimuru-based powers. Ciel, can we share a portion of the predator disruption technique? In a limited form, yes, Ciel responded. You can create tags or orbs that hold the devouring property briefly, though it's less potent than direct contact. Naruto relayed the idea. Tenten brightened. I can store those orbs in a sealing scroll. If a teammate is cursed, we can release a small orb to help neutralize it. Darui folded his arms. This is unorthodox, but it might be the edge we need. They practiced quickly. Naruto formed small, shimmering spheres of azure chakra that flickered with Predator's devouring essence. Tenten sealed them into a specialized scroll. Everyone recognized the hazards of playing with such techniques. Too little or too much could cause harm. Temari watched from a short distance, arms crossed, wearing a skeptical smirk. Gotta hand it to you, Naruto. You always find new ways to do the impossible. He rubbed his neck, feeling a pang of old camaraderie. Just trying to keep us alive out there. She nodded, her expression shifting to something softer. We appreciate it. Night, Kumo guest wing, converging emotions. After the intense training session, the infiltration squad parted to finalize personal gear. The village hosted a small send-off feast for delegates, but the mood was somber. Everyone knew a dark confrontation loomed. Naruto paced the corridor outside his apartment. He felt restless, too wired to sleep, yet exhausted. The swirl of emotional entanglements weighed on him. Ino, Samui, and now Temari were all in close quarters, each with her own connection to him. I can't sort this now, he thought. But ignoring it might cause tension on the mission. As if on cue, Ino emerged from a side hallway, wearing a subdued smile. You look like you're about to blow up, she teased gently. He sighed, slumping against the wall. Yeah, well, I guess I am. Tomorrow's huge. She stepped closer, glancing around. Seeing no one else nearby, she placed a tentative hand on his chest. You'll do fine. Just come back to me, okay? His heart twisted with affection and guilt. I will. Same to you. She leaned in for a quick kiss, soft, comforting. Then footsteps echoed. They broke apart, spotting Temari approaching. The Suna Kunoichi paused, taking in the scene with a raised brow. "Sorry," Ino murmured, stepping aside. "I was just wishing him luck." Temari's lips pressed thin, but she hid her reaction well. "I see." She turned her focus to Naruto. "Gaara asked me to confirm the departure time. First light." He cleared his throat. "Yes, we'll gather at the east gate." A beat of awkward silence passed. Ino excused herself politely, giving Naruto a parting nod. Temari studied him, arms folded. "Should I ask how complicated this is?" He winced slightly. Yeah, I don't want to make anything more complicated. But," she waved a hand. "Don't bother. We're shinobi. Life is short, and feelings don't follow neat rules." She hesitated, then stepped closer, voice dropping. "For what it's worth, I'm not giving up on you, Naruto. I respect Ino, but I also know my own heart." His pulse thundered in his ears. "Temari, She quickly brushed her lips against his in a brief, daring kiss. Then she pulled back, eyes unwavering. "That's all. I'll see you at dawn." With a swish of her fan, she strode away, leaving him speechless. He groaned in. Dawn, Kumo's eastern gate, departure. Under a sky tinged pink by the rising sun, the infiltration team gathered at Kumo's eastern gate. Darui wore a heavy cloak, eyes scanning the horizon. Samui finished double-checking her gear. Sai, Tenten, and Ino all carried additional scrolls containing the newly devised predator orbs and other emergency equipment. Temari adjusted her giant fan. Naruto, standing at the forefront, felt a determined calm settle over him. This is it. The gate loomed behind him, open to the treacherous path ahead. Tsunade, Gaara, and the Reikage arrived to see them off. Tsunade placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "You know the stakes. Come back safely." He nodded. "Count on it." Gaara looked at Temari. "Stay in touch through the communication scrolls. If you uncover immediate danger, we'll send reinforcements." She gave a curt nod. "Yes, Cage." The Reikage glowered with fierce resolve. "Crush that upstart Sojobo before he dares cross into our world with his illusions." Darui saluted. "We will." With that, the squad set off, a determined cadre of shinobi heading north, into unknown territory. Midday, remote mountain trails, approaching the storm peaks. They traveled swiftly rough the land of Frost's rugged outskirts. Although the terrain was harsh, they followed a route gleaned from the cult prisoners' intel. As they ascended, the air grew colder and the sky darkened with swirling clouds. Occasional thunder rumbled in the distance. Sai soared ahead on an ink bird, scouting for signs of cult patrols. Ino kept her mental senses extended for any subtle illusions. So far, no attacks. But the oppressive feeling in the air told them a storm was brewing, both literal and metaphorical. Naruto led from the front, using a fraction of his near-limitless stamina to break trail through snowdrifts and rockslides. Samui helped, channeling small bursts of lightning to melt ice or clear loose debris. Tenten and Temari occasionally combined wind techniques to carve passages through drifts. Darui paused at a ledge, scanning the horizon with narrowed eyes. That range up ahead, those swirling black clouds, must be the storm peaks. "We're close." Lightning flashed among the mountaintops, followed by an ominous thunderclap. Everyone tensed. "Feels like nature itself is warning us to stay away," Naruto thought grimly. Late afternoon, base of the storm peaks, first confrontation. As they advanced, wind screamed through jagged canyons. Darkness descended prematurely, the sky thick with swirling storm clouds. Visibility plummeted. They pressed on, forging a path around precarious cliffs. Suddenly, Sai signaled from above, "Enemy contact." Moments later, a swirl of shadowy figures appeared on the ledges overhead, cultists in black cloaks with that twisted red pattern. "Ambush!" Tenten shouted. Bolts of black energy and lightning-infused wind soared through the air. Naruto formed a Rasengan in one hand, hurling it upward to blast a cluster of rogue shinobi off their perch. Samui and Darui launched coordinated lightning attacks, frying another cluster. Temari swung her fan, unleashing a slicing wind that sent snow and debris crashing down on the ambushers. However, the cultists employed their shadow phase jutsu, vanishing into swirling patches of darkness. Ino cursed under her breath. "They're spreading out, trying to encircle us." Stay together. Darui barked. Cultists. Strikes rained down from multiple angles. Tenten used a sealing scroll to release a barrage of kunai, forcing them to momentarily retreat. Size ink beasts flapped overhead, swooping at the foes. Temari whipped up a mini tornado, scattering illusions that flickered in the swirling snow. Naruto spotted a particularly strong robed figure weaving hand seals, summoning a shadow lance the size of a spear. With a burst of speed, Naruto lunged, his body shifting into slime-like fluidity to dodge a slash. He hammered a chakra-infused punch into the cultist's chest. They slammed against a boulder, unmoving. At his side, Samui slashed a second cultist with her lightning blade. The figure crumpled, twitching from electric arcs. Moments later, the cultists realized they were overmatched. With a flurry of black orbs, they retreated into swirling shadows. Half of them lay dead or unconscious in the snow. Ino knelt by a wounded cultist, preparing to use mind jutsu. Let's see if we can GL. Ian anything quickly, but the man convulsed, black foam forming on his lips. No Naruto. He raced over, pressing a hand to the cultist's chest, trying to disrupt the meltdown. But the man's eyes rolled back, life extinguished. Another dead end. Temari grimaced. We have to move. More might be coming. Darui nodded, breath steaming. Agreed. We keep heading up. The fortress should be near the summit. Nightfall. Approach to Sojobo's fortress. The team trudged higher into the mountains, battered by howling winds and frequent lightning flashes. Darkness wrapped around them. Even Naruto, with his stamina, felt the weight of the hostile environment. The presence of negative chakra grew stronger, prickling at the edges of everyone's senses. Finally, they spotted a silhouette against the storm. Sky, a looming stronghold built into the mountainside, spires reaching toward the thunderclouds. Flickers of purple lightning danced around it, as though the fortress itself were feeding on the storm. A sense of dread washed over them. Samui's voice was taut. That's definitely it. Naruto stared at the fortress, heart pounding. Sojobo is in there. Let's finish this. Under the cover of night, they inched closer. A massive stone gate blocked the entrance, flanked by carved tengu motifs. Cultists patrolled the walls, their shapes barely visible in the storm's gloom. Darui gathered the team in a hollow behind a ridge. Okay, infiltration plan. Tenten, can you open the gate from the inside with your tools? She nodded. I have a specialized infiltration kit. If we can reach that side door, I'll get us in. Temari offered. I can create a diversion with wind blasts on the far side, drawing patrols away. Ino readied mind jutsu tags. I'll jam any watchers mentally. Naruto's jaw set. Once inside, we push toward the central hall or altar wherever Sojobo conducts his rituals. We shut him down before he can summon this Tengudo. Samui placed a hand on his shoulder. We stay together as much as possible. If you get separated, we risk them capturing you. He gave her a small nod, appreciating the concern. Right, a daring entry, under cover of the storm. With the plan set, Temari quietly scaled a nearby outcrop, unleashing a sudden barrage of slicing wind at the fortress's far wall. Debris and howling gusts drew the cultist patrol's attention. Alarms rang out. Cultists scurried to the fortress edges, scanning the darkness for the source. Meanwhile, Tenten led Naruto, Samui, Darui, Ino, and Sai to a smaller side entrance concealed behind a rock ledge. She used a specialized grappling wire, hooking onto a carved gargoyle overhead. The group ascended silently, battling swirling wind and freezing sleet. At the door, a thick iron portal. Tenten carefully deployed her infiltration kit. She pressed a seal that softened metal, then used slender picks and chakra pulses to manipulate the locking mechanism. Within moments, the door clicked open. Got it, she whispered triumphantly, pushing it ajar. They slipped inside, entering a dim corridor lit by flickering torches. The air was thick with incense and negative chakra, reminiscent of the cult shrines they'd raided before. Naruto tensed, scanning the shadows. Ino, can you sense anyone nearby? She nodded, closing her eyes. Yes, robed figures patrolling halls. A strong concentration of chakra deeper inside, likely Sojobo's main sanctum. Samui tightened her grip on her sword. Then we head there. They moved as one, creeping through winding corridors. Occasionally, a cult, but Ino's quick mind jutsu or size S. A lent ink strike neutralized them before alarms could be raised. The fortress echoed with distant chanting and the constant rumble of thunder outside. Inner sanctum halls, traps and trials. Deeper in, the corridors expanded into grand hallways lined with Tengu statues. Disturbing murals adorned the walls, depictions of crows, storms, and a hooded figure looming over prostrate worshippers. A low hum pervaded the air. Tenten noticed black runes etched into the floor. Look out, seals. Sure enough, stepping on certain tiles triggered bursts of shadowy spikes or illusions that momentarily disoriented them. Working together, they navigated carefully, Darui using small lightning bursts to reveal hidden lines of chakra, Tenten disabling trap seals with her tools. Every so often, cultists attacked in small groups. Their fighting was fierce but disorganized. Naruto's team systematically overpowered them, pressing forward. Each time a cultist fell, Naruto or Ino attempted a quick mental or predator-based disruption to glean intel. But most either self-terminated or offered only terrified mutterings about the king and the dawn. Finally, the team reached a colossal set of double doors carved with a giant Tengu mask. That same oppressive chakra pulsed from within. The Grand Sanctum, meeting Sojobo. Cautiously, they pushed open the heavy doors, stepping into a vast chamber. Torches blazed around the perimeter, illuminating towering columns. An enormous symbol of the Tengu crest like a stylized crow's head decorated the floor. At the far side rose a dais with a black stone altar. Shimmering with swirling negative energy. Thick incense smoke coiled overhead. Robed cultists flanked the altar. In the center stood a tall figure clad in elaborate black and crimson robes, a Tengu mask obscuring his face. Crowned with a spiky crest of raven feathers. His aura radiated a chilling power that made the air crackle. Sojobo, Naruto whispered, feeling the weight of the man's chakra. The masked figure turned slowly, his voice echoing strangely. So the vessel has arrived. Naruto Uzumaki, or should I say the reborn child of two realms. I've been expecting you. Darui growled under his breath. Don't let him get in your head. Sojobo raised an arm, trailing black ribbons of chakra. Your arrival heralds the final stage. Once I claim your godlike essence, the Tengudo shall open. This world will be purified by unstoppable chaos. Naruto stepped forward, ignoring the cold swirl of fear in his gut. You're not purifying anything except your own delusions. This ends now. The sea. Cultists around the dais broke into chanting, intensifying the black glow around the altar. Thunder boomed outside. Sojobo's mask glimmered with malevolent light. Brave words. But you shall kneel before the Tengu king. Clash of storm and shadow. Immediately, the cultists attacked. Dozens of robed shinobi sprang forth, unleashing waves of shadow lances and black orbs. Tamari countered with a roaring wind scythe, scattering their ranks. Darui and Samui launched twin lightning strikes, sizzling arcs cutting down rows of enemies. Tenten leapt gracefully, unleashing a flurry of summoned blades from her scrolls. Sai used ink birds to dive bomb cultists from above, while Ino sniped from behind, using mind disturbances to disable the more skilled foes. Naruto charged straight for Sojobo, Rasengan spinning in hand. But the Tengu king raised a single palm. A vortex of swirling shadows collided with Naruto's Rasengan, halting it mid-flight. Naruto felt an incredible force push him back. He skid across the floor, slamming into a column. He's strong, maybe stronger than Kagaya's lackeys, Naruto realized, wincing. That your best? Sojobo sneered, voice echoing. He gestured, and inky tendrils lashed out, wrapping around columns to fling chunks of debris at the team. Ino quickly formed a seal, mind disturbance jutsu. She attempted to assault Sojobo mentally. But a surge of dark chakra rebuffed her, nearly knocking her unconscious. She staggered, Samui catching her arm. Naruto rebounded, adrenaline surging. He let the rimuru-based abilities surface. His body glowed with azure light, slime-like aura rippling around him. Seal, help me push through his barrier, he commanded mentally. Understood. Analyzing his negative chakra signature, he shaped a more potent Rasengan variant, swirling with prismatic arcs. Sojobo responded by conjuring a dense spear of darkness. They clashed in a thunderous impact that shook the chamber. Cracks spread across the walls as raw energy whipped around them. Meanwhile, the rest of the infiltration team fought to contain the cultists. Temeri's fan blasts scattered many, but the robed zealots kept coming, chanting manically. Tenten launched wave after wave of conjured weapons, pinning foes to the walls. Darui unleashed his black lightning, frying large groups at once. Samui darted between them, sword crackling, severing shadow lances before they could impale her allies. Suddenly, a swirl of black shadow erupted beneath Naruto's feet, threatening to drag him into a dark pit. He shape-shifted, letting his legs liquefy momentarily, sliding free of the trap. Rolling aside, he thrust a glowing palm into Sojobo's side, but the Tengu King phased partially, negating the blow. Sojobo's masked face turned toward Naruto with eerie calm. Impressive. You truly embody the power of two worlds. All the more reason I must claim it. With lightning speed, Sojobo formed a series of hand seals. The altar behind him flared, releasing a beam of black and violet energy into the ceiling. The entire fortress trembled. Runes on the floor glowed, forming a large gateway shape behind the dais like a swirling portal of chaotic colors. Darui shouted over the din. He's starting the ritual to open Tengudo. Temari gritted her teeth, sending a gale at the dais. Sojobo merely raised a hand, absorbing the wind into swirling darkness. Futile, he intoned. This dimension will tear open, and you shall witness true rebirth. Battle on two fronts, portal emergence. While Sojobo funneled power into the forming portal, half the cultists shifted their chanting to match his. The rest fought the infiltration team fiercely, buying time. Naruto realized that if he didn't stop Sojobo soon, the portal would fully manifest. Then they'd face a catastrophic dimensional breach. Focus on Sojobo, Naruto yelled. I'll handle him, cover me. Samui gave him a brief look of alarm. Naruto. He took a breath, raising his voice. Trust me. With a swift motion, Naruto summoned multiple shadow clones. They fanned out across the chamber, each forming Rasengan variants or reinforcing teammates. Ino, Temari, and Tenten took advantage, covering the clones from cultists. Sai soared overhead, launching ink beasts at robed figures near the dais. Naruto's main body dashed toward Sojobo, aura flaring. He poured even more chakra into his limbs. The fortress floor cracked under his step. Ciel, let's break that barrier, he growled mentally. Activating ultimate skill synergy, his eyes flashed with radiant light as he unleashed a new technique akin to Predator Rasengan, swirling with devouring energy. Sojobo tried to block with a massive shadow lance, but Naruto's powered-up blow shredded it. The Tengu King stumbled, the altar's beam wavering. But with a snarl, Sojobo retaliated, summoning a swirl of black crows that raked at Naruto's eyes. He hissed, deflecting them with a wave of slime chakra. The Tengu King used the opening to back off, resuming the chanting in a harsh, guttural tongue. The portal behind him grew bigger, swirling with chaotic colors that bled into the air. He's nearly completed the link, Ciel warned. We must disrupt it at the source, the altar. Naruto's heart hammered. Then we hit the altar. He shouted to his allies. Darui acknowledged with a sharp knots aside. Team, the altar is our target. Samui, Tenten, and Temari each launch. An attack from different angles. Lightning slash, barrage of conjured spears, and a slicing wind funnel. Combined, they hammered the altar's base. The structure cracked, black energy sputtering. Sojobo roared in fury, flinging a wave of darkness to repel them. Naruto seized the moment. He formed a massive Rasenshuriken crackling with predator essence. The swirl of light cast dancing shadows across the battered sanctum. Sojobo, this is the end. He hurled the Rasenshuriken straight at the dais. The Tengu King braced himself, crossing arms as swirling black shields formed. For a split second, it looked like he might hold it off, but Naruto poured more chakra in, weaving the devouring property. The Rasenshuriken drilled through the shield, exploding in a violent maelstrom of azure and black energy. The altar shattered in a thunderous burst. Cultists screamed. The partially formed portal flickered, swirling chaotically as arcs of dimension-rending force lashed out. Sojobo was hurled across the dais, his mask cracking to reveal part of a pale, twisted face contorted in rage. Sojobo's last stand. Lightning from outside struck the fortress roof, sending chunks of stone tumbling. The swirling portal began to implode, threatening to suck in everything around it. Air pressure crashed, wind howling in the sanctum. Samui shielded her face from flying debris, scanning for Naruto. Naruto. He coughed, emerging from the haze. I'm okay. He spotted Sojobo staggering upright, negative chakra swirling like a tempest around him. He's not down yet. The Tengu King let out a guttural laugh, black blood leaking from his mouth. You damaged my altar, but the gateway still stirs. I only need your essence to complete it. With maddened fury, he lunged at Naruto, hands wreathed in crackling darkness. Each step warped the floor, forming nightmarish illusions of cawing crows. Naruto met him head-on. Their fists collided in a shockwave that blew away the surrounding cultists. The team tried to assist, but Sojobo's aura flared, creating a swirling barrier of crow-like shadows. They had no clear shot. Locked in brutal hand-to-hand combat, Naruto and Sojobo exchanged blow after blow. Sojobo's claws tore at Naruto's vest, leaving black scars that smoldered with cursed energy. Naruto retaliated with slime-infused punches, each strike devouring chunks of the Tengu King's negative chakra. But Sojobo's resilience was astonishing. Even as black fluid seeped from his wounds, he kept attacking with vicious strength. You can't kill me, this world's corruption fuels me. Naruto grimaced. Wrong. I've faced worse than you. Summoning an even larger Rasengan, he slammed it into Sojobo's chest. The Tengu King flew backward, crashing against the dais steps. The swirling portal overhead flickered ominously, half stable. If Sojobo somehow channeled Naruto's chakra into it, they could still be doomed. Naruto forced his battered body to move, determined to deliver a final blow. In a last-ditch effort, Sojobo lurched up, incanting a savage curse that made the entire fortress quake. He aimed a black lance at Naruto's heart. Fall. Before it could pierce Naruto, Samui and Temari intervened from opposite sides. Samui dashed in, lightning sword intercepting the lance with a shriek of sparks. Temari unleashed a gale that buffeted Sojobo, throwing off his aim. The lance missed Naruto by inches, striking the floor and shattering a chunk of stone. Naruto spun, pulling the dregs of his chakra into a final, monstrous Rasengan. He roared, slamming it down onto Sojobo's chest. The Tengu King's eyes widened as the swirling sphere bored into him, devouring and dispersing his cursed essence. You will regret, he rasped, voice fading. With a deafening explosion, Sojobo's form ruptured into black mist that dissolved into the chaotic portal overhead. The swirling dimension gate sparked violently, then imploded, collapsing in on itself with a roar that rattled the walls. A final shockwave tore across the sanctum, flattening cultists, toppling columns, and sending everyone reeling. After the storm, collapse of the fortress. When the dust settled, the fortress was on the brink of collapse. The dais lay in ruins. The portal gone. Cultists either fled or lay unconscious. Tenten coughed, pulling herself from under fallen debris. Is it over? Darui clutched a bleeding arm, scanning for allies. Seems so. Sojobo's gone. The portal, gone. Temari stumbled, wincing from a nasty cut on her leg. We need to get out of here before the place caves in. Samui knelt beside Naruto, who lay sprawled on the battered dais floor, chest heaving. Naruto, can you stand? He grimaced, body aching. Yeah, just give me a sec. She helped him up, letting him lean on her shoulder. The battered infiltration team limped toward the nearest corridor. Stones continued to fall around them as thunder rumbled overhead. Ino, bruised but alive, guided them through the collapsing halls using her mental detection to avoid blocked passages. Sai scouted ahead, ink birds clearing rubble. After a tense scramble, they emerged into the open night air, where the storm's fury was already abating. The fortress behind them groaned, entire sections collapsing in a plume of dust and debris. Naruto looked back, eyes blazing with relief and exhaustion. Sojobo was destroyed, the Tengudo portal sealed. Another monumental threat stopped. Hours later, campsite in the lower pass. They didn't stop until they descended well below the fortress level, finding a relatively sheltered canyon to regroup. The infiltration team set up a makeshift camp, treating wounds and catching their breath. Naruto rested against a rock, eyes half-lidded. He'd pushed his body to the brink. Ciel, in his mind, gently nudged him to relax. Your healing factor can restore you quickly, but you must remain still for a bit. Got it. Thanks, partner, Naruto thought. Samui unwrapped her lightning armor cloak, kneeling beside him. You sure you're okay? He nodded wearily. Yeah, thanks. Couldn't have done it without everyone's help. She offered a rare soft smile. You did most of the heavy lifting. We just made sure you weren't skewered. Then, unexpectedly, she leaned in, brushing a light kiss against his temple. I'm glad you're safe. Before he could respond, Ino approached, arms folded with relief and tension mingling in her face. Naruto. Good job, hero. She flicked her gaze to Samui, noticing the closeness. A complex swirl of emotion crossed her features: gratitude, jealousy, acceptance, all at once. Naruto sighed inwardly. If I wasn't so exhausted. Temari and Tenten joined them. Tenten frowned at the battered state of their group. We need medics. Once we get back to the Alliance base, we can rest properly. Temari nodded. Agreed. Let's get out of these cursed mountains for good. Darui and Sai handled the perimeter, ensuring no stray cultists tried a last attack. But it seemed the rest had scattered like leaves in the wind. Sojobo's grip was gone, and with it, their cohesion. Dawn, Alliance forward base. By morning, they cleared the final stretch back to a forward base established by Kumo and the Allied forces. Gaara and Tsunade were there, along with squads from all villages, anxiously awaiting news. Relief and cheers erupted as Naruto's team arrived, worn, bruised, but victorious. Med Nin rushed to tend to injuries. Tsunade personally examined Naruto, scolding him for pushing so far. You're lucky your new healing factor is insane, or you'd have half a dozen fractures, she muttered. He chuckled weakly. Guess all live. Quote. Gaara approached quietly, surveying the battered infiltration team. Sojobo. Darui answered, destroyed, along with his fortress. The portal is gone. They won't be opening Tengudo. A wave of recamp. Shinobi from multiple villages murmured about how close they came to disaster. Many offered thanks to Naruto and his squad, praising their courage. Temari accepted a soldier pill from a medic. Then turned to Gaara. We lost a few in the skirmishes, but we saved the world from another monster. Standard day for Naruto, apparently. Gaara nodded, a rare smile touching his lips. Well done, everyone. Afternoon, celebration and reflection. With the immediate threat resolved, the Allied forces began dismantling the forward base, preparing to return to their respective villages. A subdued celebration spread through the camp. Food, rest, shared stories of the final battle. The atmosphere was one of exhausted triumph. Naruto, bandaged around his torso, sat near a campfire, nibbling on a ration bar. Ino settled beside him, leaning against his uninjured shoulder. Across the fire, Samui and Tenten conversed quietly. Temari arrived with a small flask of hot tea, handing cups around. Despite the physical fatigue, they shared a sense of camaraderie that only life or death battles foster. This is weird, right? Tenten said softly, sipping tea. We all come together to stop some insane threat, then we scatter to our homes. Temari shrugged. That's the nature of the Alliance. We stay separate, but we're united when needed. Samui nodded. We'll remain vigilant. Another group might rise. The shinobi world is never truly at peace. Naruto exhaled. At least for now, we can rest. That's enough. Temari eyed him over the rim of her teacup. Try no tea to find another apocalypse to fix tomorrow, yeah. He laughed quietly. No promises. The next day, farewells, Kumo's main courtyard. Allied forces departed in waves. Kurigakure and Iwagakure left early, traveling through carefully charted routes. Gaara and Temari prepared to head back to Sunagakure. Tsunade, with Shikamaru and Tenten, would return to Konaha. Naruto lingered outside the Raikage's tower. He'd spent the morning exchanging thanks with Samui and Darui. Part of him felt a tug to remain in Kumo longer, but duty and personal life called him back to Konaha. Plus, I need to talk to Ino properly. And what about Samui and Temari? At that moment, Samui approached, handing him a small, intricately carved kunai. A keepsake from Kumo. Consider it a reminder that you have allies here. He accepted the kunai, touched. Thank you. I won't forget. She inclined her head. Take care, Naruto Uzumaki. We'll meet again. A flicker of vulnerability crossed her eyes, and she hesitated. Then she leaned in, kissing him softly on the cheek. She stepped back quickly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Until next time, she murmured, turning away to hide the emotion in her eyes. Naruto watched her go, heart twisting. Temari then appeared, fan in hand, an arch grin on her lips. I'm leaving with Gaara in an hour. Don't think I didn't notice that moment just now. He winced. Temari. She shrugged, a teasing glimmer in her gaze. No big deal. I like a good challenge. Then her tone softened. You take care too, Naruto. And, thanks for staying alive again. She surprised him by leaning forward, planting a brief, warm kiss on his lips. Pulling back, she winked. See you around. Then she strode off, leaving him once again breathless and confused. Early evening, road to Konaha, Ino's decision. Finally, Naruto joined Tsunade's group leaving Kumo. Ino walked beside him, silent for the first stretch of the journey. He sensed the conflict rolling off her in waves. After they parted ways with Tenten, who moved ahead to scout, Ino spoke up. So, Samui, Temari, me, I'm not blind. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. I know, it's not fair to any of you. I never intended this to happen. She placed a hand on his arm, stopping him. Don't freak out. I told you before I won't force you to choose right now. We've been through too much. I care about you. If you want me by your side, I'm here. If you want others too, we'll figure it out. He stared at her, surprised by her honesty. A swirl of relief and guilt welled up. Ino, I thank you. I don't fully know what I want beyond not hurting anyone. Let's just see where life takes us. She managed a small, brave smile. We'll figure it out together. I'm not going anywhere. A wave of warmth flooded him. He leaned in, pressing his forehead to hers gently. Thank you. Then they resumed walking, side by side, the setting sun painting the sky with gold and red. Tsunade and Shikamaru, trailing behind, exchanged knowing looks but said nothing. Nightfall, camp on the border. They made camp near the fire country border. A gentle breeze rustled the trees, the air no longer so biting cold. Memories of the storm peaks already felt distant. As Naruto settled by the fire, Tsunade approached. She sank down beside him, the flames illuminating her thoughtful expression. You've come a long way, Naruto. You saved the world again. But you also look heavier. He rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, there's always a cost, I guess. She nodded. You carry a lot power, responsibility, people's hearts. Just remember you don't have to do it alone. He met her gaze, feeling gratitude for her motherly concern. I will, Granny. She snorted at the nickname, but her eyes were fond. We'll talk more in Konaha. For now, get some rest. You deserve it. Morning, returning to Konaha. At dawn, they crossed the final stretch to Konaha's gates. Familiar scenery greeted Naruto. The tall walls, the ever-watchful guards, the comforting buzz of the village. Word had traveled ahead that the threat was ended, so many villagers peered out, eager to glimpse the returning hero once rumored dead. Kotetsu and Izumo, on gate duty, gaped at Naruto's battered form. Then broke into relieved smiles. You sure know how to keep us on our toes, Naruto, Izumo joked. He grinned, stepping through the gates. You know me, never a dull day. Ino parted ways soon after, heading to the Yamanaka flower shop to check on business. They exchanged a warm, lingering goodbye. I'll see you soon, she said softly, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek before hurrying off. Naruto watched her go, heart buoyed yet tangled. One day at a time. Late afternoon, Naruto's apartment, a quiet moment. Home at last, Naruto opened the door to his old, modest apartment. Dust motes swirled in the sunlight. Despite being cramped and worn, it felt comfortingly familiar. He dropped his pack, breathing in the faint, musty air. He stood in the center of the room, letting the moment sink in. Another war averted, a new enemy defeated. Life could resume though with fresh scars and fresh ties. I have to figure out what it means to be reborn, Carrion. The powers of Rimuru and the legacy of Konaha, he thought. He spotted a small gift basket left by some well-wishers, likely from Chuki at Ichiraku Ramen. A note read, Welcome home, Naruto. Ramen's on us. He chuckled softly, feeling tears prick at his eyes. Good to be back, he whispered. Sunset, Konaha's rooftops, looking ahead. As dusk fell, Naruto hopped onto a familiar rooftop near the Hokage monument. The warm orange light bathed the village in a serene glow. He recalled standing here many times before the war, before his death, before awakening with unstoppable power. Now, everything was the same yet different. He'd faced a new cult, grown deeper bonds, and found himself caught in a confusing swirl of affections. But he was alive, stronger than ever, and determined to keep protecting those he loved. Ciel's mental voice broke the silence. You have fulfilled another grand challenge, Naruto. How do you feel? He gazed over the village, heart swelling. I feel grateful. There's so much to do, but I'm not alone. I have friends, allies, people I care about. A gentle warmth emanated from Ciel. Then our journey continues. I look forward to it. The edge of the roof. Yeah, bring it on. Behind him, the carved faces of past Hokage seemed to watch, bathed in the fading sunlight. The world might always teeter on the brink of chaos, but Naruto Uzumaki reborn with the power of Rimuru Tempest stood ready to face whatever came next. End of Chapter 5.